shameless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
To appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind, you can take it. I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah, there's no replacement for persistence. It's a patience. Yeah, in this life I wanna be soaring, to feel sun inside when it's pouring. And I'll fight till anxiety is foreign. I'm so sick of my mind's extortion.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, 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 I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah. sleeping, cause I got something to prove. I gotta take what I hate and finally make a move. I think of you and all the shit you don't do. Well, I'ma make hella sure that I don't become you. I have no regrets, yeah, I'll tie up my chest. I'll never forget what it's like to be in debt. Been stabbed in the back bed, I'll show you what happens. Pass me the mic and I'll show you with action. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So give me all the scars, I'm a human being. Cover them with tattoos so you can't see. Knew it from the start, you had problems with me and the things I could be, I just wish I had seen. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. I feel this pain, you already know. Turn that to gains, let my money show. I've got these things that I can't let go. Watch me turn this life into something that you can never own. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want. So fight and die for the things you know you love. Do what you think is right and see life do what you want.
I love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't stare, just looking up, don't stare. Back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so what? You're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong. You will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate, I attack. I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal.
Alrighty. Hello, everybody. Sorry about the intro. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I had to start it over because it like stopped, and I had to start it over, and now it just stopped again. So I don't fucking know. Whatever. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Excuse me. What'd you guys do today? What did you guys do today? Thursday. Is anybody thirsty today? Thirsty Thursday. And I'd like to just also point out, cheese, I hope you appreciate. You asked for a layover or an overlay or whatever the fuck it's called. That's a little bit more suited to the guys. So, you know, let me know. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Got some cars and, you know, I have a different one too, actually. That's even better. This one. I like this one. Anyways, it's almost the same, but not quite. Anyways, how is everybody? How is everybody? You can't say what you do, Celia? Okay, hey, you know. Much respect, much respect. Oh my God. You like it? Awesome, awesome. More masculine, you're happy. Awesome, good stuff, good stuff. I was going to put a Hooter sign in there, but I couldn't find one. So the neon sign here, on it just says burgers, you know, whatever. Anyways. Alrighty, I'm Boston. If you're here still, hello. I'm way at the top, so if you commented again, then I'll see it again. Hello, KCG and Wave Voices. How are you? Diane, how was your day today? Good to see you back. Good to see everybody back. Cheese. Hello, Cheese. A Blank Slate, how are you? Good to see you. Hello, Marie. Tire Talks. You want a marshmallow? I got lots of them. There's a big stash of them around here. Just gotta dig in and get some. How are you? Did you guys have a good day, everybody? Jane says hello. I am also cooking some chicken at the time here. It took way fucking longer than I thought. So, you know, you might hear a little beep, beep, beep or whatever when the chicken's ready. So, or maybe ready. I don't know. I'll have to check. So, anyways. So, how is everybody? Wave, you won't be in chat. Baby Shark's awake. Oh, there you go. Hello, K-Mash. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Thank you all for coming in and hanging out. Okay, so the last couple of days, I am sorry if I missed anybody. Hello, Starry Night. Hello, darling. How are you? Okay, so the last couple of days, we have been, hello, Yvonne and Denise. Hello. Hi, sweetheart. Okay, so, Slim Jim, how are you? Good to see everybody. Thanks for coming in, Slim Jim. I appreciate that. Okay, so I was saying last couple of days we have been kind of all over, up and down Betty, you know, up one side, down the other, blah, blah, kind of stuff. Anyways, so just at the beginning here, did everybody and anybody hear a little excerpt today at all? And did anybody go in and check out Burnt Toast? Because Burnt Toast talked about it. And it was fucking hilarious. I will say it was fucking hilarious, you guys. So maybe a little bit later we'll go and go over Burnt Toast's review update that she did today. And A bit, not the full stream. Okay. Yeah, I heard a little bit too. So, and I thought it was funny. And if you, a little bit later, also, we will go and check out and see what Betty had to say about today's events. Because it's quite hilarious. And of course, it's definitely a little different than everybody else's outtake. So, yeah. Yes, Tiger. Toasty did an excellent. She did. She did an awesome recap for sure. So. Okay, so I thought today maybe we would try to do something a little bit different. Of course, I always say everybody says they're here for true crime, but seems like not as many people are interested in true crime. You know, you guys all want the drama. We all do. I mean, I do too. I love the drama, but I also love true crime. True crime is one of my favorite things. I just have to go let the dog out and the cat in. So I'm taking you guys with me. True crime is one of my favorite things. I pretty much watch it all day. All day long. So there's something on my TV that has to do with true crime. So I came across over the last couple days, I came across a case that has been going on, and I have pulled up a bunch of the excerpts from this case, and I'm not sure. Give me a 1 in the chat if you have heard about the Sidney Powell case. Just give me a little 1 there, guys, if you've heard about the Sidney Powell case. It is from... Give me 2 seconds. I won't see the chat for a moment. Okay, so the Sidney Powell case is coming from us, to us, I should say. I had this. I knew this. Why can't I find it? Give me a second here, you guys. I don't know what the hell's going on. Somebody will probably say it in the chat before I even get up there. Ohio. Hello, Ohio. Sorry. So you guys have heard about it. Okay. Okay, so Sidney Powell. Awesome. Thank you, Denise, for listening. I appreciate that. Enjoy doodling. Enjoy doodling. 1, but haven't looked into it too far. 1. Okay, so you guys have definitely heard about it. Okay, so Sidney Powell is a young girl who is see, it keeps bringing me up like some politician. Sidney Powell. Okay, so Sidney Powell, who is now 23, faces charges of murder, felonious assault, and tampering with evidence in the March 3rd, 2020 murder of Brenda Powell, 50, who is Sidney Powell's mother. So Sidney Powell is accused in her mother's murder. And police say they discovered wounded Brenda while responding to a welfare check. that had been placed by someone at the University of Mount Union, where Sydney was a student. The caller told dispatch that they had spoken to Sydney over the phone and heard yelling and screaming, which prompted him to alert authorities after calling Sydney back twice and getting no answer. So it's actually quite a crazy case. So I thought maybe we would go and watch a little bit of it. There's not a lot of, you know how some cases there's like a lot of like technical stuff, cell phone pinging here and there, all that jabber jabber and stuff like that. And it's a lot of boring in my mind. Sometimes it can be interesting, and it can be, I mean, it's absolutely apparent to know stuff like that, right? Of course. But it can be really boring to listen to because it's a part of every case pretty much nowadays, because cell phones are everywhere. It's just a lot of mumble, gumble, garble. And we kind of, I mean, I think people that know follow true crime or cases or anything like that know how it all works. But this case doesn't have a lot of that. Okay. It has a lot of crazy, crazy stuff, and a lot of sad stuff as well, of course, because this has to do with a family that didn't seem to really have any problems. They were a good family. They were a happy family. Everything, you know, they went on vacations together. Everything seemed to be all good. Didn't seem to have any problems at all. So I thought that we would take a look at the prosecution's opening statements in this case. Because, sorry. But also, like, hold on to your hats, you guys, because there is it's not too bad in the beginning. It's not too bad. There's of course gory details, so please, trigger warning for anybody. This is a case that is going on currently. I do believe that they were in court today, but I'll have to go and take a look. So let me bring this up here. All right, because I have that one. Okay. Also, let me do this for you guys. If anybody would like to give me 2 seconds here, you guys. Oops, I didn't mean to do that, I don't think. Okay. All right, and there is link, of course. Give me 2 seconds. I just pop in here. Turn this down, pop in here and pin that. Okay, so that is pinned, and we're good to go. So this is going to be the prosecution's opening statements. This is actually really kind of a really sad story. I have clicked and watched some of it here and there. But if you are a regular around here with me, you guys will all know that I really enjoy watching this stuff with you guys. So I kind of do my little check here, check there, just to kind of see, so I understand the case a little bit, but I don't watch like all the shocking moments, because I like doing that with you guys. I mean, you know, like, you know, we're sitting in the backwoods, we're sitting around, you know, maybe tonight actually we're on like a big, sectional couch, you know, one of those huge ones that's like shaped like a horseshoe maybe, you know, but a square horseshoe. Like we're all hanging out. We got our pillows, we got our snacks, you know, we're all gonna check this out together. So hello Nanya, how are you? I'm sorry I missed your live. I'm definitely gonna check the replay later on. I was just getting all the stuff ready for here. So I hope you had a good live. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Definitely trigger warning, you guys. Definitely trigger warning. I will change my banner on the bottom here. Just so that we have that down there so that people can't say, oh my God, there's no trigger warning. Because yeah, there is. So, awesome. Thank you, voices. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Curled up in bed. Nice and cozy. Okay, so you guys, let's get right into this. Like I said before, this is the trial of oh, thank you, Nanya. That's so sweet. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you. And my lives are quite late for, you know, even Central Time, Eastern Time. But I did the same thing. I kind of picked this time because not a lot of people are on this late. So I thought it was a good time for. Sucks for East Coast, I guess. I'm sorry, everybody. But anyways, thank you, Nanya. I appreciate that. That's really sweet. Okay, so like I said, this is the case of Sydney Powell, who is 23 now. And this is dated back to 2020. And she's on trial for the murder of her own mother. So let's have a listen to this for just a little bit. I am going to maybe actually speed it up just a little bit. Let's just do 125 for now because I want to be able to hear the details and stuff. If it's too fast, please let me know, okay? Because I definitely want you guys to be able to hear this. So here we go, guys. Here we go.
Today and during the voir dire process, each of you were presented with quite a bit of information. You got to hear from the court about what the process itself is, and then you got to hear from the state and defense counsel about burdens, about evidence, about your role as jurors.
I appreciate that.
I can't promise you that I'm not going to go over all of that again. But what I am going to ask from each of you is to draw on your memory, something that Prosecutor Brian Stano talked about, and I can assure you, you're going to hear this over and
Tootsie Rolls, Celia, you are a girl after my heart. I'm telling you. Tootsie Rolls are like my favorite. I love Tootsie Rolls. And they're hard to actually find up here, unless it's Halloween. So, you know. So, yeah. That's the same as the Trump lawyer? Oh, really? Oh, my goodness. I don't know if it is the same lawyer. I doubt it, but... Insomniac here, you appreciate late night quality, quietish content, so at least I'm resting. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Blink Slate. Well, this is a little bit, you know, oh my God. One of those like that will make you go, oh, what? So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, here we go, guys.
and over again throughout trial, and that it is the duty of the jury to listen to and weigh the evidence presented. And I want to take the briefest moment to talk about where evidence comes from, because it doesn't come from this podium. It doesn't come from myself. It doesn't come from Prosecutor Brian Stano. It doesn't come from Attorney Don Malarczyk. The evidence is going to come from this witness box, those who testify in it and those who present evidence through it. That's where the evidence comes from. And what our witnesses testify to, what evidence is presented through them, it's up to you. Up to you to give its attention, to give it its credibility, and to weigh it. And I know it sounds simple and maybe even confusing as to why we keep bringing up the importance of evidence. But I assure you, it's because the uniqueness of this case. Because you've learned yesterday generally what this case is about. But the actual core of this case comes down to one simple question: whether or not the defendant, Miss Sydney Powell, was suffering from a severe mental disease, and because of that severe mental disease, could not understand the wrongfulness of her actions when she took the life of her mother, Brenda. Now, I promise you, I don't mean to diminish or simplify the questions that are going to be presented to you, but you're quickly going to learn this is not a case about who did it. This is not a case about how it was done. This case will come down to this sole question: whether or not Ms. Powell, at the time of the murder, was suffering from a severe mental disease which prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of those actions.
Okay, so there is no question that Sydney actually did commit this crime. But what you will see is the interesting defense that they have. So yeah, to keep that in mind.
And although that sounds like a direct question, I want to stress to each of you, it's not as simple as reading a medical report. It's not as simple as listening to testimony from doctors. You are going to have to listen to all the evidence. You're going to have to weigh that evidence. And the state believes that when you hear that evidence, apply it to your role as a juror, you're going to be able to recognize that Miss Sydney Powell is responsible for the murder of her mother, Brenda, and she was not suffering from a severe mental illness or disease that prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of what she did. And my goal here this morning is to provide you a little bit more insight as to what the state believes the evidence is going to show. In December of 2000,
she's 23. Yeah, Virgo wait, she's up. She's 23 right now, and this happened in 2020. So I believe that she was 19 actually when she committed this crime. She must have just turned 20 or almost turned 20, something like that. Yeah, she was quite young. She was a college student. So
2019, Miss Powell was notified of her dismissal from the University of Mount Union. Over the last few semesters, she was struggling academically. She was struggling with the concerns that college brings. And at some point, she was put on a probationary period. Unfortunately, that probation period did not turn out well for Miss Powell. And in December, she was notified by the University of Mount Union that she was going to be dismissed for the spring semester. She could reapply after that spring semester had finished. And Miss Powell herself was provided notice. She had to sign for that notice that this was happening. Now, Mount Union knew of her dismissal. Miss Powell knew of her dismissal. But everybody else in Miss Powell's life had no idea what was going on. Because Miss Powell hid that. She hid that from her friends, from her family. She hid that and lied to her parents, Stephen and Brenda.
KCG, yeah, this is courtroom footage. This trial has been going on for this last week, this past week here. I think they're on day 7 or 8, something like that, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, this is all brand new. Yeah, she is crying. She is crying, yes. She does show emotion during this. So yeah. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know. I just found it really interesting. The parts that I did see, I found really interesting. So
Brenda. According to everybody else, Ms. Powell is still a student at Mount Union. Her grades were okay. Her scholarship was not at risk. She was doing fine. But in reality, things were much different for her. In January of 2020, Mount Union begins its spring semester. And here, Ms. Powell returns to the university. She returns to campus. She returns to her dorm life. She moves back into her dorm with her roommate, Lauren Curry. She continues to engage in sorority life and programming, and she uses what the campus has to offer. The whole time, this lie is continuing. She's continuing to lie to her family that everything's normal. She's continuing to lie to her friends, even her roommate, that she's still going to class. And between January and the week of February 24th, the Mount Union Dean of Students Administration, John Frazier, Michelle Gaffney, you're going to hear from them. They had to have meetings with Ms. Powell to discuss her enrollment, or lack thereof, and to discuss that because she's not a student for this semester, she cannot be on campus. She cannot be in her dorm. But rather than fixing the problem, Ms. Powell continued her lies, now to the administration. She tells them, of course, I'll get this handled. I'll be out of my dorm. Everything will be fine. But again and again, Ms. Powell remained on campus. The administration offered to help Ms. Powell. Do you want us to speak with your parents? Let them know what's going on. Another lie. Ms. Powell says, no, my parents are okay. They understand. I talked to them already. In reality, nobody knows yet. On February 24th of 2000.
Virgo, yeah, she did. I read that somewhere. I didn't like get right in deep into it. But she did ask for that, yeah. So I don't know. This is a weird case, so yeah.
2020, Miss Powell does leave campus. And she discloses to her friends, her roommate, Miss Curry, those in her sorority, that her and her parents had agreed that it would be best for her to take some time away from university. That's another lie. Because although she tells that to her friends and her classmates, Mr. Powell and Miss Powell, Stephen and Brenda, they still don't know what's going on. In fact, they think that Sydney's not going to return to their home here in Akron until spring break, the week of March 3rd.
Ohio.
Now,
Ohio.
Stephen and Brenda, they start to notice something. They start to kind of push on Sydney. They notice that she's home during the afternoons more here in Akron when she should be in class. And they try to confront Sydney. But rather than receiving answers, once again, they receive lies. Sydney, why are you home during the day? Oh, class is canceled. Oh, I have an excuse to not appear in class. Stephen Powell recognizes that his tuition that he pays to Mount Union still hasn't been withdrawn. Sydney, what's going on with the tuition? Don't worry, Dad. I'll get it handled on Monday. Still hiding the fact that she's not a student there at this time. Now, the state isn't going to pretend we don't understand that stress. Every human being has been in a position where lies are a little bit heavy, and you don't want to confront what's really going on, especially to your parents. And for an individual at Sydney's age, at Miss Powell's position in life, college can be a little bit overwhelming. We're not ignoring that. We're not ignoring the anxieties and the stress that comes with that. But these lies were built and controlled by Miss Powell. They were built upon each other, protecting herself and hiding her reality. And during the week of February 24th, after she's left campus, she knows she can't return home because spring break doesn't start until March 3rd. And so Miss Powell starts to continue to visit campus, staying with friends, staying at local hotels. But what she's doing is not returning home because she'd have to confront the reality that things were not as perfect as she told her parents. Miss Powell has conversations with her mom, Brenda, that she'll be home on March 3rd after class. Class would end around 2:30. She'd be home for spring break. And that night, March 2nd, she texts her former roommate, Lauren Curry. She asked to see if Lauren Curry would be okay if she came and watched The Bachelor with them and their friends. Something they did regularly. Monday night, Bachelor night. We all get together, we watch the show. On March 2nd, that's what Miss Powell did. She returned to Mount Union campus. She returned to the university to meet with her friend Lauren, and she watched The Bachelor with her friends. Now, I think it's important to note, just briefly, that during the time of this, the Powell family used an app on their phones called Life 360, an app that a lot of families use, especially families with children. It allows families to keep in touch, to make sure everybody's okay. Specifically allows you to let you know if the kids are where they need to be. And that comes into play on the morning of March 3rd. On the morning of March 3rd, Stephen Powell recognizes that the tuition still hasn't been taken out. So being a dad, he takes the effort to try to work through Mount Union's website and figure out what's going on. And for the first time on March 3rd, 2020, Miss Powell
I was going to say
returns from Mount Union
it just
to her home in Akron.
It's just cutting out the commercials. So sorry, I had it moved up there, you guys. Yeah, so this girl is ditching college, lying to her parents, lying to her friends, hanging out, doing whatever. Yeah. Oh, buffering. Oh, replays don't have an issue, just lives. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, you guys, if that's happening here. I don't fucking know why, man. Fix it. Fix it. StreamYard. Fix it. Oh my gosh. Hello, Zena. Hello. You might foster new pups. Oh my God, Nikki. Aww. Sounds so cute. To delete your own money, you gotta be at least a little crazy. You right? Exactly. No issues for you, Tiger. Okay, good. Awesome. Okay, I am trying to find pictures of this and so I can put some up for you guys while we're listening to this, but it's really hard to find. I'm having a hard time. So if I miss anything in chat, then I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Do you know who the woman is sitting next to her? She has very odd facial features. I think that must be like her lawyer or yeah, somebody that is on her side, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, I mean, let's keep going, guys. This is crazy stuff. So
to the family home. Now, Mr. Powell, I'm sorry, recognizes this on the Life 360 app. Well, Sydney's home. It's the morning of March 3rd. She should be in class. And Mr. Powell decides to drive home to the family home, but he decides to leave his phone at work because he knows if he's driving home, Miss Powell will see that Dad's on his bed. And he wants to confront Sydney. He wants to find out what's going on. And that's what happens. He arrives home to their house in Akron. He meets with her, and this is where she discloses to her dad that she's struggling with school, that she doesn't like it, that she doesn't know if this is what she wants to study, and that Mount Union might not be the place for her. But she doesn't disclose the full story yet. Mr. Powell, being a dad, is concerned for his daughter. He knows the golden rule that if you put things off, it's just going to become worse. So he encourages her that he's going to contact her mom, Brenda, and they're going to figure this out. She's going to get it together. She's going to be back in class. She can take the summer off and work and take a break, but she needs to get back in class, and she needs to turn this around. And he returns to work. Mr. Powell then contacts Brenda, his wife. He lets her know that Miss Powell is having some struggles with Mount Union enrollment, and he knows that Brenda, being a mom, is really good at this stuff. Brenda, can you help figure this out? What's going on? So Brenda leaves her work at Akron Children's, where she works as a child life specialist. She works with children and families of those dealing with health issues. She guides them through the health process. And Brenda leaves work to return home to help with the Mount Union enrollment issues. And at home, she meets Miss Powell, Sydney Powell. We know that around 12 to 12:15, Miss Brenda Powell calls the University of Mount Union. She talks to Mount Union, but she leaves a voicemail or a message with the secretary of the dean of students. John Fraser and Michelle Gaffney, they're still in a meeting. They cannot talk to Brenda at this time. But John Fraser and Miss Gaffney, they call back as soon as they're available. And they call Brenda back. Brenda answers the phone. Brenda introduces herself. And John Fraser and Michelle Gaffney, they introduce themselves as well. Hi, Brenda. This is Mount Union University returning your call. Brenda says, thank you so much for calling me back. But the phone call is interrupted. John Fraser and Michelle Gaffney at this time hear a thud. And they hear screams. And they hear thud after thud after thud. They're still on the phone. They're trying to find out what's going on, but they can't get a response, and the phone call hangs up. John Fraser and Ms. Gaffney, they start to call back. They're concerned. They call back once, there's no answer. They call back twice, there's still no answer. But on the third call back, Brenda's phone picks up. Yes, this is Brenda. Now, Mr. Fraser, Ms. Gaffney, they've met Sydney multiple times. They try to address her enrollment issues. They know who Miss Powell is. And when that phone answers and the person on the other line announces herself as Brenda, John Fraser knows it is Sydney Powell on the phone. And he says, Sydney, I know this is you. And the phone is hung up again. Now, Mount Union's concerns are heightened. They decide that it might be best that they contact the police. Now, being in Alliance, Ohio, they were concerned about calling 911 and about where that would be directed to. So they Googled the best number for the Akron Police Department, and they reached Sergeant Null. Sergeant Null answered the phone. He learned that Mount Union's concerns were about the Powell address. He heard about the screams. He heard about the thuds. And Sergeant Null at that time decided it would be best to dispatch the Akron Police Department through the radio for a welfare check at the Powell's household. And in doing so, the Akron Police would respond to try to figure out what might be going on at the Powell household. Now, before they arrive, as the radio dispatch is going out, Detective Kenneth Deese hears the radio call out. Now, Detective Deese has been with the Akron Police Department for a long time, but he's also very good friends with the Powell family. You know, Steve and Brenda, Sydney, their son, he knows everybody, and he knows that address. So he's concerned immediately. His friend, something's wrong. So he calls Stephen Powell. Stephen, the police are going to your house. Is everything okay? This is new to Mr. Powell. All he can say is, everything's fine. Sydney and Brenda are home. And Stephen hangs up with Detective Deese, and he calls Brenda.
The picture that I just put up there is Sydney, this girl here that's sitting here crying. It's in the grad outfit, of course. And that's her mom that's beside her. So what they are portraying her, I understand, like she's been, I'm pretty sure she's been behind bars. I'm not quite sure, actually, because I did also read that she did get bailed out and she's living with her grandmother. So I'm not quite sure at this point if she is in custody constantly all the time. But you can look at the stark difference in the way that she looks, you know. And this, like, I mean, in court, she's looking disheveled and out of place, and you know what I mean? Like, but in this other picture here, look, she's a beautiful girl. It's kind of crazy. Anyways, there she is. Mom and daughter. Mom and daughter.
There's no answer. And he calls Sydney. There's no answer. But Sydney calls back. And when Sydney calls back, Stephen asks, hey, what's going on? She says, Dad, nothing. Mom's on the phone with Emily. In reality, Brenda is laying in her bedroom. She's on her back. And she's suffering from severe blunt force trauma and severe sharp wound trauma. She's bleeding out. Brenda is not. Mr. Powell tells Sydney, well, Sydney, the police are on the way. And this is when Sydney, for the first time, she becomes hysterical. Dad, somebody broke in. Somebody broke in. There was a break-in. We heard glass break. And the phone call is terminated. Now, the Akron Police Department arrives. Officer Legacy, Officer Jackson. You're going to hear from both of them. They arrive to the Powell address on Scudder Drive in Akron, Ohio. Officer Legacy is first to respond. Officer Legacy knocks on the door. There's no response, but he starts to hear screaming from the door. He's very concerned. Officer Legacy runs around the back of the house to try to find out what's going on, while Officer Jackson arrives and is finally able.
Cheese, no, you don't have to remove it. A copyright is just like somebody has claimed that footage as theirs. It doesn't do anything to your channel. You can leave it up. If you were monetized, you just probably wouldn't be able to monetize that video because the people that own the footage, you know, they would get that monetization, not you. So, but you can leave it up. It's fine. It's not really anything against your channel or anything like that. So no worries. No worries.
Able to get through the front door because Miss Powell finally opens it amongst the screams. And Miss Powell is met by Officer Legacy and Officer Jackson. She's hysterical. She's scared. She's erratic with trying to direct their attention. And she's telling them immediately, there was a break-in. There was a break-in. Somebody broke in. Mom's down. There's blood. There's blood. Mom told me to get out. Get out. She's trying to tell the cops that there was a break-in. Officer Legacy goes to the back room where he finds Brenda on the ground lying on her back. Unfortunately, Brenda, at the time when he got to her, he recognized that she was not surviving, that Brenda was dying. Next to Brenda, Officer Legacy recognized a cast iron frying pan and a kitchen steak knife. Through the investigation, it would later be determined that the blunt force wounds came from the cast iron frying pan and the sharp cutting wounds, stabbing wounds came from the steak knife.
A cast iron frying pan, you guys. God damn. Those things are heavy. Those things are heavy. Okay, you're going to hear some noise because I'm just checking my chicken right now. So, okay, I think it's done. It better be done. God, it's been in there forever. But could you imagine that? A cast iron frying pan? Like, oh my God. That would hurt so bad. That would hurt so bad. My God. Yeah, she used the cast iron frying pan on her mom. Crazy, eh? Oh my gosh, that's brutal. Anger, you know? Oh my Lord. Anyways, this pretty cool case.
Now, at the time,
cool,
Officer
but,
Jackson,
you know,
in hopes to help
interesting.
Sydney calm down, he still doesn't know what's going on. Sydney's covered in blood. He doesn't know if there was a break-in. He doesn't know if she's hurt. He escorts her out of the house where she continues to disclose there was a break-in. We heard glass break. Mom told me to get out. At this time, Stephen Powell is beyond concerned. The type of call that you can't imagine getting, and he rushes home. And as a dad, he goes right to Miss Powell. He's concerned. She tells her dad at this time, Dad, there was a break-in. There's so much blood. Mom told me to get out. Now, Sydney is covered in blood. That blood is Brenda Powell's blood. And there was a break in the glass. The back window was shattered. But that back window was shattered by Miss Sydney Powell, staging the break-in. There's blood found by this broken glass. That blood is Brenda Powell's blood. that was on Sydney when she broke the glass. And Ms. Powell does have cuts. She is injured. And that's from the glass itself when she broke it.
That's a pretty big thing, eh? She's on bail on 25,000 and lives with her grandparents. Yeah, okay, as you said. Okay. She has been out since April 2020. Okay, so she has been out the whole time. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Diane, for looking that up. Awesome. Thank you. You stepped away to use the restroom. Now you're lost. What do you need, KCG? Oh my God. Geez, you did what? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to go look. You did. Oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna go look. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Now, you, the jury, I will tell you this, that Ms. Powell would later undergo a series, extensive interviews with psychologists and psychiatrists, doctor's appointments after doctor's appointments. Initially, she would disclose to doctors that there was a break-in, that she was in the basement when they heard a glass break, and then later she blacked out. All she could remember is waking up with a knife in her mom's throat and that she was trying to stop the bleeding. She tells doctors that when she's initially met with them. Now, she continues to seek care, she continues to go to the doctors, and she continues to tell them that she blacked out from when she was in the basement and she cannot remember what happened. Now, you, the jury, are going to be asked to make a decision on a few factors in this case. And you're going to hear from a lot of witnesses. You're going to hear both from the state's witness.
See, that was a good point that I wanted to make there. Like, she blacked out and she blacked out. And next thing she remembers is waking up in the hospital. I'm pretty sure they said. So how does she, like, somebody broke in the house? Mom told me to go. Mom, like, she knew quite, like, I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. That just kind of caught me. I was just like, what? She knew, like, to tell this and this and this and this, but then all of a sudden she blacked out. I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me.
Witnesses as well as defense witnesses. You're going to hear first responders, detectives, Mountain Union staff, the medical examiner's office. You're going to hear from Stephen Powell, Miss Sydney Powell's dad. You're going to hear from Detective Deese. You're going to hear from defense witnesses, doctors, and hospital staff who have all treated Miss Powell, as well as the state's witness who met with Miss Powell to determine her mental state. And at the end of this, you're going to be presented with the decision on this case. Now, I want to address the law briefly, just like I did evidence. I promise it's quick. The law, again, does not come from me, from Prosecutor Stano, from Attorney Donald Larson. The law comes from the court, from Judge McLaughlin's court, from her herself. The law doesn't come from our ideas or our conceptions of what the law is, from our past experiences or TV shows like Law and Order. The law only comes from Judge McLaughlin. And the first issue you're going to have to decide are the charges that the state presented. 2 theories of murder, along with felonious assault, and lastly, tampering with evidence. Now, that seems like a lot, but I can promise you a lot of these questions that you're going to have to ask and answer have already been answered for you. So let's take a look at murder. Well, we know this happens in the state of Ohio. We know it happened in Summit County, and nobody, which you'll hear from the defense, is denying that Miss Sydney Powell did this. It's not about who did. So nobody's denying that she did purposely cause the death of her mom, Brenda. Those are all answered for you. The same with the state's alternative theory here in murder, that it's in the state of Ohio. She did cause the death, and she did it by committing or attempting to commit felonious assault. These are all answered for you. Felonious assault in Summit County, Sydney Powell did knowingly cause or attempt to cause physical harm by the use of a deadly weapon, a frying pan and a knife. The same goes with tampering. These are all answered for you. There's an agreement there. So what you're going to be left with is the sole core question of this case. And I'll remind you again, the law does not come from me. It does not come from this PowerPoint. You'll be instructed on the law, and that's important to remember. The law comes from the court, and you will be left to decide whether or not Ms. Powell was suffering from a serious mental disease that wouldn't allow her to know the wrongfulness of her actions that day. Now, this is a very unique legal scenario, legal case, where the burden is actually going to shift, and the state owns the burden to first present the case.
I have woken up after an Ambien night, and I have heard of people committing crimes on the med and getting no charges. Yes, but as far as I know, she wasn't on any meds. I don't believe. So that seems just a little, I don't know. So yeah, that was, yeah. It's probably the music Tiger Talks, and he got a copyright on. It's probably just the music. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I don't think that she was on any medications.
We need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and we hold that burden strongly. We have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Powell committed these offenses. And after that, that burden is going to shift to the defense in a very unique situation. Now, the defense is going to have the burden to prove that Ms. Powell was suffering from severe mental disease, and she did not know the wrongfulness of her actions at the time of the murder. Now, you're going to hear testimony about her mental health after this incident, and it's important to remember, of course, you can consider that. I'm not going to tell you not to. But what I am going to ask you to do is to remember that the law is during the period of the offenses. What was her mental state at that? And that burden, it's a lot different than the state's. Although the state has to prove that burden beyond a reasonable doubt, that's not on the defense. Instead, the defense has to prove this by a preponderance of the evidence, which is more likely than not. That's the defense burden. And the state isn't going to sit here and pretend that anxiety was not a factor, that her stress of school wasn't a factor, that the stress of lying wasn't a factor. But the state believes that if you follow the evidence, it did not lead to this, to her not knowing the wrongfulness of her actions because of the disease. And we're going to ask you, that's why it's so important to talk about the evidence that you hear today, that you hear over the next few days, because that evidence you hear in the state's case in chief in presenting the offenses is the same evidence we're going to ask that you rely upon when you're determining this. And some of that evidence that you can look at is the lie after lie after lie. The dishonesty she tells her friends, the dishonesty she gives to her parents, Stephen and Brenda, the deceiving acts and pretending she's going to class and pretending to have canceled classes. She's able to go to school, to campus. She's able to see her friends. She's able to go to bachelor night. Ms. Powell is building these lies. She's consciously coming up with them. And she continued to come with those lies even in the moment of the murder of Brenda. Because after Brenda is attacked, Ms. Powell answers the phone by Mount Union. Hi, this is Brenda. Another lie. And as Brenda's dying and her dad calls her, yeah, Dad, Mom's on the phone with Mount Union. Another lie. And when the police arrive and when her dad arrives, there's been a break-in. Mom said, get out. Another lie. Consciously making these decisions during the time of the murder, before the murder, during murder, after the murder. Consciously choosing to lie. Yet on March 3rd of 2020, the truth caught up to these lies. Ms. Powell couldn't keep them up anymore. Became overwhelming. She was stressed. Mount Union had dismissed her. Her parents were concerned. Her tuition was...
See? She was very aware, as far as I'm concerned, about what she was doing. She lied about that her mom was on the phone. She answered the phone as her mother so that, you know, whoever was calling wouldn't be like, oh, they didn't answer, or you know, it's so, I don't know. I think, I don't know. We'll have to like listen to the rest, of course. But my opinion so far is that like she's lying. They're just using the mentality plea, you know, to get out of stuff or whatever. But yeah, there's definitely, obviously, yeah, Nikki, definitely, there's definitely something there, right? But at the time of this murder, I don't think that she was so as mentally ill as the defense is trying to make it out. So yeah,
She was canceled. Her scholarship was canceled. Her enrollment was canceled. Ms. Powell couldn't keep the lie up anymore, and in that moment, she struck her mother with a cast iron frying pan over and over and over. She stabbed her mother with a steak knife over and over and over, hoping that that was finally enough. And she had the awareness to try and hide what she did. Now, I'm not going to pretend this is easy. I'm not going to ignore that there are some difficult factors in this case. There is a family that has been completely destroyed. We recognize that. There are emotions and feelings that cannot be separated in cases like this for the tragedy of what this family has gone through. But we talked about this yesterday, that you are a jury that has been selected to listen to the evidence. To listen to that evidence. I'm not asking you to throw out your human nature. That's who we are. But what I am asking you to do is to use your common sense, use your ability to weigh, to give credibility, and to assign evidence to where it should go. And we believe as a state that if you follow this evidence, that if you weigh this evidence, you'll be able to provide answers to what happened that day. And you'll be able to find that Miss Sidney Powell did take her mother's life. And she knew that in doing so, her actions were wrong. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the prosecution's opening statement. That was their take on what happened. And yeah, it seems pretty straightforward, right? Just seems like this girl lied. Mom's like, fuck you, whatever, and told her to get out. I think that part might be true, that she did tell her to get out. But I think it's because she found out that she was lying about school and stuff like that. So anyways, yeah, kind of what the fuck, right? Okay. So next I'm pretty sure that I have these in somewhat of an order. Sorry. Let me just get this set up here. I will fast forward this one. Well, not fast forward, but speed up this one as well. Oh, shit. Okay, so next we have the defense. Okay, so let's listen to what the defense has to say. I don't know. I listened to a lot of this and I was like, what the? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways.
Good morning. I think what you're going to experience is this. I think about 90% of the state's case, their evidence and their witnesses is going to be focused on what happened. What happened on March 3rd, 2020, inside the Scudder home of the Powells. And I think you're also going to see that 90% of the defense case is going to be focused on what Mr. McAleese, I think, has correctly identified as the sole core question in this case, and that is why? Why? Why did this happen? What happened is not in dispute. Sidney Powell caused the injuries that led to her mother's death. Why is the question? So to help understand why, I think it's important for you to meet the Powell family. And prior to March of 2020, they were the all-American family. Brenda Powell was 50 years old. She was working as a child life specialist at Akron Children's Hospital. She works in the Pediatric Oncology Center. Brenda's job was to take children who were suffering from.
This is quite sad, actually, to listen to the life that was lost. This Brenda Powell, I mean, she was a good woman. Maybe didn't have such a good relationship with her daughter, but she did good things, you know, when you listen to what she did here.
From cancer, through the most difficult journey that a child could ever go through. And she also took that journey with the parents of the children who were diagnosed with cancer. When kids were going through chemo and losing their hair, Brenda was there. When parents were struggling with what to do with this grief, Brenda was there. And Brenda has had a huge, enormous impact on our community. She organized things like a prom to remember. So these kids who were suffering from cancer would have some sense of normalcy in their life. She took them bowling, and they loved her, and she loved them, and she was like a second mom to them. That's the kind of skill set Brenda Powell had. You're going to meet and hear about and hear from Stephen Powell. Stephen Powell is Brenda's husband, Sydney's father. Stephen graduated here from Firestone High School, got an associate's degree, and he is the Assistant Vice President for Quality Assurance of Akron Steel Treating. Akron Steel Treating is a family-owned company. Stephen's grandfather started that company in 1943, 80 years ago. Stephen's grandfather worked there, his father worked there, his uncle worked there. Steve's brother, Joe Powell, is the CEO of Akron Steel Treating. And what you're going to hear is that Stephen and Brenda meet sometime around 1995. You heard the name Ken Dees. And Ken is a police officer that was good friends with Stephen while they were in school together. And Ken's wife knew Brenda and started thinking, you know, I know a guy that you might like. And she introduced Stephen to Brenda. In 1995, they dated for about a year. And in 1996, they got married. About 4 years later, on March 21st, 2020, Sydney was born. About 3.5 years later, Sydney's younger brother, Brenda and Stephen's son, was born, Andrew Powell. Andrew graduated from St. V and is a student now at Kent State University. But you're going to hear a lot about Sydney Powell. And what you're going to hear is Sydney went to St. Sebastian's elementary school, middle school, finished 8th grade there, and started her high school career at St. Vincent St. Mary's. While she was there, she was involved in athletics, played soccer, was on varsity. You'll hear that she was a quiet student, reserved student, a people pleaser, but super smart. You'll hear from Miss Milligan, a teacher that taught Sydney sophomore, junior, and senior year of English. You'll hear that Sydney, the entire time she was at St. V, the lowest grade she ever got was a B. She graduated with a 3.8 GPA and scored a 27 on her ACT. I have to tell you, I only got a 23, so that's kind of impressive. She was an excellent student. And not only was she an excellent student and on the honor roll every semester at St. V, she was a good person. Miss Milligan will talk to you about, I saw something in Sydney that I wanted other people to emulate. So we went on a religious retreat together, and Miss Milligan took Sydney and made her a mentor for other students to look up to.
Crazy, eh? I mean, she seemed like a really good student. She seemed like, her family was good. They were obviously prominent people owning a business, for so many years, generation after generation. Obviously, probably, it's easy to assume from the outside, but I don't imagine that they were, hurting for money or, anything like that. Not that money makes you happy. That's not my point. But just struggles, it's struggles that families can have, can just get extra stress, when you can't pay the bills. So, but it didn't seem like this was the problem for this family. So, I don't know.
And emulate. Sydney played soccer, as I indicated, and Miss Mulligan's going to talk to you about her watching Sydney and Brenda interact and their relationship. And you're going to hear from lots of different people about that relationship: friends, family members, co-workers. This was the all-American family. Stephen would take the family to Disney World. They would go to the beach. They vacation together. You're going to hear there's absolutely no history of violence, of drugs, or alcohol, or dysfunction of any kind. You're going to hear from people who knew this family best. You're going to hear from some of the folks who saw Sydney and Brenda interact together. And what you're going to hear is they were super close. Sydney was like Brenda's mini-me. And Brenda was Sydney's best friend. And on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2020, Sydney killed her best friend, her mother. Why? Why did that happen? We're going to spend next week bringing you answers to that sole core question. I submit to you the only question in this case, which is why. And we're going to bring you 3 different experts. You're going to hear from Dr. James Reardon. Dr. James Reardon will introduce himself to you, and you'll hear that he's a psychologist who's been working in that field for 45 years in Columbus, Ohio. Dr.
Right, Virgo way? Absolutely. I'd like to try that struggle too. Absolutely. Right? A high school career. I don't get paid to go to high school. I didn't get paid to go to high school either. I didn't pay my kids to go to high school either. So I don't know what kind of family this is, but.
Dr. Reardon has done forensic psychiatric evaluations to determine competency and sanity at the time of the offense. And he's done that for nearly 2,000 patients in civil and criminal context. You'll hear that Dr. Reardon has worked with the Columbus Blue Jackets, University of Missouri football team, the New York Jets. And in fact, he was chosen to be a sports psychologist for the United States Olympic team. Those are his credentials. And he spent 7 hours with Sydney Powell in December of 2021, testing her, not only just talking to her, but administering the tests that will tell us and teach us about the why. He did cognitive functioning tests. He did tests to determine if she was possibly malingering. Is she faking this? Personality tests. And he will tell you that in his expert opinion, at the time of the offense, Sydney was suffering from a severe mental disease, schizophrenia. And that severe mental disease prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of her conduct. You'll hear from Tom Swales. Tom Swales is a board-certified clinical neuropsychologist. He's been doing that since 1998.
So just at the time that she committed this murder, that's when she had schizophrenia. It's interesting because he doesn't really say, I didn't finish the whole thing, but I got through most of this defense statements, and he doesn't really mention anything about her. I didn't hear anything yet anyways about her having it now, I don't know. I'll have to hear if he does say it by the end of this, but I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it yet about what she is now. But he said at the time that she was suffering. At the time. I don't think it's I don't think schizophrenia is an at the time mental disorder. I don't think that. I think it's all the time. So yeah, that was interesting to me.
In 2016, he was given the job of doing court-ordered evaluations for Cuyahoga County. So for men and women who are charged with serious felony offenses in Cuyahoga County, he tells the judges and the prosecutors and defense attorneys and sometimes the jury whether or not that person is competent, whether or not they were sane at the time of the offense. Here in Summit County, we have a doctor named Dr. Wood and psychodiagnostic. They work with the court system here and they do competency and sanity evaluations. Dr. Swales does that in Cuyahoga County. You will hear that Dr. Swales first started seeing Sydney in January of 2021. He spent 7 hours with her the first time talking, testing. He spent 8 hours with Sydney the second time. He met with her in early January 2021. He tested her again just this last July, July 23rd, and spent another 7 hours with her. He will tell you about the tests that he knows that are recognized in his profession to make determinations to answer the why. And he's going to talk to you about his conclusion, which is, again, at the time of the offense, Sydney Powell was suffering from a severe mental disease that was schizophrenia. And that severe mental disease prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of her conduct. You're going to hear finally from Dr. Robin Belcher Timmy. Dr. Timmy.
Seeing there, he said it again, at the time of the offense. Those are like weird words for me to use for, I don't know. I just, you know what I mean? At the time of the offense, she was suffering from this at the time. I don't know. I don't think you should have included those words at the time.
Timmy's board certified in forensic psychology in Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, and Ohio. He works now at the Delaware Department of Corrections to help the individuals there make programming for violent criminal offenders. That's part of his job. Before that, he taught English in the Bronx, and he's familiar with at-risk factors for youth. He did multiple testings with Sydney over multiple days, and he will tell you that Sydney, at the time of the offense, was suffering from schizophrenia, and that schizophrenia prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of her conduct. As Mr. McAlee said, the judge's role is to give you the law. So I know no one on the prosecution side, and certainly not me, would ever intentionally mislead you about the law. If we say something that's different than what ultimately the judge says, listen to the judge. That's her job. But what I believe she's going to tell you about insanity is this. The plea of not guilty by reason of insanity raises the issue of insanity of the defendant at the time of the commission of the act. To establish the defense of insanity, the defendant must prove, by the greater weight of the evidence, that at the time of the offense, she did not know.
Hang on, I'm going to slow that down so that I can actually hear what he's actually saying. Let's do 125. I just want to understand what he is saying right here. Okay, let's listen to that again.
As Mr. McAlee said, the judge's role is to give you the law. So I know no one on the prosecution side, and certainly not me, would ever intentionally mislead you about the law. If we say something that's different than what ultimately the judge says, listen to the judge. That's her job. But what I believe she's going to tell you about insanity is this. The plea of not guilty by reason of insanity raises the issue of insanity of the defendant at the time of the commission of the act. To establish the defense of insanity, the defendant must prove, by the greater weight of the evidence, that at the time of the offense, she did not know, as a result of a severe mental disease, the wrongfulness of her act. That's the law. What I believe the judge is also going to tell you about the law in Ohio is there a thing called temporary insanity? How long does this have to last? And what I believe she's going to tell you is this. Insanity may be of short or long duration. The test for insanity remains the same, irrespective.
Okay, so here comes the part here that might answer kind of our questions. Diane says, I'm not sure how I feel. My mom's brother had schizophrenia, and he had his break after law school. My mom says that she remembers him starting to show oddities before his complete break. Yeah, I do believe that. Absolutely. I do believe that. But did he take somebody's life when he had his break? Or did he, like, because, you know what I mean? That's another level. I don't know. I mean, I've never had schizophrenia. I don't know anybody that does, I don't think. So, I can't speak 100% on, you know. But in my opinions, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that just at the moment she suffered from it. So without any, as far as I know, nobody saw anything really concerning, I don't think, before this happened. So, yes, yeah. You're going to be listening, KCG? Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for like all the stuff that you have been sending me. I appreciate that. We're going to have a look at it after. So, yeah, thank you, honey. Okay, let's continue with this here.
Perspective of its duration. Whether a form of temporary insanity exists in this case is a question of fact for you to determine, for you to decide. There will be three options in this case: guilty, not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty. And we are not only going to bring you those three experts that tell you, based on their experience, based on the testing that they performed, based on all the records that they reviewed, Sydney meets the definition of insanity in Ohio. We're going to bring you other records and other witnesses to talk about what led up to March 3rd, 2020. And what you're going to hear is there are classic symptoms of schizophrenia that now, looking back, these doctors can point and identify and talk about that were missed. They're going to talk to you about how schizophrenia manifests itself in late teens and early 20s. That's when this is common. You're going to hear that Cindy was reporting before March of 2020 audio and visual hallucinations. She was hearing voices. You're not worth anything. You're worthless. People know it. You're a failure. Those were the voices. She was seeing things, cartoon figures, looking like fire was coming out of her hands. She's going to talk about these, the doctors are going to talk about, and the records are going to show these delusions of reference, meaning Sydney believed that everyone was talking about her. Ms. Mulligan, the teacher from St. V, is going to come in and talk to you about an episode, a specific episode when Sydney was in her junior year at St. V. This is when she had a 3.8 grade point average, doing extremely well. She had a project. And you'll see when stress is placed upon Sydney or anyone with a serious and severe mental disease, bad things happen. When Sydney had to give this project, all of a sudden she kind of froze. And she tells Ms. Mulligan, I couldn't read the numbers. A friend of Sydney's takes her to their favorite teacher, Ms. Mulligan, and they talk. And Ms. Mulligan, the teacher, will tell you that Sydney was really confused, was distraught, was upset. I had never seen her like this. And it was what we would all now probably call a panic attack. You're going to hear that during the time that Sydney was playing soccer, she suffered from 2 concussions. And we'll present.
Oh, 2 concussions. That can definitely do something. I do know that. That's sad, Nikki. And Diane too, as you. I'm so glad that nothing really horrible happened with your family. It is livable if you have the support out there and the right medication. And a lot of times with stuff like that, it's like finding the right formula, right? Because one formula might work for one person doesn't work for the next person. So I think that that's like a huge part of why mental health is sometimes really difficult to treat, right? Because everybody is different. And that's sad. It's really sad.
Present the medical records where she sought treatment about a concussion. And you'll hear from our doctors about what concussions could potentially do to a young person's brain development. You're going to hear that this 3.8 grade point average student at St. V really began to struggle at Mount Union. She started Mount Union in the fall of 2018. And by the end of that first year, that 3.8 grade point average went down to, I think, a 2.12.
And Mount Union is a college or university. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's higher education. So, yeah, out of high school.
And Sydney was placed on academic probation. And the university told her, look, if you don't get your grades up, there's going to be a problem. You could get suspended. And that's exactly what happened. In December of 2019, Sydney was suspended from the Mount Union University. As you heard, Mount Union sends a letter. That letter goes to the home. And on December 21st, 2019, while Sydney's at home during Christmas break, she gets that letter and she signs for it. Now Sydney knows, I can't come back to school. And we heard Mr. McAleese talk about the lies. And Sydney was telling her roommates everything's okay, even that freshman year, when her friend, Lauren Curry, her best friend at the time, her roommate at the time, the person who knew her from high school, tried to put her in an executive position at the sorority. The university said, no, she's on academic probation. She can't have that position. And Lauren confronts Sydney. What's going on? Oh, it's a mistake. It's a mistake. And she eventually comes clean with her and said, I'm really struggling, which was a total shock to Lauren. That's the typical college, high school stuff. That's the lie. Everything's going to be okay. I'm struggling with high school. I'm struggling with grades. I'm trying to adapt. Mr. McAleese talked about a lie being heavy. And in this case, the lie is way heavier than the truth. This is more than a lie. This is a false reality. This is Sydney creating a world where everything is okay. I mean, how can you imagine going back to the university when you've been expelled? You know you can't be there. But she still says that. She shows up in January of 20, and her name's not on the door. Her key card's not working. She can't get food in the cafeteria. She's not in any classes. But she's created this fake reality, this false alternative reality that everything's okay. She's strapping on her backpack and pretending to walk to class. She's hiding out in the student center, the study room, waiting for her friends to come back. She's pretending to study. And the voices are getting louder. And her symptoms are growing stronger. She's sleeping more. She's isolating. She isn't going out. And she is not dealing with reality. The doctors are going to tell you that paranoia is like living in a constant state of terror. You're afraid you're going to be found out. You're afraid the truth will be exposed. You're afraid you're a total failure and life will come crashing down. The week before this incident is kind of a blur for Sydney. She tells her roommates, you know what, I'm going to take the rest of the semester off. I'm going to go home. I'm going to get my stuff together, get a job, and I'll come back maybe the following semester. Sorry, Judge. That's okay, yeah.
Somebody's disrupting court. He looks nervous. I don't know why. Like, look at him. He's just wiping his face and wiping his forehead. I don't think what we're hearing has anything to do with the court case. I'm not too sure exactly what happened there, but I had my sound down a little bit. So. That? Okay, hey, sorry. I was just talking to my daughter. He looks really nervous. I don't know what's going on here, but he's got some head trauma. It looks very. Okay, I really don't know what they're hearing, but I think it's just some noise. I'm not too sure. It's very muffled, and I can't really understand what they're saying or anything. So. Hugs, Diane. Oh, I'm sorry. It's always hard to lose someone close to us. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Hugs for you. So here's a look at the judge that is presiding over this case. So She looks stern. I'm not sure. It sounds like a testimony from family. I'm not sure if it is. Like, this is just the opening statement. So usually you don't hear any audio or anything like that during the opening statement. So I think it is just like noise, background noise that's going on. Maybe in the next room, in the hallway, maybe audio in the courtroom itself. Something started that wasn't supposed to, and I'm not sure. I don't know, so I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you, Honor.
Okay, yeah, they got it fixed. I guess.
So you're going to hear that about a week before this incident, Sydney finally leaves Mount Union, packs up her stuff.
Sucks for him, eh? Like, God, you never want a big break like that in your opening statements. Oh my gosh, no, right? Because, I mean, it's so easy, especially in somewhere like that. Jury might be nervous. They might be whatever, you know. It's easy to like lose track of like what we were talking about. And that's like a little bit of a long break there. I was like, I'd be pissed. I'm like, damn, I'm starting over.
And continues to project this alternative reality. You know, I'm going to take the rest of the semester off. I'll be back. Everything's okay. I'm going to go back home. I'm going to live with home. My parents know all about it. Everything's great. But Sydney really can't go home. So for a week, she's just bouncing around from hotel to hotel. I'm sure terrified, paranoid, delusional. And on March 2nd, the night before this incident, she has some glimpse of normality. She goes back to the university. She's with her friends again. They're watching The Bachelorette. She's laughing, and everything seems okay again. But she has to leave that warm, safe, friendly confine and go back out. And she can't deal with that reality, so much so that she texts her friend, "I'm home." When the reality is she's in a hotel room, alone, terrified, delusional, and on the verge of a massive psychotic breakdown. And that breakdown happens the next day when she shows up at home and her dad talks to her. What's going on? What's happening? By this time, Steve knows. He knows what's happening. You know what? I'm going to call mom. This is what mom does. This is the skill set that mom has. She deals with kids in conflict maybe better than anybody on the planet. And Brenda shows up.
Oh my goodness, sounds good, Tiger Talks. I look forward to it. She has a new video. Tiger Talks coming out with a new video, guys. I'm excited. Tonight? I'm just kidding. Take your time. Take your time. But hurry up. I'm just kidding. Josie did a really good job tonight, so I look very, very much forward to it. What you're gonna have. So, and no worries about the chat. Don't worry. I have Nikki here and Zena and Cheese, and we're all good for mods and stuff. So, absolutely. I look forward to it. Don't get too stressed out about it.
And they have this conversation, and Brenda's trying to make sense of it. And Sydney's still trying to say, I don't know, I'm just going to take the semester off. And Brenda knows and Steve knows that it's not a semester off. You've been suspended. And the last thing Sydney remembers is mom saying, it's going to be okay. She's giving her a hug on the couch. It's going to be okay. And in that moment, Sydney has a psychotic break from reality. Everything comes crashing in. And for the next 25 minutes, everything Sydney Powell said, everything.
Oh, you cut it out, Cheese. I don't think anybody feels sorry for you, but we feel sorry that you maybe have to go through stuff like that. So, and don't shut down emotions. Emotions are good, especially here. Come on, you're surrounded by women. Like, you're surrounded by, you don't, emotions? Come on, dude. Really? You're fooling yourself. You're fooling yourself. You are surrounded every day, every night by emotions far and wide, from sea to shining sea. You ain't getting out of it, Cheese. You ain't getting out of it.
Thing she did was done
because
of a severe mental disease, schizophrenia, that prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of her conduct. How do we know that? This evidence that you're going to see screams out insanity. The brutality of this incident screams out insanity. The lack of a motive screams out insanity. You're going to hear that there was no planning of this incident. There was no attempt to flee. Sydney's cars.
Now, I've never seen this girl cry before, but I have been noticing that she cries and then stops, and then she cries and then stops. So like I said, I've never seen this girl cry before. Maybe that's how she cries. I don't know, but it looks kind of, I don't know. It just a little weird, a little sus.
Is in the garage. If she truly appreciated the wrongfulness of her acts, she would have fled. She would have washed the blood off her. She would have changed her clothes. You're going to see pictures of the sinks and the tubs in the Powell household. There was no attempt to wash any blood off, no attempt to clean the clothes, no attempt to hide the clothes. The trash cans are photo.
After a few more months of hanging around all of us, geez, you are going to be the most blubbery, emotional man that there is on these YouTube streets. Okay? And I don't mean emotional by like, whiny, crying, and then like crying on. No. I just mean, in with yourself. And, you believe it. And it's inevitable. Be surrounded by a bunch of women like us. I'll tell you that. In my opinion.
Photograph. The police are trying to figure out why. You're going to see this body-worn camera of these two officers. And I ask you to watch Officer Legacy's camera carefully. And what you're going to see in Officer Jackson's body-worn camera, what you're going to see is Officer Jackson taking Sydney out of the house and putting her down by the bottom of the driveway near the mailbox. It's raining. And about 5 minutes after that, Sydney falls over and hits her face on the cold, wet pavement and goes catatonic. You'll see it for yourself. Her face is scratching on the pavement, and you'll see the pictures of that. She's clawing on the asphalt, and you'll see the pictures of that. She's hyperventilating, she's in shock, and she's catatonic. And she's...
I totally understand what you mean, Cheese. I really do. I have a few walls myself. I absolutely do. But just know they're not needed in here. You can keep them if you want them, but just know they're not needed in here. No. You're one of the women now. You're one of us. And you're loved. Everybody loves Cheese. Come on. Good stuff.
She's taken from the scene to Akron City Hospital. And at Akron City Hospital, she spends March 3rd and March 4th there. And you will hear and see from Detective Bertina King, who tries to go and make sense of this. At this point, law enforcement doesn't know. Is she a victim? Is she a suspect? What's going on? And Sydney is completely catatonic. She's mumbling to herself, get out, get out, get out. So what do the professionals at Akron City Hospital say on March 3rd and March 4th, within an hour and 24 hours of this incident? They say that she is incoherent. She's placed in protective isolation for psychiatric concerns. She is showing psychiatric symptoms of catatonia. And Dr. Ivan, who evaluates her, says, and you'll have these records, there is a concern for acute psychosis as a result of schizophrenia, concerns.
Well, I don't fucking know, man. I think I might be a little catatonic after I did something like that. I wouldn't want to talk to anybody either. I wouldn't be talking to nobody. I mean, like, fuck, I don't know what you're talking about. What you talking about? I wasn't there. It wasn't me. I'm good now. Leave me alone. I'm going to go catatonic. So, anyway. There you go. Cheese Mom has a price and 10% off original receipt. Oh my God. I have your video pulled up. I haven't watched it yet, but I have it pulled up here. And we're going to watch it later. So we're going to watch it later. Yeah, I'm not buying it again. Yeah, there you go. Virgo, you're like me. You're like, oh, okay, maybe she's... Oh, no, this bitch did it. She just... oh, but maybe then, and then you hear, and you're like, no, you know what? Fuck this bitch. She killed her mother. I like that too. Oh my God. Anyways. Oh, you guys are so funny.
Also for PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. That's not our experts. That's the hospital that's saying this within hours of Sydney arriving there. On March 4th, Sydney was charged, and she was discharged from Akron City Hospital. She was then transported to the Summit County Jail and was there March 5th and March 6th. On March 6th, she's released after Stephen Powell posted her bond. And there are mental health professionals at the Summit County Jail who look at her and evaluate her. And what they say is, if this client is released from jail, she is to be involuntarily hospitalized. Sydney's released on March 6th. She goes from the Summit County Jail to Portage Path Emergency Services, PES, P-P-E-S, Portage Path Emergency Services. And they see her for a day and a half, maybe 2 days. And they recommend inpatient psychiatric hospitalization. You can't go home. You have to go to an inpatient, involuntary psychiatric hospital, and that's what Sydney does. She goes from Portage Path to Akron General Cleveland Clinic, and she spends the next 9 days in the psychiatric hospital there. So for 9 days, there are experts whose only job, whose only motivation is to help the people in that institution who evaluate her. They talk to her, and they perform the tests that are recognized in the field of psychology to answer the question why. And what happens is, based on that testing, the observation, they come up with a diagnosis of schizophrenia. And they also say we're going to have to rule out possible epilepsy because there's this thing with the concussions. There's concern that maybe this was a seizure. What's going on? Let's answer the question why. So Sydney goes to University Hospital in June or July of 2020, and you'll have those records.
need details.
She's undergone a whole battery of tests over about 6 days. They do an MRI, they do an fMRI, and you'll hear about what all those tests tell us. And the result is it wasn't a seizure. The only explanation for what happened is a psychological breakdown, schizophrenia. While Sydney was at Akron General Medical Center, which is also Cleveland Clinic, for those 9 days, she's treated by Dr. Michael Favrer, F-A-R-I-U-R. And not only does he diagnose her with schizophrenia, but he starts to treat her with medication for the first time. And this isn't a baby aspirin. He's giving her medication called Abilify. And you'll hear about what that is and what it does and how it responds in the body. She's given Ativan. She's given Depakote to, quote, prevent future blackouts and potential violence. And you know what? Sydney responds well to the medication. Over the course of 9 days, she's starting to respond better, to the point where she can be released, in the doctor's opinion. And on March 17th, Sydney's released to her maternal grandmother, Betsy Brown. And she's remained there ever since. What you're going to hear is there was then outpatient treatment. A psychiatrist, Dr. Anthony Smartnick, first started seeing Sydney in March of 2020. And he continues to see her to this day. And you'll hear, and you'll see the records from Dr. Smartnick, and I believe you'll hear from him. He also diagnosed Sydney Powell with schizophrenia and PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, as a result of what occurred on March 3rd, 2020. And he continued to prescribe Sydney the antipsychotic medication that she was responding to well initially. You'll see the records that Sydney starts counseling. She starts to see Dr. Deborah Sally, who diagnoses Sydney with schizophrenia and continues to treat her for that severe mental disease. You'll hear that Sydney is now seeing a counselor named Michelle Ferrant, F-E-R-R-A-N-T, Ferrant, who continues to treat her today for schizophrenia and post-traumatic stress disorder. You'll hear the efforts to try to make her be able to tolerate and sit through this trial, how the medication was upped, knowing that it's going to be a traumatic experience. You're going to hear doctors and experts tell you, what would happen if I don't have a serious mental disease and I take all these drugs? They're going to tell you you'd be a zombie. You'd probably be drooling. You wouldn't be able to function in the day-to-day world. This isn't pretend. This is medicine. Sydney has responded well to the medicine that has been prescribed for a serious mental disease, schizophrenia. We're going to ask you to trust the science. Every single professional that has seen Sydney Powell has made the same diagnosis, schizophrenia, has prescribed medication. Mental illness is a real thing. The medication that is used to treat it is a real thing. That's what's happening here. Dr. Swales, after spending all that time with Sydney and testing her, will tell you, reviewing the medical records, the school records, the police reports, the witness statements, he will tell you that at the time of the offense, Sydney did have a severe mental disease, schizophrenia disorder, and that disease prevented her from knowing the wrongfulness of her conduct. Dr. Swales will tell you on March 3rd, 2020, Ms. Powell was delusional and irrational. She lost control. She was in the midst of a psychotic, violent break and did not know the wrongfulness of her conduct. Dr. Timmy, who knows these risk factors for at-risk youth, who's responsible for helping treat prisoners in the Delaware correctional system, spends all this time with Sydney, testing her, and he will tell you this. Ms. Powell was raised in an intact family by parents who consistently supported her. Her childhood does not appear to include the adversity very often seen in a population of people charged with murder, nor did Ms. Powell present with any of the hallmarks of the risks for violence known in peer-reviewed literature. She has no history of violence, no history of antisocial behavior, no history of problems with employment or relationships, no history of substance abuse or major prior mental disorders, no history of personality disorders or traumatic experiences, no violent attitudes or problems with adherence to treatment. By all accounts, Ms. Powell and her mother were very close and confided in one another. Ms. Powell was able to rely on her mother for support and encouragement. In fact, Ms. Powell was shocked that her mother was warm and supportive about her academic woes, even in the final moments before her death. Ms. Powell was in a full-blown psychosis at that point and was completely unaware of her actions.
So how does that happen though? Just out of the blue? Like, I get that she was in school and she had, but like, I don't know. I don't understand it myself enough to know. I don't know. I guess, like you say, like psychotic break, like just boom, just like that, I suppose, right? I don't know. It's hard to understand sometimes. From people on my side, like I've never had to deal with anybody with that. Not that I know of anyways, but you know, so it's crazy. I don't know. Hey, hello, Jasmina. How are you? This is the defense. Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is the defense opening statement. It's almost done. There's only just a few more minutes. We already listened to the prosecution. So if you wanted to go back and catch up, you could. Next, I'm going to try and bring up, I think, the 911 call that was placed. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Right? She answered the call from the school as her mother. You know, it's so, you know, I don't know. This is odd. Yeah, maybe money talks. I don't know. Something just triggered an event, if not medicated, to prevent them. Yes, absolutely. I do absolutely agree with that. I do absolutely agree with that. That is, you know, triggers are our thing, right? But I don't know. It's hard to understand, like, what triggers she may have had. You know, I mean, of course, we don't know every single detail about this girl's life, obviously, but you were lockering, but washed your hair in between, and you got lost track. Oh, oh my God, that's so cute. So yeah, it's I don't know. It's just, well, I imagine that it's probably her family that is backing her legally. I do have her dad's testimony, so I don't know if, like I said, there's probably more on court TV maybe, but it's like Googling it. It's hard to come up with. There are stories out there about this, but, and I haven't read every single one. I can tell you that. So, yeah, using all kinds of mental illness. This is sus to me. Yeah, I don't know, you know, but it's a defense, right? And it's a well-used defense. And by that, I mean, used over and over and over, you know, it is a common tactic in defenses to say that you lost your mind for a minute and you're crazy and you were nuts and you know, you're still a little crazy and nuts, but everything's good now and you can go home. So, you know, I don't know, it's kind of crazy. Okay, let's finish this one up though. It is just a few minutes left.
Dr. Reardon, who spent all that time with Sidney Powell, who reviewed the records, police reports, school records, hospital records, medication, doses, amounts, who noted breakthrough symptoms, meaning there were times over the last 3.5 years where Sidney would regress a little bit and hear voices again, or start having those thoughts creep in. And this time she had the courage to tell people who were in her life, her counselors, and they prescribed new and different medication, and it worked. Science is real. Mental health is a thing. Dr. Reardon will tell you at the time of the offense, Ms. Powell had a severe mental disease, schizophrenia. And as a result of this severe mental disease, she was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions as charged. She was in a psychotic state, out of touch with reality, and unable to know the wrongfulness of her acts. He will tell you that he has been consulted on in capital murder cases where people are facing the death penalty, not only by the defense, but also by the prosecution and by the Ohio Attorney General's office, consulted on those cases. And what he will tell you is, I have rarely, if ever, seen a situation where an individual was in such an utterly compromised psychological state as Sidney Powell. The science is overwhelming, and it supports insanity. More powerful than the science, more persuasive than the witnesses, is the inescapable truth and the undeniable conclusion that the Powell family is a good family. Sidney Powell didn't kill her mother because she was upset about being suspended from Mount Union. This family has suffered a nightmare of unimaginable consequences. In less than 2 weeks, I will stand before you and ask you to end that nightmare and return verdicts of not guilty by reason of insanity. Thank you.
Okay, so that was the defense. So like, oh my God, you guys, right? Like, what the fuck? I don't know. That's why I thought this one was like really kind of interesting. I haven't seen anybody really talking about it too much. So I was like, oh, well, that's something that maybe people might know about, but like maybe not like, you know. I've like watched it for the last few days everywhere, you know, which I hate doing too. I hate like having, I mean, I always want to cover all the good stuff too, right, on my channel. But I mean, sometimes I just don't talk, you know, don't talk because everybody else talk about it. It's like, okay, well, you know, we'll try something else. But anyway, so there's that. The next one here is, the next one here is her dad testifying. And I believe that this is the one where we will hear the 911 call. And for that, you guys, please, please, please give me just a second here, if you guys would actually, and let me update the banner a little bit here. Content warning graphic. Oh, I guess actually that one's not. That one's actually pretty good. And let me just add this to the end of it as well. This one. Okay. Oh, I did it again. Hang on. Just a second, you guys. Okay. I just want to add this to the end of just a disclaimer saying that all content is protected and it's for educational purposes only. Okay. Schizoid condition. I know, Nikki, just speaking on a condition that I am familiar. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, brain injuries are very complex, right? Because everybody is wired in their own way. You know, I mean, the human body, the human brain is all. It's like a plain model, brand new pickup truck, you know. But then like everybody has like their own, you know, upgrades or downgrades, or you know what I mean? Like everybody is different. So pinpointing mental health. I wouldn't want to be the person that had to do that. I really wouldn't, because it's got to be really kind of difficult in some areas. And I think that maybe that's also become part of the reason of us like not being able to deal with mental health as best as we can. Because I think that too, like, of course, I think therapists, doctors, mental health people, they definitely understand that not everybody's going to be the same, right? But I think it's sometimes easier for them just to group a bunch of people together and treat them all in the same way, kind of thing. Does that make sense? Yeah. Right, Jasmina? Yes, everybody is exact. And you know what? You could have two people that have say that there's let's just say for example, there's two people, okay? And there are 10 symptoms that they share, okay? That are very similar, 10 symptoms that they share, okay? But there's actually 11 symptoms, and they each just have one thing like different than each other. You know what I mean? And that can be difficult to maybe pinpoint when you are dealing with how many people in the world that are dealing with mental health. Oh my God. I mean, the number would fucking astound you probably. So yeah, it's got to be difficult. Absolutely. Even us, like we try to do it here, right? We try to maybe not diagnose, but we try to understand like people, like Betty, people. I don't know. Maybe Betty's not a very good example because I don't think she's understandable. I think she is understood actually, and I don't think there's any changing anything of it. I think she's the one that doesn't understand who she is. Oh my gosh, we all do. But, yeah. That's a criteria. For example, you have to have 7 out of 10 symptoms. Yes, yeah. But like, there's so many combinations of those like 7 symptoms that you can you know what I mean? Like the same 7 symptoms I might have may not be the same 7 symptoms that you have, you know what I mean? So that's where that's where I'm trying to say that I think that like sometimes they get all like kind of boxed into the, same kind of category maybe or whatever. I don't know what I'm saying maybe. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. I don't know. Anyways. So anyways, so this is a little bit of a longer video, so I am going to try and speed it up a little bit. We'll do 1.5. I don't know. This stuff is all so good. I don't really want to skip ahead or miss anything, so. But we'll watch this one and then maybe we'll go on to something else for, the rest of the night or something. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, this is Dad. This is her dad up here. And he's testifying. So let's have a listen to what Dad says. I'm going to put it on mute for a couple minutes just because I need to do something in the kitchen here. So I'll be back in just two minutes.
I'm going to ask you if you could keep your voice up. I don't think I heard that. Is it blue? The microphone blue there?
It is.
Thank you. That's much better. Mr. Powell, obviously, you know who I am, one of the prosecutors on this case, right?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Powell, I'm not even going to sit here and pretend to know how difficult this must be for you. I understand you're in the incredibly unfortunate position of being a victim in this case, but also being a fact witness. I promise to treat you with dignity and respect. If there's any question that you don't understand, please let me know. If you need a break for any reason, also let me know that as well. Okay, sir?
Understood.
Sir, obviously, Sydney Powell is your daughter, correct?
Correct.
And where did she go to high school?
St. Vincent, St. Mary,
Okay, and that's here in Akron?
here in Akron, Ohio.
Okay. And how did you as a family decide that's where she was going to go to high school?
We ended up going to St. Sebastian Elementary Middle School, and it was just a natural transition for kids in that district or that school to either go to another parochial school in Akron.
And I think we've already heard you're a Catholic family.
Yes,
And certainly by all accounts, Sydney at St. B's, for short, was in high school, was a great student, correct?
correct.
Got great grades.
Yes,
And she also had some extracurricular activities during high school. Is that right?
she played some sports. Yes,
Okay, can you please tell the jury what those were?
she played soccer and 1 year lacrosse.
Okay. Did she do any other extracurricular activities at St. B?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. And she actually graduated with a pretty high grade point average, didn't she?
Yes,
And I'm sure that made you very proud.
it did.
And forgive me, I don't know. Was Sydney I'm sorry, let me ask you this way. Mr. Malarski said that you have an associate's degree.
I do.
Okay. And did Brenda have any degrees?
She had a bachelor's degree in
Bachelor's
child
degree.
and early development, child development.
Early childhood development.
Yes.
So when it came time, as a lot of parents, get there when their kids are juniors and seniors, it came time to discussion for college. Please tell the jury how that conversation went, how you decided that, or Sydney decided she was going to go to Mount Union. Can you just tell the jury about that, please?
We went on a couple college campus tours. We went down to Kentucky and Bowling Green and Mount Union, but I think we both decided that Mount Union was a closer, and Sydney liked that it was a smaller school and still relatively close to home.
Did you visit the campus with Sydney?
We did.
Okay, and Brenda?
Correct.
What was it about Mount Union that you all loved?
Just the closeness of it. It was like a small little community almost. It wasn't a big campus where you're just a number.
Okay, and that's in Alliance, Ohio?
Yes.
Maybe about, what would you say, about an hour from Akron or a little less?
I'm bad with directions, but yeah, maybe no more than an hour.
Okay, so if in college and Sydney ever wanted to come home, that really wasn't a big deal. It's less than an hour away.
It was close, yes.
Okay, and was Sydney excited about going to college?
She was.
Okay, and what did she want to study?
Never really settled on much of anything.
Okay, that's not unusual. Some kids don't know what they want to do. Okay. And when Sydney applied to Mount Union, did she get a scholarship?
She did.
Okay, and do you remember what kind of scholarship that was?
I think it was called the Presidential Scholarship or something to that
Okay.
effect.
And I know that it's a private school. Did she, or you and your family, did you get like a break on tuition as a result of that scholarship?
Yes.
Was it, do you know, and again, I apologize, and I know this is tough, but it's like 25%, 50%, if you could remember?
Maybe 25%. I'm not sure.
Okay, and that's fine, I understand. We've also heard a little bit about this Life 360 app.
Yes.
Did your family use that app?
We did.
Okay, can you, for those in the jury who might not know what that is, can you tell them what it is and what it does?
I'm not technically savvy, but it seems it tracks your whereabouts with your
Okay,
phones.
so at any given time, you might know where Brenda is, where your son is. His name's Andrew, right?
Yes.
Or Sydney is. It can kind of you look on your phone, there's a map, and it can kind of tell you where everyone is.
General vicinity, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And for how long had you had that app?
I don't remember. Maybe high school. I don't recall.
Okay. And it was on everybody's phones?
Yes.
So Sydney would have started her first year at Mount Union. That would have been the fall of what year, if you recall?
Was it 18? Is it?
Okay, fall of 18. Okay. And she chose to live on campus, right?
Correct.
In the dorms?
Yes.
In that first year, how often would she come home?
I don't really recall. I mean, it wasn't that often if I remember, but
Every now and then?
yes.
Would she come home on when there were actual breaks, like fall break or spring break, winter break? Was that the standard she would come home, or would she maybe come home other times?
She'd come
as
home
well?
during the breaks.
Mostly just during the breaks?
Most of the breaks.
Okay. And how much communication would you have with her, excuse me, I'll withdraw that. How much communication would you or Brenda have with Sydney while she was away at college?
I can't add. Brenda probably a lot. Me as a dad, not that much.
Okay, so Brenda maybe talked to her, kept in touch with her more than you did.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Fair to say?
Fair.
Okay. And is that because of, again, as we've already heard, how close Sydney and Brenda were?
Yes.
I mean, that is in no way to imply that you were not close to her as well, that sometimes moms are good at some things, dad are good at some other things, right?
Fair statement.
Okay. So in that first year, Sydney's first year at Mount Union, actually, you know what, I'll go back and ask this. As a parent of a college student at Mount Union, how much information in terms of her grades would you have access to or be privy to?
They have an app, but I never really looked at it that much that first year.
Okay. And it's my understanding that colleges don't readily give out that information unless the student themselves says it's okay.
Correct.
Okay. Because at that point, they are legally adults, right?
Legally.
So they're essentially college, you're familiar with medical HIPAA laws. There's actually college laws as well that say certain information can't be released unless the student gives their okay.
Okay.
Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. So
Okay, sorry,
you wouldn't
guys.
have access to Sydney's academic record at that time, would you?
Okay, so I'm back. So like they were saying that like things were kind of good at home or whatever. They shared that what was that 360 family app or something, whatever they said. So they were obviously a tight family and tight enough to keep in touch with each other all the time like that, right? So Zena, yes, I'm going up back into the comments here. And do you guys remember not that long ago I had said something about like I wanted to try and think of something that like we could have like every Monday night would be this or every Tuesday would be this or whatever. And I'm thinking of having a mental health night where we can just talk about things. I'm maybe I can like come up with I can come up with like just certain like this, talking about like whatever schizophrenia and like how it affects people or whatever, you know what I mean? So, yes, absolutely, Nikki. Schizophrenia is a debilitating disease. It absolutely is. And I'm not putting my opinion out here about this girl because I discount the mental illness of schizophrenia. I absolutely believe it. It is real. It's there. People suffer from it every single day. It can be very, very difficult. Absolutely. But so far in this situation, I'm not too sure quite yet. I'm leaning more towards that she didn't have schizophrenia actually. But like I said, we haven't quite maybe heard enough to make 100% diagnosis ourselves anyways, armchair diagnosing. Keyboard diagnosis. Pillow fights every Friday night. Well, everybody does. Like Friday nights are usually just let down, let loose. Like, it's on most people's lives, I'm saying. Like, it's just let down, let loose. So yes, I've been trying to think of something that we can do for like a Friday night. That's just, not too serious. Just have, whatever. Just people can come up and talk or tell about like a joke, a stupid story of whatever, we can like watch funny videos or, you know what I mean? Just anything, right? Just to deflate from the week and just have some fun together. Because lots of times we talk about difficult situations and difficult subjects, right? So, yeah. Yes, absolutely, Diane. Can be absolutely, and it would be, and it will be, a judgment-free zone. I don't even really worry too much about that because, like I have some really good mods in here that are like really good souls, people that I have, been around on these streets for quite some time now. So, and I kind of know who they are and, what they, and like, yeah, it's, saying that all untreated, homeless. What's going on here? You guys, calm down. Starry Night, saying all untreated skits. No, I don't think anybody said that. I hope not anyways. I don't think so. But yes, Diane, this is absolutely a place of no judgment. And I mean, it's always a place that you can talk if you want to. It's always a free place. I'm trying to remember for I think I've done not too bad for the last putting the link. So if anybody wants to come up, that you can. Like Mint Mama the other day, you know, she came up and she kind of ranted and raved, and she said, what she had to say, and then she moved on. So yeah. And it's always welcome here. Oh yeah, Nikki and Starry. I think maybe there was just a misunderstanding between the conversations that you guys are having. Yes, you guys. Hospitals in the U.S. were first housing for mental health society and lock them away from no one to see. Absolutely, Starry Night. That's very true. Hospitals in the U.S. first were housing for mentally ill society and locked them away for no one to see. Yes. Back in the day, I don't know if all hospitals in the U.S. or whatever were for that. They probably had a wing, right? The third floor. You know, that's what it's always called in Canada anyways. I'm going to send you up to the third floor or fourth floor. Maybe it's the fourth floor. So, I think maybe it was just a misunderstanding. Starry. And Nikki, no, she's not T. Kelly. No. Not at all. So jeez. Oh my god. As a fiddle fight, not cat bite. No. Oh, Starry Whispers, I'm sorry. Yeah, Nikki is definitely not T. That's something I know definitely for sure. And if she is, then she's been fooling a lot of you for a long time. Because Nikki's been around forever. So yeah. Well, I hope you don't leave, Starry, but if you want to, of course you can. Like, of course. Good night. I hope I see you back. I really do. Misunderstandings can happen, but as long as we are able to talk them out, then it's all good, right? So, yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Tiger Talks. Thank you. I think it was just a misunderstanding. That's all. I think it was just a misunderstanding between Nikki and Starry Night. So, Jasmina, they will. Starry and Nikki, I think they'll figure it out. They've been around each other for quite some time, for sure. Starry Night's been around for quite a while now, so yeah. Figure it out, ladies. Figure it out, girls. And if you, I mean, Jesus is gonna bring out the mud pit here if we don't, you know. So. Hey, Erie, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Back to the bushes. No worries, sweetheart. Right. Yeah. All right. Tiger. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yes. Okay. So let's continue on with Dad's testimony here, because his insight will probably be pretty interesting to hear about when it comes to his own daughter, obviously, right? So crazy. I feel for the guy. I really do.
Correct.
And not Brenda either, right?
Correct.
In her first year at Mount Union, I believe that we're talking 2018 to
That's
2019.
it, you guys.
Were you or Brenda
I
aware
don't
of any
like your
academic problems
marshmallows.
Sydney may have?
That's it, you guys. No more fighting. Yes. No, don't apologize, Nikki. It's okay. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. Same with Starry Night. Please don't worry about it, okay? Nikki can be very passionate. Absolutely. So, and Starry Night, you can too. So you guys just, no more burnt marshmallows. Come on, Virgo's got to. She's got to start all over again. Who wants the burnt marshmallow? You could just take off the just take off the outside, the burnt part, right, and leave the middle, and then you can cook it again. So we're all good. We're all good. There's lots of marshmallows, guys. I love you guys. You're awesome. Okay, let's listen to Dad here for a bit.
They have been having during that first year?
No.
Okay. Did she ever share with you that she had been having any academic problems?
No.
I guess when she came home that summer, well, I mean, I don't want to assume, did she come home after that first year and spend the summer with you?
She did.
Okay. What did she do that summer?
She had a job.
Okay, where did she work?
The baseball team down here, the Rubber Ducks.
The Akron Rubber Ducks?
Yes.
What'd she do for them?
I worked in the kids zone.
Okay. And during that summer, any share anything about what was going on at school or anything like that?
No.
So she would have returned, or she did return to Mount Union in the fall of 2019 to start her third semester of her second year. Fair to say?
Fair.
Okay. And again, she's still living on campus in the dorms?
Yes.
And if you know, I believe you do, who was she living with in the dorms?
Lauren Curry was the only one I know. There were two other girls, but I don't know their names.
Okay. And who's Lauren Curry?
They're her best friend from high school.
All right. Sydney and Lauren were best friends in St. B.
Yes.
And they both chose to go to Mount Union and live together in the dorms?
Yes.
And I've also heard they had a suite. Have you ever visited the dorm? Do you know what it?
I visited the second dorm once.
Okay. And did Sydney and Lauren have a room, and then these other two girls had a separate room, or was it all just one big room?
There were 2 rooms.
2 different rooms.
Yes.
I assume shared a bathroom.
Yes.
And in that third semester or the fall of her second year, were you aware?
So they were like in a college dorm, staying kind of thing, or probably just renting rooms in a house, some like they did oh God, I hate to bring it up, but in Idaho, like the kids that rented that house, they all just rented a room, maybe there was 2 in a room or just 1 or so. And she was with her best friends from school. They probably definitely knew her very well. So I don't know. It's crazy. Yes. Yeah, this trial is going on presently. I think that they are doing closing statements. What is it? It's after midnight, so it would be today, Friday. I'm pretty sure that the closing statements are starting to come out, or they already did. I'm not quite sure. They are very close to the end, though. So yeah.
Aware of any academic problems that she was having during that semester?
No.
One girl knew her from previous school. Yeah, she went to high school with her roommate that she lived with at university. So yeah, she must have known her pretty well,
Have you since come to learn, I understand you didn't know then, but have you since come to learn that at the end of that semester, we're talking around December of 2019 when that semester ended, that your daughter became unenrolled from Mount Union?
Yes.
But you didn't know that at the time?
Correct.
Do you remember, did Sydney, after the December that semester ended in 2019, was there a winter break? There usually is.
It sounds like there should be, but I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember her coming home for that winter break of spending Christmas and New Year's with you all?
Yes.
And did she share anything about how college was going with you or Brenda then?
Not with me. No.
Okay. But Brenda also didn't tell you anything unusual was going on either, did she?
Correct.
Hey, Misty Lovely, how are you? Welcome in tonight. We're watching some
And throughout,
today.
I guess those first 3 semesters, her first year and then that first semester of her second year, were you and Brenda responsible for her tuition payments?
Yes.
Okay, and all those payments were made, correct?
Correct.
And how would you and Brenda make those payments?
We had a 529 plan.
Okay, and so you had this account that you would pay the tuition from?
Yes.
Would they be electronically made? Would you send the university a check? How would that go?
I didn't send a check for the first due. It could have been electronic. I don't know. It went through
I'm sorry.
it went through like a broker form.
Okay.
So you remember in the opening statement, like they figured it out because like the payment didn't go through, right? Because the university wasn't charging them because she was no longer enrolled in school. So yeah. Diane, me too. That's got to be definitely hard on this jury to come to a verdict. And yeah, I always wonder if it was the right one, right? So it's why like mental, I don't know about this. Like I think there have been talks even before of taking off. Oh, sorry. The mental illness defense when it comes to cases like this. I don't know. I think wasn't there talk about it before? Taking that off because it just used so much. Not saying that it shouldn't be used in certain cases and stuff, but I think it's just it seems like anyways a really easy defense to grab at when there's just really no other explanation other than evilness and brutality and mean, and you know what I mean? Like, so I think sometimes it's like an easy defense when like I said, there's nothing else that really can explain it other than just somebody that's fucking evil, full of hate or whatever. So some states only is insanity not accepted any longer. Okay. So yeah, okay. That's kind of probably why it popped in my head. I was like, it wasn't that thing or whatever. Cheese is hungry. Virgo is way hungry. Virgo is hungry. Everybody's getting hungry. Do you want to take a break? Save a break and go get your snacks. Take a pee, maybe. Whatever. Anyways. After this, we're gonna talk a little bit of poo-poo. There's always poo-poo to talk, so we'll talk some poo-poo. And maybe maybe we'll do some Ruby Franke stuff because I wanted to show you guys some stuff about that. So, oh my goodness. All right, so yeah, it's that time of night. If you got them, smoke them. All right. We're getting through this together, you guys. We're getting it through together. All this talk about marshmallows is making me crave sweets, and I don't keep sweets in the house. Well, you got all of us sweets around you. Look at all these sweets around you. You're lucky. Marshmallows are darn good, I'm telling you. We have marshmallows in the house all the time. All the time. The kids like them, first of all, and I like them too. I eat marshmallows just raw. I like just grabbing a couple, the big ones, campfire ones. Grabbing a couple of those, just having a snack like that. Oh my God, they're so yummy. But anyway.
I guess in terms of a timeline, we're coming to January of 2020
Let's talk about food
when
around
she
here.
would have returned to Mount Union. Did she return to Mount Union in January of 2020?
Yes.
And in January or even February of 2020, were you aware of any issues that were going on with her at Mount Union?
No.
And did Brenda tell you that she suspected anything might be going on?
No.
Sir, as we get into early March, did you have before March 3rd, did you have any information that something might be going on with Sydney in Mount Union?
The only thing that I knew is when I tried to sign on to the like their whatever app that they have on the website, it kept kicking me out.
The app that Mount Union had?
Yeah, they're like a portal, I think it's called.
A portal? Okay, and you would try to sign into that portal and it wouldn't let you in?
Correct.
Why were you trying to get into that portal?
See, because the 529 plan didn't cover all the tuition for the year, so I had to make a personal check.
Okay.
So I had to see how much that was.
Okay. And when you had difficulty logging onto that portal, what did you do?
I asked Sydney what was going on about it.
Okay, what did she say?
There was a mistake with Mount Union,
Okay,
and she'd look into it.
okay, and at that point you had no reason not to trust what
Correct.
she's telling you.
Correct.
And to be fair, you always found her trustworthy.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. And we all know this happened on March 3rd. What was that particular conversation about the portal and talking to Sydney and saying what's going on? Was that a few days prior to March 3rd or the day before, if you know?
I don't recall.
Okay,
It was
but just
before.
a few days before?
I don't recall how many days before. There was before.
Before March 3rd, did you become aware, like that portal issue, of any other issues with Mount Union and Sydney's enrollment?
No.
Sorry, again, I know this may be difficult, but there are some.
I want bulgogi. I want it. I looked it up. I didn't know what it was, so I just Googled it, and it looks really good. He looks sad. I know. This dad is so sad. He does look really sad. You made a tincture and added it to raw honey. Yummy. Yes, Korean barbecue beef. Yeah. I had to Google that one. I'm telling you, I'm not that smart. I couldn't even say it, so. But it looks good. Looks good.
There are some things about March 3rd that we do need to talk about. So the morning of March 3rd, that was a Tuesday, correct?
Yes.
And you went to work like any other day, right?
Yes.
And please also tell the jury, where do you work
Akron Steel Treating Company.
and your position there?
I'm Vice President of Quality.
And how long have you had that, or how long have you worked for that company?
28 years or so.
And so that morning, what was the first issue?
And that company that he works for is apparently like his father's company that he started himself. So that's why I was saying like this family is obviously a prominent, wherever they are. Akron, Ohio. I don't know if that's a big town or I'm not too sure, but it seemed like it was a decent sized business. So been around for decades.
Issue that came up with Sydney and Mount Union that you recall?
I believe Mount Union called me. They called me, and the conversation was that Sydney wasn't enrolled anymore. And then I asked for how long, and they said, you have to ask her.
Okay. And I'm sure that came as a shock to you?
Yes.
And again, they said you have to ask. I know it sounds cold, but they're saying you have to ask her because they can't give you any more information, right?
That was my assumption.
So when Mount Union tells you she's no longer enrolled, what did you do?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember the details of all that.
Okay. Did you call Sydney or try to reach out to her at all?
I don't think I did. I don't know.
Okay. Now, at some point that morning, I think we may have already heard this. I don't know if we have, but you actually went home and spoke to Sydney. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. What prompted you to go home, to leave work and go home?
because I saw on the app she was home, which I thought was a little bit early. The
Okay.
360 life.
The 360 app showed that she was home.
Yes.
If someone on that app comes home, do you get like a little buzz or notification on your phone?
If it's set up, you can.
Okay. So did you just happen to see that on the 360 app, or did it give you like a
I
notification?
might have got a notification. I don't recall.
Okay. So you get a notification that Sydney's at home, correct?
Yes.
And when you see that, you go home.
Correct.
Right? And
I
why do you
did
go home?
Tiger Talks. Thank you.
See why she was home.
Okay.
I love you so
Did
much.
you have any
I
concerns
appreciate
for her at that time?
you.
Just because Mount Union said she wasn't enrolled, but no.
I would
enrolled,
never
so she
hate
was so
you.
early.
Okay. And did you take your phone with you when you went home?
No.
And why not?
I just left it at work, so the 360 app wouldn't show me coming home.
Okay. Did you not want Sydney to be able to see that you were coming home?
I would imagine that was my intent.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, your place of employment, how far is it from your home?
15 minutes.
Okay.
Maybe.
So you come home, and this is, I think, I'm not going to hold you to exact times, sometime maybe around 11, 11:30 or
Yeah,
something like that.
I would imagine. I don't know. For
Okay,
that
again,
at all.
I'm not holding you to specific times, but so you come home at 11, 11:30, and is Sydney at home?
Yes.
All right. And is anyone else home at this point?
No.
Did you have a conversation with your daughter at that time?
I did.
Can you tell the jury, what did she tell you about what was going on?
From my recollection, it sounded what I understood is she was still enrolled. It was only a couple weeks that she was still going to some classes and still doing her homework on the side.
Okay. So she told you she was essentially still enrolled, but just having some trouble?
I don't know if she used the word trouble, but
And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You tell me. What did she say?
She was, I don't remember the details, but I remember she said she was.
Objection, leading. Right? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Well, you shouldn't then. Shut the fuck up. I don't know. That didn't impress me too much there. Thank you, Tiger Talks. I really appreciate that. I really do. Cocoa Puffs. I don't have Cocoa Puffs, but I have like cinnamon toast crunch. That, I mean, seriously. And I also have like Tim Hortons apple fritter cereal. Okay? My Canadians, go get yourself a box of apple fritter Tim Hortons cereal. You're going to die. You're going to die. It is so good. It's an apple fritter on a spoon. Yeah. I know. I live on sugar too. I really do. Oh my God. Jeez. You're so cheesy. Objection, leading. Yeah, exactly. Right, Jasmine? Yes. Jasmine, yes. I did. I watched every second of it. I wanted to actually maybe even one night, or whatever, watch it over again because it's just so crazy. But I got a kind of a thumbs down in the chat when I asked before. They're like, no, fuck that. So, but it's a good one. It's on Court TV if anyone wants to watch it again. Because damn, it was, yeah, my tongue stepped on a bee. Ooh. Yeah, oh my God. See, there's some reason to watch it again. I'm telling you. There's plenty of reason to watch it again. Oh my God. You're not keen on apple? Raw apples make me Billy. Doesn't keep a doctor away in your case. No way. Oh, well, it's really good. I don't know about you. I guess not for you, though. Anybody else that does like apples? You're not keen on apple. I mean, I like apple stuff. Like I like apple pie, and I like, apple stuff. Oh, sorry. And yes, Tiger, I did take it, but I just put it on a snooze earlier. But I did take it because that's my little ringer for my little medicine there. So, ling. So, anyways, give that cereal a try. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff.
Still going to some of her classes with her friend Lauren.
So what was, when she told you this,
Yes,
what was your response?
please. Oh, yummy.
Then we would work it out.
Okay. Do you remember telling her, and I know you had a conversation with the police too, do you remember telling her that, you can't run away from your problems, you have to face them?
I said we'd go through, you guys get through the semester, and if you needed to take the summer off.
Trigger warning here, you guys. This one gets a little bit hard, probably. I can imagine that it is hard for this girl, and especially difficult for that dad that's sitting on the stand right now having to testify about his daughter. I mean, can you imagine?
We would. I remember she said all her friends have their shit together, and she doesn't. And I told her, no, that's not true.
She said she didn't. Sydney said, I don't have my shit together, but my friends do.
Yeah, she didn't know what she wanted to do. It sounded like.
Sure. Do you remember telling her, let's call the school back, get reinstated, something along those lines?
I think I said, let's call your mother.
I'm sorry.
I think I said, let's call your mother.
Okay, and why did you say that?
Brenda was better at things like that than me.
Okay. And do you mean by dealing with Sydney or the college or both?
Probably both.
So is that when, did you call Brenda then?
Yes,
We already heard she was at work at After Children's, correct?
correct.
And did you ask her, hey, something going on with Sydney and at college? Did you ask her to come home?
She said she would come home. She said she's going to talk to Jill and she'll come home.
Did you stay at home? I'm sorry, do you need a minute?
No, go ahead.
Take your time, sir. Did you stay at home until Brenda got there? Or
So it sounds like Mama was maybe the authoritarian in the family, right? So that might, point a little more towards like her aggression towards your mom. She was the one coming down on the kids, maybe not coming down on them, but you know what I mean? Like just the authoritarian, crunchy check apples, sugar check, heavy cream check, cheese. We better make enough for everybody because I want some. Sounds so good. Yes, he does look heartbroken. He does. I mean, that poor guy, he lost his wife. And he's possibly, I was going to say most likely, but that's a little judgmental. Possibly going to lose his daughter as well. He probably has already lost her in some ways, Oh, gosh. It is sad, Petty Cracker. Hello. How are you? It is very sad. Very sad.
or did you leave before she got home?
I left before she got.
So you went back to work knowing that Brenda was on her way home?
Yes.
Did you, after you left, did you share any text messages with Brenda about what was going on with the school and everything?
I don't recall the timing of anything like that.
Do you remember that while you were at work calling Brenda and she said that she was just pulling into the driveway?
Yes.
And do you recall around
Oh gosh, I hope he doesn't
12:36
feel any guilt.
that you got a text from Brenda saying that
Which he probably does, right? He left knowing that his wife was going to go home and deal with whatever was going on with their daughter. Crazy eye. Oh my goodness. I'm a parent. Most of us in here, I think, are parents. Like, I think it's just like a natural thing that we would feel guilty, right? Like, God, why did I leave? Why didn't I stay there? Why, sad, very sad.
saying that she's waiting for the Mount Union Student Affairs to call her back?
Yes.
And that she texted that she wanted to know how much was the check that Mount Union is returning. Does that ring a bell?
That does.
And do you recall around 12:37 that you texted Brenda to check on the scholarship to make sure Sydney didn't lose it?
Yes.
And then you at 12:41, you texted, what did you discuss with Sydney? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Sir, I know this is hard, and I'm sorry you're in this position to answer these questions. Do you remember receiving a call from Detective Deese, Mr. Ken Deese, that just testified at 12:51, about 10 minutes later?
I remember the phone.
Okay. And he told you that there was an incident at your house that he heard over the radio?
Yes.
And is that when you, do you remember at 12:52 to 12:53 trying to call Sydney and Brenda and not getting any answer?
Yes.
And then at 12:54, while you were actually on the phone with Mr. Deese, that Sydney called you back? You remember?
I don't remember.
You don't remember her calling you back?
No.
Okay. Did you remember had that conversation with the acting police detective?
No. I remember talking to Sydney. I didn't know who initiated the call.
Okay, and I apologize. I didn't mean to confuse you. But you had a conversation with Sydney after Mr. Deese, Detective
Yes.
Deese already called you.
Yes.
And that's when Sydney told you that Brenda was on the phone with Mount Union?
Yes.
Miss Tulovy, yes, she did. She unlived her with a cast iron frying pan and a steak knife. And it was all apparently over her being kicked out of university. She was lying to friends, lying to her parents, and apparently it just came all to a head. And her mom ended up unalive. So yeah, I don't know. It's very sad. It's very sad. We're right at the very beginning here. We watched the defense and prosecution opening statements. The defense is that at the time of this incident, she had suffered from schizophrenia. Everything that she was going through, school, whatever, had all come crashing down to her. And, she had a schizophrenic break. So she attacked her mom, apparently. And yeah, so it's scary. And this is alive. A case that is going on right now. So yeah. Right? Yes, absolutely. No right mind could do that mess. I totally agree. But was it schizophrenia? Is the question. There's no question that she did do this crime, but the question is whether she suffered from major mental illness at the time that this incident occurred. So that's the question. And right now I'm leaning more towards no, she didn't. Insanity. Yeah. That's the plea. That's the plea from the defense. Insanity. So that's the question for the jury to answer. Was she suffering from schizophrenia at the time of this incident, or is she just, just an evil person, so yeah. Hello, Delene. How are you, honey? Good to see you. I hope you had a good day. It is Friday. It's Friday. Unless you're in Alaska, I think it's almost Friday. I don't know what time they're at right now, if they're an hour behind or at the same time it is. But anyways, I think they're an hour behind. So anyways, okay. She was bailed to the grandmother. Right? I wonder how dad and brother feel about her too. Because the grandma, she does testify. So it didn't have anything to do with, the dad and the brother maybe, having to testify or whatever, or keeping them apart so they don't have to talk about stories or whatever, but she but the grandma does testify. So I don't know, maybe they don't want her there no more. Or it could be the court too that is, saying that she can't be with them, or yeah. So yeah, crazy.
And that's when you told Sydney that the police were on the way to the house.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, according to you, that's when Sydney got. And these deputies already called you.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, just gonna back up.
And that's when Sydney told you that. Okay, and I apologize, I didn't mean to confuse you, but you had a. You don't remember her calling you back?
No.
Okay. Did you remember had that conversation with the Akron police detective?
No. I remember talking to Sydney. I didn't know who initiated the call.
Okay, and I apologize, I didn't mean to confuse you, but you had a conversation with Sydney after Mr. D's, the deputies already called you.
Yes.
All right. And that's when Sydney told you that Brenda was on the phone with Mount Union?
Yes.
And that's when you told Sydney that the police were on the way to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, according to you, that's when Sydney got hysterical and said someone had broke into the house?
Yes.
And then you actually called Detective Dees back to say that, this is legit, something's going on. You told him that.
I don't remember that, but I believe it.
But I'm sorry,
I don't remember calling him, but
Okay.
I believe it.
Okay. Sir, up until March 3rd of 2020, had Sydney ever seen a psychologist or a counselor?
No.
And up until that point, you or Brenda never had any concerns about her mental health?
No.
To your knowledge, did Sydney ever share with you or Brenda concerns about her own mental health?
Not with me.
Okay. Did Brenda ever tell you that Sydney had shared anything like that with her?
No.
One moment, sir.
Would she share anything like that with him? Probably. They seem like a pretty close-knit family,
Sir, thank
And still, I'm noticing, remember earlier I said something about her crying? How she goes from crying to stopped like pretty quickly. And then back to, I've noticed that that's one thing about her that seems a little off. Like I said, I've never watched this girl cry before, so I don't know, right? The shock must have been unreal. They said they had or seemed to have had the perfect life. Yeah, they did, right? Virgo, you notice that too? Like she really does like go from crying to stopping pretty quickly. So I don't know. That's something I've definitely been observing.
you. I have no more questions for you at this time.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Morrison.
Good afternoon.
Let's talk a little bit more about your family. When did you and Brenda meet?
95.
And we heard from Ken Dees how you kind of met. How long did you date before you got married?
We got married in November of 96.
And was Brenda working at Akron Children's Hospital at that time?
She was.
And when was Sydney born? You remember Sydney's birthday?
3/21/2000.
And you have a younger son, Andrew?
Yes.
He was born 3-4 years later,
3.5, 9/12/2003.
9/12/2003. He also graduated from St. Pete.
Correct.
He's a student now at Kent State.
Correct.
Let's talk about Sydney. We heard that she went to St. Sebastian's for elementary school and middle school.
Correct.
What kind of student was she K through 8?
Imagine just a standard elementary student.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. How about her grades? Did she do well?
She did well. Academically, she did well.
And then you guys made the decision to send her to St. Pete.
Yes.
Tell us about that. How did you end up at St. Pete?
Parochial schools, they do like a day where they shadow at one of the other parochial schools. And on her list were St. V and Hoban, and she ended up really liking St. V a whole lot more. So it was more family.
Okay. And how would you describe Sydney as a kid in high school? Extroverted, loud, introverted, shy? How would you describe her?
Quiet and shy.
And we heard that Sydney was also involved in some extracurriculars. She played soccer and lacrosse.
She played soccer at St. V for 4 years, lacrosse for 1 year.
Do you remember Sydney having any concussions as she was playing soccer? Do
Yes.
you remember how many?
I think 2.
For any of those?
Yes, I believe that she did. Yeah. The mom, yes. And she also worked with children cancer patients. So she was very in with working with kids, and you'd think, having jobs like that, or credentials like that, I don't know. She might have been able to maybe see something, but I guess, of course, when it's your own child, it might be easy just to be, oh, she's okay, or whatever, so. But, and that's definitely not to blame the mom. Oh my God, like, don't think that. Because no, that's not that's not at all. But she, had experience anyways with dealing with kids. So maybe that was also part of like why they had why they did have a good life. You know, maybe her kids, you know, trusted her, talked to her. They were obviously open with each other because they shared that app, first of all. They knew a lot about her daughter, her friends, you know, things like that. So, that's, yeah.
Any of those, if you remember, did Sydney go to the hospital?
I think she did.
We talked about Sydney and her grades. Can I approach? Let me hand you defendant's exhibit A.
See these or some of these? Oh, I have, okay.
All right.
So, how long ago did I go something like this?
Yeah.
There. Sir.
I can't.
And you have a physical copy of that in front of you, right?
I do.
Okay. I know it's hard to see on the screen, but these look like Sydney's grades, freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year.
Yes.
And it looks like maybe the lowest grade's a B.
Yes.
And if we look for Sydney's GPA, the second page there, 3.828 or 78, 3.8. Did I say that right?
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And her ATC score was a 27.
Yes.
She was an exceptional student.
She was.
And when you guys were together as a family, did you guys take vacations? What did you do as a family during summer break, during breaks when Sydney wasn't in school, Andrew wasn't in school? Tell us about that.
Spring breaks, we just hung out at home and did stuff together. Every summer, though, we'd go on a family vacation, either to Disney or to the beach.
Okay. I just want to show briefly the two photos. Defense exhibit B. Can you tell us who are those folks?
And Sydney, Brenda, me, and Andrew.
And defendants D, that's you.
Oh,
That's not me.
that family
That's Sydney
picture.
and Brenda in the backyard
And that's when Sydney graduated from St.
from St. B. Yes.
Oh, so that was that picture. That was that picture that I had up of them in the backyard when she graduated.
Could you describe, did Sydney have a job when she was working in high school or in early college?
She would work down at the baseball team here.
She looks like
And
night
tell
tiger
us about Sydney's
dogs.
relationship with Brenda.
Finish that video
Almost on break.
tomorrow. Don't stay up all night.
They really were.
They were unbreakable, really close.
They were really close.
Did Sydney and Brenda argue?
No.
Did they ever have loud screaming matches?
No.
Did any arguments ever, did they ever get physical?
No.
Was that a part of who Brenda was or could be?
Not in the least.
Was before March 3rd, violence a part of who Sydney was or could be?
No.
So let's talk about Mount Union. Sydney starts Mount Union, her freshman year is 2018, 2019.
Sounds correct.
And you become aware, you didn't know at the time, but her grades start to slip.
Back then,
Yeah.
I was unaware.
Okay. So you didn't know her GPA fell to a 2.2 by the end of her freshman year.
No.
And you didn't know that Sydney was on academic probation at Mount Union by the time she started her second semester,
No, I did
her
not.
second year, I apologize. And you obviously didn't know that Sydney had been expelled in December of 2019.
No.
I shouldn't say expelled, I should say suspended for academic reasons.
I did not know.
So Sydney comes home, she's there for Christmas break over 2019 and 2020, and never mentioned any problems in school.
No.
In fact, never mentioned that she had been suspended and couldn't go back to Mount Union.
Correct.
And you were having some issues and some difficulty, as you said, kind of logging into the system.
But that makes me wonder why too, right? Because they seem to have a good family. Like, why wouldn't she tell her parents? You know, like I don't get the impression that they were so, you know, quote unquote, up her ass about her grades and about going to school and doing, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't seem like they were those type of parents, which there are those type of parents, right? It puts so much pressure on you. But they didn't seem like that, like they were those type of parents. So it'll be interesting to see if we ever, like, I don't know if she testifies or not. I doubt it. She probably shouldn't. I don't know if she does, but I don't think so.
The portal, yes.
And you eventually around March, kind of talked to Sydney about, hey, I heard that you're not there anymore at Mount Union.
In March, yes.
And Sydney still denied that she was at Mount Union. I'm sorry, she denied being suspended from Mount Union.
Yes.
And then you talked about calling Brenda and that phone call that you had.
Even that part, right? Like they knew that she wasn't in school anymore and she still lied to them about it, which is kind of strange, right? Like, yes, it's like, I don't know.
You were there and saw Sydney on March 3rd before she got into the EMS at the bottom of your driveway.
Oh, yes.
And we saw the body cam of Sydney laying there on the driveway earlier this morning. Have you ever seen Sydney like that before?
Never.
I think she's 20, like the defendant, Sydney here, she is 23 now. But this happened in 2020. So I believe that she was 19, just turning 20, like right in that, end of 19, beginning of 20, somewhere in that area, I believe. Because I believe I've read somewhere that that said that she was 19 years old when this happened. So, way too young to, obviously, right? It's very sad to spend her life in jail now. I don't know, man. Very sad, very sad. Good morning, Ellen. Good morning, honey. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, let's play some more. I'm just going to go and grab a pop, so I'll be right back.
Never.
Sydney was taken from your house to Akron City Jail. I'm sorry, Akron City Hospital.
I believe. They never really told me where anybody was.
And at some point she's charged and you posted her bond to get her out.
Yes.
But Sydney didn't go home from the jail, is that correct?
Correct.
She went to Portage Path.
I believe yes.
And Portage Path is a place where people can go for 72-hour evaluation. Does that sound right?
Sounds.
Because once you post bond for Sydney, you're trying to figure out, well, where is she going to be? Where is she going to go? And she went from Portage Path to Akron General Medical Center, also called Cleveland Clinic.
Yes.
And she was there from, I think, March 7th through March 16th.
Sounds right.
And that was involuntary. Is that your understanding?
That is.
So Portage Path had recommended that she go into involuntary psychiatric hospital.
Yes.
And you're aware that there Sydney was diagnosed by the professionals there with schizophrenia.
There were two of them that talked to her that I talked to.
Okay, so you talked to her treating mental health care professionals.
Yes.
And Sydney on March 16th, I think, was released from the psychiatric hospital and went to stay with.
Yes, you must have been Petty Cracker because what I found from what I could find on this story, she's staying with her grandma, and she was bonded out to her grandmother. So that's a long time, right? What's she been doing in all these 3 years? Like, that's a long time. That's a long time. My goodness.
With your mother-in-law.
Correct.
And Sydney has been with your mother-in-law ever since then.
Ever since.
And you're aware that Sydney had to go to university hospitals in the summer of 2020.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, why did she go to university hospitals?
It was a second opinion for, I guess, at one of the other hospitals. They noticed something on one of her, I'm going to call it head scan.
Like an MRI?
I don't know what it's called. And I wanted a second opinion. The doctor recommended a second opinion. So the other one that was on my insurance at that time was at university hospitals.
Okay, so you're obviously trying to figure out what's going on with my daughter.
Yes.
Right? Is there something wrong maybe with the concussions, or did they talk about possibly epilepsy or some other issues?
She was on the epilepsy unit, so
Okay. And I think she was there for 6 days, the records tell
that
us.
sounds correct.
And there was, after these MRIs and the testing, University Hospital said it doesn't appear that she's suffering from epilepsy.
Correct.
And the only diagnosis left to explain her condition was schizophrenia.
Yes.
So after epilepsy is rolled out, after the diagnosis is made by by Akron General Cleveland Clinic, Sydney's with Betsy. She's living with her. She starts to see a psychiatrist.
Yes.
You remember that guy's name?
I think it was Smartnick.
Anthony Smartnick, yes. And you're involved in kind of what's going on with Sydney, making sure she's being okay, making sure she's properly diagnosed and treated.
Absolutely.
And you're aware Dr. Smartnick independently diagnosed Sydney with schizophrenia.
Yes.
And also PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
And you're aware that Dr. Smartnick prescribed some medication for Sydney?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury at first, how did that go with Sydney and the medication?
I didn't understand.
Yeah, it's a bad question, sorry. Was she responding immediately with medication? Was it figured out? Was it kind of trial and error?
It was a little bit of trial and error.
Okay. So trial and error means they would try different dosages, maybe different types of medication to treat her mental illness?
Yes.
Okay. And after a while, you saw some stabilization?
Yes.
Ellen, this, you're maybe thinking of somebody else. This is the defendant's dad. This is defendant's dad, and he is testifying about the day. Well, he's done that part actually, I guess. He's just testifying about his daughter, what he knows, and when she went to. I find him a little bit leading, though, you guys. This, and I was trying to read down here if it was. Give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to figure out if this is the defense or. This one doesn't say if it's the defense or if it is the prosecution. What harbors it for your daughter? How much is your loving? Why? I'm just looking at the Okay, so apparently this is the prosecutor. I actually wasn't quite sure because some of his questions are a little bit leading, and I'm surprised that there hasn't been any objections. That this is her real dad. Yes, the daughter left school and they didn't know. Oh, you know this case. Yeah, the daughter left school and they didn't know. And she came home, had an argument with her mom, and hit her with a frying pan. So, and used, something sharp on her as well. So, yeah. I was quite intrigued by it, Ellen. So I was just like, what? Like, we need to probably listen to this because it was interesting. So this one is almost done, and then we'll move on from something else. After this, you guys.
Were there times during the last 3.5 years where there were breakthrough symptoms, like Cindy was starting to hear voices again or starting to feel really anxious?
That's what she reported to her therapist.
Okay.
And her therapist worked with SmartNIC, and they tweaked something.
Okay. When you say they tweaked something, you mean they changed her medication?
I think they gave her like an extra half a dose of something.
Okay. And if you know, did that seem to help?
Appears to, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned counseling. Cindy was seeing initially Deborah
Saley?
Saley?
Yes, pronounced right.
And then Cindy is now seeing Michelle Ferran.
Correct.
And they're continuing, Dr. SmartNIC is continuing to treat Cindy for schizophrenia even as we sit here today?
Yes.
So we had known that this trial was coming up for some period of time. Can you tell the jury what you and Betsy and Cindy's doctors tried to do to help her kind of deal with the stress of the trial? They
gave her some techniques to help deal with it. They wanted the SmartNIC prescribed an anxiety pill to help with that as well.
So you probably know Brenda and Cindy better than anybody on the planet.
I would think so.
You know what type of person Brenda was and the type of person Cindy is. Do you believe for a second that Cindy would kill her mother because of an argument?
No.
The objection, I'll allow it.
No, I do not.
I don't have further questions.
Thank you.
Damn, we got an objection at the end there. Oh my goodness. You really think, Erie, yeah, that she will not? She's already been charged, but you think that they'll find her like not guilty? Like just there's 3 options they said. There's not guilty by reason of insanity, or guilty. Which is kind of weird, actually, because they know. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Because they know that she's guilty, right? Like, there's no question that she did this. So, yeah. Okay, so before. I don't know. Maybe I'll wait for that till next time. I do have the. I don't know if they would. Sorry, you guys. Okay, stop. Oh my God. All these videos are just playing. Okay. Before we switch over to something else, you guys want to listen to the 911 call? And it's the 911 call that Sydney made herself. I have pieces of it anyways. Yeah? Okay. Do you guys know I hope she wouldn't strike. I don't think. Oh my gosh. Where did I put it? Okay, do you guys know the channel Plunder? That is where this video is from. She's quite big, but I know she's actually really pretty cool person. Want to watch this, subscribe to Plunder if you like your priority. Comment. So she doesn't have any links. But I think that it would be okay to I think it'll be okay to play. I'm fine. You guys know me. I'm a risk taker. You've never heard Plunder Strikes? Okay, I didn't think so. I know she's actually a pretty cool person. I do watch her videos here and there when I get notifications for them. Actually, I never do, actually. But I do watch her videos because she does a really good job. So, okay, so this video is by Plunder. I usually put all the links of the videos that we watch in the oh my God, I can't think. In the comments. And I didn't do it for Court TV because, you know, whatever. They get enough. They get enough exposure. Screw you, Court TV. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's true. Okay, I hope this link works because it's a really long one. So I don't know. Sometimes they don't work if they're really long. But here is the link to this particular video. So it's easy, really easy. It should be easy to go in, and from there you should be able to like click on her page, give her a sub if you haven't. Absolutely, give her a sub up. She does true crime really, really well. So, hello, my savvy girl. Oh, I miss you. I haven't seen you very much lately. I miss you. I hope things are going really well. Getting your house like unpacked from packing and all that kind of stuff. I hope it's going well. Work and everything. I know you've been working and back to work or whatever. Good to see you, sweetheart. Okay, so what we have here is Plunder. And there is body cam videos played. And also, I'm pretty sure the 911 call as well. So let's have a look at this. I will also speed this up just a little bit because this is almost an hour video of 45 minutes. So yeah, anyways. Long days. Yesterday, 15 hours. Oh my goodness, girl. Oh, put your feet up. Did you just get home? Put your feet up, sweetheart. Okay, let's get into this video here. It starts off pretty harsh, so please, trigger warning. Yeah, it starts off pretty harsh here. I listened to the beginning of it, and it is it's kind of crazy. So please beware, you guys, beware.
Where's your mom at?
No, there's so much blood. No, please. No. Please, she's on the ground.
Who is?
My mom. Someone broke into that window.
Okay, this is a 911 call. This is just body cam audio. I'm sure that they are definitely watching the video of this, but I don't think that Court TV is going to broadcast it. So this is the audio of the body cam when officers showed up at their home.
Hey, hold on.
She's on the ground.
Hold on. Where's your mom?
No, there's so much blood. No, please.
Hold on, we gotta figure out what's going on.
When she told you this, what was your response to her?
Then we would work it out.
Okay. Do you remember telling her, and I know you had a conversation with the police too, do you remember telling her that, you know, you can't run away from your problems, you have to face them?
I said we'd go through, let's get through the semester, and if you needed to take the summer off, we would work through it. I remember she said, you know, all her friends have their shit together and she doesn't, and I told her, no, that's not true.
Defense Exhibit B. Can you tell us who are those folks?
It's Sydney, Brenda, me, and Andrew.
And Defendants D, that's you. I'm sorry.
That's not me.
Sydney and Brenda.
That's Sydney and Brenda in the backyard
And that's when Sydney graduated from St.
from St. Pete, yes.
Boy, we learned a lot today in the trial of Jodi Powell in Akron, Ohio. Today is Thursday, September 7th, 2023. And we got to hear body cam video footage. It was horrible. You could hear Sydney screaming the day her mother was slayed. And we even got to hear from cops. We got to hear from Sydney's dad.
Okay. She cuts on her hand. Dave, I think this is, are you dad?
Yeah.
Can you stay here with them?
Again, as we've already heard, how close Sydney and Brenda were.
Yes.
I mean, that is in no way to imply that you were not close to her as well, but sometimes moms are good at some things, dads are good at some other things, right?
Fair statement.
From pre-trial testimony yesterday, Wednesday, September 6th, until what we learned today, the mother-stabbed murder trial, as Court TV is calling it, has given us a lot of information. And it didn't take long for Jodi Powell to break down and cry when she heard the details of her mother's horrible death at her own hands. Sydney was even allowed to leave the courtroom at certain points today, especially before the body cam video footage was played. And it was apparently pretty graphic. We did not get to see it, we got to hear it. Even hearing it was just bad enough. The body cam footage is apparently so troubling that the lawyers had to issue a couple of warnings to the jury, and they would pause it. The cops were watching it, explaining what happened that day on Scudder Drive when Brenda Powell lost her life to her daughter.
We're looking at the victim with the cast iron skillet as well as a knife. And
Wow. And I want to make sure you guys are all good. Everybody's okay after hearing something like that. There's more in this, so yeah, you know, Plunder, yeah, she's really good. I love watching her videos. So okay, Jasmina gives a thumbs up. All right. Oh, Aries is good. Virgo is good. Okay, awesome, you guys. I just want to make sure, right? You guys absolutely matter to me, and I mean, I can stop this if, you know, I would be willing to. So, but you guys are all good. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. This gets kind of crazy. So,
and the blood by her head.
Now, those of us watching via the Court TV live stream, we didn't see those body cam videos the day cops arrived at the Akron, Ohio home, and they didn't know what they were walking into. But police found Brenda Powell. She was 50 years old. She was born 1 month before me in March 1969. She was clinging to life.
The paramedic was asking me or telling me that they were going to start working on her, that they had felt the pulse. So they were going to start what they call working on her, start their aid, which surprised me with the amount of blood that was there.
Now, I have requested that body cam footage. I'll probably have it within the week, but I would have to really blur it and edit out a lot of graphic stuff to even display it in a video. Now, in case you missed the Court TV live stream, I put the link below. Court TV, you can check their YouTube account as well. You know how they put up certain segments. They didn't stream it all live on YouTube. They streamed it live on courttv.com, but when they put it on YouTube, you might not see everything on YouTube. Check over there first for the different segments, but I also captured about 4 hours worth of testimony that I've uploaded on my Plunder Spotify True Crime channel, so you can go over there and watch it if you can't find what you need on Court TV. So again,
What? She's got Spotify? Damn, I'm looking her up right now. I didn't know she had Spotify. Oh, damn, where's my Spotify account? Oh, you're welcome, Ari. Yeah, absolutely. We go through this stuff together, right? I'm not here for, I mean, of course, we all like shock factor. I was just going to say, I'm not here for shock factor, but we are. All of us are. We like shock factor, most of us. So, but like we go through this together. So I want to make sure that you guys are all good. So, she's 69. Who, Plunder? No, she's not 69. She will be 53. I think she said she was born a month, that the mom was born a month before her. Yeah, born in 69. So the mom was 50 when she died. So yeah, no, yeah, Plunder, damn. She would look damn good for 69 for sure. Yeah, Plunder, you looking good, girl. Anyways, if any of you have Spotify, go on over and sub up to or follow Plunder. I didn't know she had Spotify. I'm gonna do that right now.
again, there were different cops on the stand watching the body cam video footage. The jury got to see it. You know, the lawyers were even apologizing for pausing during certain points. Apparently, it was a pretty bloody and horrific scene.
You indicated earlier that there was a broken window.
Correct.
Okay. Was that the only evidence located that would have indicated any type of break-in?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any indication in your part of the investigation that anybody was home other than Brenda and Miss Sydney Powell?
No.
The day was March 3rd, 2020, when Sydney had finally come home. The truth about Sydney getting kicked out of college came to a head, and everything exploded.
And let me ask you this, Officer Jackson. When you first encountered Miss Powell, can you describe to her what she was acting like, what she looked like?
She was frantic, or I would say panicking. She had deep breathing, fast-paced speech. She had some blood on her sweatshirt that she was wearing.
But before we dig into the details of everything we learned today, on Thursday, let's go over what happened on Tuesday during the pretrial testimony. Sydney's pretrial began on Wednesday, September 6th. And according to the Akron Beacon Journal, Sydney Powell's dad, Stephen Powell, even begged mercy on the court for his daughter to not even go through this trial. I mean, it was his wife that lost her life, but he said this goes against anything Brenda would want. That's what he said on Wednesday. And with her dad being on Sydney's side and even her own maternal grandmother being on her side, it's making me rethink what should happen to Sydney.
Were you or Brenda aware of any academic problems Sydney may have been having during that first year?
No.
Okay. Did she ever share with you that she had been having any academic problems?
No.
So we're, I guess in terms of a timeline, we're coming to January of 2020 when she would have returned to Mount Union. Did she return to Mount Union in January of 2020?
Yes.
Many of the comments say Sydney should be sent up the river and locked away, but Sydney sat crying yesterday only a few feet away from her dad in the Summit County courtroom. He was begging for some sort of resolution so his daughter would not even have to stand trial. Stephen wants prosecutors to drop these charges of Sydney being accused of killing her mom, and it's no whodunit here. Everyone knows it was Sydney who took her mom, Brenda, off the face of the earth, her mini-me, her twin, her best friend, but Sydney's family thinks it was an episode of psychosis.
What was she doing at the time you guys were sitting outside?
I asked her name. She did give me her name, Sydney Powell. And then when I asked her for her date of birth, she fell over on her right side from the seating position. And while she was laying there, she's kind of like tapping her head on the pavement and then rubbing the ground with her left hand.
And is it fair to say that Ms. Powell was not answering your questions at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
But to the contrary, prosecutors think Sydney was sane at the time this happened, due to all the lies that Sydney told before and after the tragic incident. Meanwhile, attorney Donald Malerchik claimed Sydney was delusional, she was suffering from a psychotic break, and that's why the tragedy happened. So you have a lot of different people on each side. Stephen, her dad, said, though, I don't know why we're here doing this. This isn't what anyone wants here. I don't know how she can handle it. I don't know how I can handle it. I'm trying to keep my family together.
At that point, you had no reason not to trust what she's telling you.
Correct.
And to be fair, you always found her trustworthy.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Fair.
All right. And we all know this happened on March 3rd. But was that particular conversation about the portal and talking to Sydney and saying what's going on, was that a few days prior to March 3rd or the day before, if you know?
I don't recall how.
Okay.
So yeah, he's holding on to just the last bits of his family. His son, his daughter, and his wife is gone. But Betsy Brown, who is Sydney's maternal grandmother, so that's who she's been living with on this farm since being released on bond. Betsy said, all of this is opening things we hoped to put behind us. And that's Brenda's own mom saying that. But in spite of their pleas, the Summit County prosecutors moved forward and jury selections began yesterday, Wednesday. And the jury got to see some horrific footage today.
Can you sit down? Can you sit down? Take her outside. Come on.
Prosecutor Sherry Bevan Walsh explained in an email why they were going forward and why it would be best to let the jury decide Sydney's fate and just not drop all these charges. She wrote, we have the utmost sympathy for Brenda Powell's surviving family members. It's unimaginable and tragic to lose a loved one to violence under any circumstances, much less when the violence is caused by another family member. But she continued, in the interest of justice and the community, we believe the case is best resolved by presenting a fair and impartial jury with all the facts and letting them decide the outcome.
And I know this may be difficult, but there are some things about March 3rd that we do need to talk about. So when Mount Union tells you she's no longer enrolled, what did you do?
I don't remember.
Now, at some point that morning, and I think we may have already heard this, I don't know if we have, but you actually went home and spoke to Sydney, is that right?
Yes, because I saw on the app she was home, which I thought was a little bit early.
Okay.
360 life.
The 360 app showed that she was home?
Yes.
This jury has got a job on their hands. I know it's easy for people to say on YouTube, just lock her up, send her away. But once you actually listen to all the evidence, it's making me wonder, will Sydney get off? Although 3 evaluations determined that Sydney, who's now 23, should be not guilty by reason of insanity, there's a different evaluation that the prosecutors gained that claims Sydney was indeed sane. So they'll have to listen to all these experts. And Jeff Laybourne represents Sydney's family. Now, he said Sydney's family hoped the prosecutors would just accept these insanity findings by these other experts, and then Sydney be placed in some least restrictive environment that would protect not only Sydney, but also the public, such as living with her grandparents, which she's been doing, and under the care of physicians. Laybourne made sure to mention that Sydney has not missed an appointment and she has not violated her bond. She has to check in with the court every week. He said they would be requesting the judge to order she continue with the regimen she has been adhering to the last 3 years. Yeah, Sydney, again, is very lucky that she has not been sitting and suffering in Summit County Jail for the last 3 years. She's been around, horses, helping bale the hay and all that. Speaking of animals, there was no therapy dog for Sydney in court today.
Do you remember telling her, let's call the school back, get reinstated, something along those lines?
I think I said, let's call your mother.
I'm sorry.
I think I said, let's call your mother.
Okay, and why did you say that?
Brenda was better at things like that than me.
Okay. And do you mean by dealing with Sydney or the college or both?
Probably both.
So is that when did
That would be interesting, yes. Nikki, to know she had a temper. I agree.
do you call Brenda then?
Yes.
We already heard she was at work at After Children's, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her, hey, there's something going on with Sydney and at the college?
Oh, I love you, Sav. Thank you for coming in. Hanging out for a bit. I miss you, sweetheart. I hope you have a good evening, good day. Love you, girl.
College, did you ask her to come home?
She said she would come home. She said she's going to talk to Jill and she'll come home.
Yesterday, you might remember we talked about Sydney's attorney requesting a therapy facility dog named Avery to sit at Sydney's feet during the trial to help her cope with the stress. It's something I guess her grandma said a doctor offered. A doctor said would be helpful, but the prosecutor's office shut that theory down. And Walsh even explained further that her office's 2 facility dogs, they're usually used in court to help disabled kids or adults comfort and assist them who are like crime victims or they're witnesses, they've been through trauma. And that's their purpose. Walsh said the defendant in this case is not a crime victim, and therefore we declined their request. Our facility dogs were never intended to be used by the perpetrator. Maybe it would have helped Sydney. She did look really upset. I don't know, she had tissues and she was crying a lot. Some people claim they didn't see tears. At the end, I did see her. Today, I saw her smiling at one of her attorneys, but emotions can be all over the place, like they were when Sydney spiraled out of control and got kicked out of college in 2019.
Did you stay at home? I'm sorry, do you need a minute?
No, go ahead.
Okay, we listened to most of this here, but I have another video that we can have a look at. Give me a second here, you guys. I thought we'd get to some other stuff, but this one's been interesting and it's taken up most of our night, so that's okay though. Okay, so this is the body cam footage right here, you guys, and it's also by from Plunder. So please go and give her a like and a thumbs up. And this was from 2 days ago. So the one that we were just watching was obviously from a few days even before that, which is fine. This, like it's the, here you guys go again. Here is the link to this particular video right here. So you guys can have a listen to it or look at it after if you want to. So yeah. Okay, so there is Plunder. So this is the actual body cam footage that came out when law enforcement arrived at the Powell home after Sydney had, given her mother a couple good whacks, I guess. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't joke like that, but you guys know, we have to laugh sometimes, right? So yeah. All right, cheese. Have a good night. We're almost done here anyways, but I will speed this up a little bit. I'll do 1.5. We'll see how that works here. So, so still, once again, you guys, trigger warning, okay, because this is the body cam. Plunder said that it is redacted and it has been blurred. So you shouldn't see anything like too crazy. So here we go.
She's on the ground.
Who is it?
My mom! Someone broke in the back window.
All right, hold on.
She's on the ground.
Hold on. Where's your mom?
No, there's so much blood. No, please.
Man.
Get out. No.
Hold on, we gotta figure out what's going on. Can you sit down? Can you sit down?
Take her outside.
Come on. Come on.
Is she gonna be okay?
Come on. Come on. You just need to cooperate with me, all right?
I love my dad.
Huh?
I love my dad.
What happened? What's going on? What's going on?
We heard a bang. We heard a bang, and she told me to get out. And then I heard screaming. So I came back, and she was on the ground.
Okay, you heard a bang.
Back. There was a big, someone broken.
Okay. What is your name?
Sydney.
Are you cut?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you're cut somewhere.
I don't think so.
Yeah, your hand.
No, I was helping her. I grabbed her.
All right, stop. I'll tell you what. Can you sit on the ground here real quick? Come on.
You said the ground.
Yeah, you're fine right there.
No.
You're fine right there.
Now that body cam footage that you just watched shows that Sydney Powell opened the door to her home literally with blood on her hands and feet, right after she had just used a cast iron skillet and a steak knife on her mother, Brenda Powell. But in order to make it past the YouTube and Facebook censors, I've added even more blurring and redactions than the Akron Police Department did when they gave me these 15 videos on Monday, September 11th.
I grabbed the knife.
This is minor. They might have a more. I don't know. Check that victim in there. She's got cuts on her hands. I don't know what they have in there, but there's a female down in there. Yeah. What's going on? I don't know. We just got it.
I'm the dad.
Okay,
Sydney. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Daddy!
What? What the hell? Where's my wife?
The window's broken, Dad!
Where?
The back window's broken in!
So you're gonna have to.
Daddy!
The box is inside there. So.
I don't know. There was so much
Take her
blood.
house, okay. She's got minor cuts. It's pretty bad up there.
Yeah, she was with it enough to try and blame somebody else. And she was also with it enough just to tell her dad right now that the back window's broken or whatever, you know. She said it more than once. So, and I don't know. She seems to be, I don't know. Her crying sounds a little suspicious to me. So, oh, that's crazy.
What's your name, man? Sorry, what's your name again? She's got cuts on her hands.
Okay.
So. Yeah. Take care of her.
Dave, I think this is. Are you dad?
Yeah, I'm the dad.
Can you stay here with that?
Well, we have another. I'll call for another med unit for her.
Oh my gosh, my voice.
12. Can you start another med unit out here? We have a female constantly breathing cuts to her hands.
Copy.
You said your name's Sydney? Ma'am, is your name Sydney? What's your last name?
Yeah, I talked to him.
What is it? Powell.
So I received 15 different body cam videos. Shows you the police force strength that was out in Akron, Ohio, the day this crime happened. It's regarding the Sydney Powell case out of Akron, Ohio. You might have seen it on Court TV. They were heavily redacted because it was such a brutal crime, a brutal scene. Back then, Sydney was only 19 when she...
Wow. Oh my God. 15 body cams when she requested the footage. Unbelievable. Here, you take it back now. She's guilty. Yeah, this is pretty damning in my opinion anyways. Yeah, for sure.
She had been kicked out of the University of Mount Union and she didn't tell her parents, and the confrontation was brutal. If you want to watch all 15 body cam videos, redacted as I received them from the Akron Police Department, you can go over to Spotify and watch them on my Plunder True Crime channel over on Spotify, and I've put all the links to all 15 below. And you can watch the whole trial from Friday over there too. Now, Akron PD blurred out a lot of audio, a lot of video footage, especially once they started, talking about Sydney as a suspect in her mother's death, because they knew right away the stuff that Sydney was trying to pull. She was trying to claim that somebody broke their back window and infer that this mysterious person did this to her mom. They knew it wasn't true. We learned a lot on Monday about the case of Sydney Powell, the girl who took her mother's life on March 3rd, 2020. One of those videos from Akron PD is totally blurred, the entire thing and the entire audio. But you get a lot of snippets throughout. Thank God they were blurred by Akron PD before giving them to me, so we don't get to see like gruesome footage that we don't want to see, that the cops had to see that day, the horror of that day, when Sydney answered the door for one cop and another cop made his way around back of the house on Scudder Drive. But we can already tell by Sydney's bloodstained hands and her sweatshirt she's wearing, her face and feet, her socks are soaked. We can tell something horrific happened.
Okay,
so go on over there if you want to watch them all. I know some people love digging into everything about the case, and Court TV doesn't put all their footage on YouTube or their website. Sometimes they just stream it live. But we do get to also see the moment that Steve Powell, Brenda's husband, comes home from work. He even charges into the house before the cops stop him and lead him outside.
Oh, we should have watched this first.
I can hear her screaming in there. Front door's locked.
See, he said, when you speak with a bit of tongue, I'm sorry, Nikki, sometimes I forget to push pause. But he says that he hears screaming inside. And I'm wondering if that's like her like freaking out, you know, crying and screaming and freaking out, or if she's like screaming and like, you bitch, blah, 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 you know what I mean? I wonder what they hear when they, you know, we might hear it. I don't know.
Hacker place! Hacker place! Where's your mom at? Okay, stay right.
No, there's so much blood. No, please. Man, you need to record now. No.
Can you sit down? Can you sit down?
R9, get that 32 going here quick. We got a female down, blood all over the place. Sorry, it's more units got crime scene. Take her outside.
Come on.
Yeah, Erie, cuts on her hands. That she's the person that broke into the house. But I think that, I don't know. I didn't see any footage of the broken window, but I didn't notice if there was glass inside or outside. But it depends on like when the like how big the window is, of course, too. Like it could fall both inside and outside. So, but the cuts on her hands also, like she used a steak knife, you know, like to poke her mom with it over and over and over. So sometimes when that happens and like she's yelling and screaming, oh my God, there's so much blood, there's so much blood. Sometimes like your hands can slip down, you know, onto the blade when you're like stabbing somebody. Just because of all the blood, your hands get slippery, right? So yeah, she did. Yeah, she stabbed her as well with a steak knife, apparently. So yeah. But in that one picture that they showed earlier, there's like a little insert of her on the top there. And it looked like she had cuts on the top of her hand, you know? So really, Nikki? Is that right? Reported that creators re-uploading Ruby Frank and Jodi Hildebrandt content face immediate expulsion. Wow. Interesting. I wonder if that includes their sister's content. Because I was going to watch that too, right? But interesting. I'll look more into that before I talk about Ruby again. Some more. I'm sure we can talk about, you know, I show video of everything, so yeah. Oh, so maybe that's what happened to Charlotte. You don't know. Well, I mean, what happened to, I don't know what happened to Charlotte. Like, I forget who did the email. I forget who read out what happened. Who did that? Headstones, maybe? Read why she lost it and why, you know. I don't know. I think it's sad that she did. And like she didn't get any kind of warning or anything like that. They just like took down. But they said that they found like really harsh violations. So I don't know. I don't really, I watch her like every once in a while when she's like covering something that's really interesting to me, like a court case or something like that. But I don't know. She mostly talks about like Katie and Katie. So yeah. Yeah.
No, she's put all around. She's breathing out. All right.
Petty Crocker, you are right. It was her showing Andy and Michelle content. That, I believe, is what it was. Because Andy and Michelle have both been banned, but they're ban evading because they keep starting new channels and new channels and new channels. And that's what it was. Yes. That is right. That is right. So apparently you cannot play content from a ban evaded or from a banned creator. So don't do it. Although I think we probably do here and there every once in a while because we're badasses, you know. I'm just kidding. Right, Nikki? I didn't know what it meant either. I had to actually Google it, and then when I Googled it, I still didn't know what it meant. I still didn't know what it meant, so I can't remember who was the one that explained it, but they were the ones who made it clear for me. Then I was like, oh, okay, that's what it is. Because, yeah, I didn't know what that was. Well, I do know now. I'll never forget now, though. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, my God. We're a bunch over here, aren't we?
She's a 22. I would put that out. Let the medics get here. Secure the scene.
They have
She was
her
like 22.
outside
She
now.
was down
These
for a while,
law
blood all over the
enforcement
place.
are going
She's knife
through
by
the
her head and
house.
stuff like that. There's a huge pool of blood. No, I think she just walked in on it. There's a broken window in the back. So if you can just put up some crime scene tape. As soon as AFD gets here, they're going to pronounce her, I'm sure. You say if you want to check her. I don't think she's breathing.
You want me to secure it from the outside?
Yeah, because the window's in the back here. There's blood all over the back. I came in through the back door. I had to move the couch. I got to clear the basement. You need to go outside, sir.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do. Outside. Back to the
Somebody
right.
call
All the way back to the right.
Somebody call GPs.
Yeah, he's
Somebody
already
call
called us. You need to stay outside. Please have a seat.
So that's the father and the husband that they are telling to stay outside. Could you imagine? That would freak the fuck out of me. And I'd be like, stop me. Fuck.
Okay.
He's beside himself with worry and grief as he calls out his wife's name in the house. At first he says, Brenda. And then his voice rises an octave as he calls out Brenda in grief. He knows something's wrong. He can see Sydney lying there like her head in the street, basically, collapsed or catatonic as a cop is trying to talk to her, but he doesn't see Brenda. And even though cops believe at the moment that Brenda is gone, they don't tell Steve.
What's your date of birth?
And Sydney was apparently covered in blood. Right? She had blood all over her. So, my goodness.
Huh? What's your date of birth?
Yeah.
I have another one coming.
No, but somebody's like,
I have another med unit coming.
All right, you get some gloves? I got some. Oh.
Yeah. Well, I thought the other one. I mean, she just got cut to her hands here. Yeah. So I don't know.
And once it's finally time to roll Brenda out on a stretcher, one cop tells another cop to lead Steve out of the line of sight. They don't want him seeing just how much his wife was brutalized. And at that moment, he kind of goes, ugh, like he knows, and he's so frustrated. He's on the phone cussing and trying to tell people what's going on. In the meantime, Sydney, during the melee, she sits on the ground for a short time. The cop is trying to ask her name. She tells him her name, but when he asks more questions for a date of birth, she goes kind of catatonic, falls on the driveway. Her head is resting in the street until the EMTs finally cart her away. It takes a while.
Oh, we don't, sir, we don't. Does she have any mental? No. She was having a little trouble at school at Mount Union, and she came back home to try and work things out. Just today.
He did go to the daughter when he first walked up. He went to grab her, but I think that the officer kind of pushed him back just a little bit. And yeah, they say that she went catatonic. Actually, and I don't think it was until the police officer was asking her questions. Then all of a sudden she had nothing to say.
Is when I found it. I think she's been going to class for the last couple of weeks.
So she just came home today?
Yeah, today. It's like 11 o'clock.
Sydney.
Oh, what is going on with
Sydney. What's going on? Huh?
I need to know what's going on.
We don't know yet. Sydney. Hello.
Yeah.
You can even hear Sydney weirdly whispering, get out, get out, get out, at times during her ambulance ride, or even when Detective Bertina King of Akron was saying that Sydney was whispering the same thing to her, like that, or get out of the house, when Sydney finally made it to her hospital room.
Okay, so here is the broken window apparently, and you see that there is glass on the outside of this. It looks like anyways, it could be just dirt, I don't know, but I'm assuming that these are just little pieces of glass, little shards of glass right here, maybe. I don't know that, but I don't know.
What are you saying, Sydney?
And I find it interesting that they did take Sydney to Akron City Hospital to the surprise of some cops instead of Akron General.
Get out of the house, get out of the house. And you think maybe that was her mom telling Sydney to get out of the house because they were arguing and fighting, and maybe that's why she lost it and flipped it, It was actually her mom telling her to get out of the house, not because there was an intruder, but because they were arguing. The mom was just like, "What? I just don't want to deal with you right now," or whatever. You know what I mean? Get out, get out. Like, maybe, I don't know.
Hospital. I think it was smart and quick thinking on the part of decision makers, because in this case, Brenda Powell was a really well-loved employee at Akron General Hospital. She worked there about 28 years. She helped children who were stricken with cancer and blood disorders just make their way through the disease. So can you imagine what her beloved coworkers would have gone through if they had rolled Sydney, Brenda's admitted killer, into the hospital where she worked for nearly 3 decades?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll call City. All right, thanks. All right. Hey, Jay, go to City. All right, so we can separate it. All right, that's harder. That's fine. That's just a big hospital. Yeah, that's what Greg said to do. Okay.
Yeah, I know they like to separate them.
And we also see footage of the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation Special Agent David Borner he spoke of, where he said that blood was found on the outside of the house near the broken window in the back, and that suggested that Sydney broke the window out only after a bloodshedding event. So we know she lied. We can hear her lying to cops, telling cops there had been a break-in and that her mother had valiantly, told Sydney to get out of the house, but Sydney heard something and came back in. And even when her dad arrives, she's like, "Daddy, the back window's broken, Dad." But in the body cam videos, at least a dozen cops, maybe more, end up on scene, since they sent me 15 videos. I don't know if any of them were, from the same cop. Some of those cops were canvassing the neighborhood to ask neighbors, if they heard anything. Some were searching the grounds. Some Some were looking in the basement of the home for this mysterious assailant. Some were wrapping crime scene tape around the house, and others already suspect that Sydney was in fact the suspect. In fact, while she's still laying on the ground, one guy points to her and said, "That's the suspect." So he was warning anyone, another cop approaching her, "Look." It's sad to see Steve wandering around his yard in his driveway beside himself, cussing in confusion at the moment, especially when he says, "Is she coming out?" He kept looking towards the house for his wife again and again. I mean, Sydney was out. Where was Brenda? He didn't know.
Well, I'm just waiting. I don't know where the other med unit is. What's that? Is there another med unit? They're supposedly on their way. Well, things are in there. Is there? Are there two victims or one? One inside. Okay.
Kind of crazy that they'll just let the dad just like walk around like not really knowing what to do, or you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they take him and put him in a patrol vehicle or something like that for like, so I don't know. It just seemed kind of weird. He just like run around like, he doesn't know what to do right now. So.
Sir, who called you?
Chief. Oh, chief. Okay. Because Mount Union called the chief. Said there's somebody in distress. Can I cover them?
Yeah, they should be coming. I mean, they're coming.
That's the next year. The superficial, that's the hand.
Yeah. Sydney, can you tell me what happened? Huh? Sydney. Sydney. Sydney, can you tell me what happened? I have a female here. She's got minor cuts to her hands. I don't know if she's like hyperventilating.
That's all she had? Like, her hands?
Yes.
She wasn't
hyperventilating or
okay.
something.
All right.
So. What's Sydney's date of birth?
3/21/2000.
I agree, Nikki. Yeah, she says, yeah, that's calculated, isn't it? I knew they can still lie to cover for things. They do. But this is a major event, an apparent delusional moment, yet she thinks calculated. I don't know. Yeah, right? I don't know either.
She's just not acting right?
No, she's not acting right.
All right. What was she involved with? What is this?
Well, we don't know. This is Dad here. I mean, we got called because...
But thank the Lord the cops stopped Steve from going in the basement and from witnessing the carnage that the cops themselves had to witness when they found Brenda. Now, we even got to see the cast iron skillet weapon held aloft in the air yesterday in court. Agent Borner unsealed the evidence bag, and he showed the jury and everyone the skillet that was used. It was found along with a steak knife on the master bedroom floor. He showed it in court Monday, September 11th. And
can I ask you to open that package, please? Take your time, and I'd like you, when you're ready, you can show that to the jury.
Well, she's chewing her fingers off there. She seems nervous. Not so cry today.
Is that the same can that you found at the scene?
Yes, it is.
Pull that up to the jury.
Yes.
Thank you. For the record, you are wearing gloves as you are handling that. Thank you. And if you could do your best to place it back in that bag.
And I find it odd. It seems like from the body cam footage I could tell, it seems like the master bedroom was in the basement, which I find a little bit odd. I could be wrong, but because so much is blurred, but I think she was in the basement. Now, we learned about that cast iron skillet that Sydney likely swung it so forcefully against the back of her mother's head that it probably rendered Brenda unconscious. Therefore, cops were surmising it was likely Sydney, the one screaming, that the University of Mount Union deans heard over the other end of the phone, coupled with thuds and stabbing sounds. But they heard the thuds first, I believe, and then they heard screaming going away from the phone and coming back. So I'm thinking maybe Sydney hit her mom with the cast iron skillet first, and thank God she hopefully was unconscious and not feeling anything, I hope, because maybe then Sydney ran off screaming to go grab a steak knife. I don't know if she had the skillet with her. and the steak knife, or maybe she ran off and grabbed the steak knife, came back and, stabbed her mom all around the throat and her left arm. But we also heard some interesting text message exchanges between Brenda and Sydney, because Brenda had her doubts about why Sydney was home during odd hours of the day in Akron when she should have been about 36.5 miles away in Alliance at the University of Mount Union. I mean, Sydney started at that university the fall of 2018 as a freshman, made it through her freshman year, but once it came to 2019, she was having problems. In one text message, Brenda was asking Sydney about her afternoon classes.
This could be interesting. Hey, maybe mom did know something.
And Sydney gave her some kind of lie about her teacher and her husband being on vacation. And, oh, mom, I just need to do a worksheet and fill out some online stuff or whatever. But in the text message dated February 25th, a short time before the murder, Brenda said to Sydney, why do I always feel like you're scamming me? Just remember, you need the grades to keep your scholarship.
Sydney has long been unenrolled from Mount Union, at least for a couple months at this point, correct?
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Why do I think you're always scamming me? Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
All right. And what was, when Brenda asked, is everything okay? What is Sydney's answer?
Nope, not this week. My teacher and her husband took this week as their vacation time, so just gave us a worksheet and some work online to do while she's gone. Plus, I have my meeting anyway, so I figured I'd just stop home before.
And your investigation, as I just asked you, showed that Sydney was not registered for any class at this time. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I'm not going to ask you to read it. It speaks for itself. But is what we see here, this is page 2336 at the top. Is there another exchange here about Brenda inquiring of Sydney's classes?
Yes.
And I'll scroll up at the top. Can you read that, please? Brenda's message again on February 25th.
Why do I always feel like you are scamming me? Just remember that you need the grades to keep your scholarships.
And what was her response to that?
Yes, I know my grades are good. Thank you very much.
So Brenda knew something was off, something was amiss.
Oh, yes, I know. My grades are fine or whatever. So good. Thank you very much. Like, who says that to their mother, right? That's being snobby, and if you ask me. And you know what? Like, maybe, could have, like, I'm going to tell your dad about this or whatever. You know what I mean? Maybe mom didn't say anything to dad for a while, and this came to the head where she was like, I'm going to tell your dad about this. And then she knew she'd be in trouble or whatever, more trouble or whatever. I don't know. This is kind of crazy. This is interesting information, although it's kind of skipping through and skipping ahead from where we were, but still it's pretty interesting.
With her daughter, she just didn't know how serious it was. And Sydney kept hiding all her troubles. And Sydney responded to her mom, my grades are good, thank you very much. If they read more snarky text messages like that, that does not look good in Sydney's favor. We also heard text messages between Sydney and friends that spoke to Sydney's dwindling condition by the time she entered Mount Union as a freshman in 2018, to the point of her first semester as a sophomore in December 2019 when she got kicked out for academic reasons. Now, I don't know how much text message stuff we'll get, but if you watch all the 9/11 footage from that court day, the link is below also, you'll see what I mean. You'll see the snippets we got. And according to her defense attorney, Sydney was blowing off friends who tried to get her to socialize more. One was teasing Sydney like, don't be a party pooper, because she had some good friends, some from high school that, went with her to college. And one other friend texted Sydney like, okay, I know you said you're not feeling well, but the friend was so insightful. She's like, I believe something's deeper. Sydney, I believe something deeper is going on with you. And she really wanted to talk to her and help her. And Sydney reportedly texted another friend at one point saying she was stressed out. She really wanted to get together and talk. So this friend was Amanda.
Back in 2018, Sydney's talking to Amanda about really not being able to go out, haven't seen you, going on that I need to talk to someone about, and I feel like you do too, so it'd be great to hang out, and I miss you. Amanda says, thanks, of course, I miss you too. Thank God, I've cried so much these past days, it's unbelievable. I just really need to talk things through with someone.
So as much as her friends tried to pull it out of Sydney what was going on, apparently Sydney hid a lot. There's no way her friends could have predicted just how downhill Sydney would go by March 3rd. That's the day that Sydney's parents finally really found out that she was no longer enrolled in Mount Union, and they learned she had been lying to them for months. So now, on Friday, September 8th, as we talked about in the previous video, Sydney's good friend, Lauren Curry, testified, but she did not allow court TV to record her visually nor audibly, so we didn't know what the heck she said. So as a result, I did request the transcript of her hour-long testimony so I could read it to you guys, but the court reporter called and told me it would be around $306, so I'll just read what court TV, thank God they're in town, what they report that Lauren said. Now, court reporters do a tremendous job, and they're worth their salt.
Holy shit, $306 for a transcript. My God, I like the way she said that. So I'll just read what Court TV said. That's so funny. $300, that's a lot of money. I'm not sure I'd pay that much for something like that. That's a lot of money. Wow.
Salt, and they do a great job transcribing all these people so quickly in court. But let me tell you, if I had $306 today, I'd use it to pay tithes, pay Amex, and the IRS, not necessarily for court transcripts. So this is what Court TV says happened. The defendant's roommate, Lauren Curry, said the two have been best friends since high school, and they hit it off so well that they lived together on campus when they went on to attend Mount Union University. So Sydney did have good friends, and Curry described Sydney as social, charismatic, and bubbly. So she wasn't too shy. She didn't notice anything amiss while they were living together, except at one point Sydney's key card stopped working, and then Lauren learned about Sydney's poor academic performance, her grades slipping, only after Lauren had recommended Sydney for a role as mentor in their sorority. But for the most part, Lauren thought Sydney was doing okay. During the summer break between freshman and sophomore year, Lauren said her and Sydney spent time together at home, going to the mall, doing the stuff they normally did. So maybe Sydney felt a break from the pressure of college. And so over the summer, in between freshman and sophomore year, I'm thinking maybe she really did seem more normal. But Curry...
Okay, so she was part of sorority, apparently, which is normal for college, right? Most of the time, normal in college. And so perhaps like she was partying too much, paying too much partying, attention to partying, and having her grades slip, you know, not paying as much attention to her classes and stuff. But then the friends did say that she, you know, didn't go out as much. She wasn't socializing as much, but maybe it was at that point already that she was already worried and, you know, letting that stress, you know, make her not be as sociable or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, crazy. The irony is somewhat sane person in a psych hospital. Yeah. The guilt, right, of her, because she had to keep her grades up to keep her scholarship. You know, maybe her parents said, "Oh, well, you know, I really don't think that it would be that way," because it seemed like her parents were obviously well off, a little bit well off, anyways. She knew she was going to have to go to her parents. That she failed. Yeah, that exactly right. Thinking that she's going to lose her scholarship. How's she going to finish it? The maybe the stress on her parents for having to pay for her college or something like that. Kind of crazy. It's so insane how I mean, come on. I understand that some parents are very hard on people, but you know, I mean, it's just school. Like, there's plenty of time in life to go back to school or, you know, finish what you started. Or, I mean, I never can understand how it can be that bad that it would come to that, you know. I'm not too sure if I didn't really hear something about mom being demanding, but dad did say that she was the one that, you know, kind of dealt with all of that kind of stuff. Because she was, quote, I'm better at it than he was, which is kind of like that with most dads. I mean, you know, I won't say most, but some dads are like that, right? So yeah, yeah, very true, Nikki. Very true. Yes. Great.
We also testified in late February that Sydney finally told her, look, I'm moving away from campus. I'm taking a break. I'm going to figure things out. And the next time Lauren saw Sydney again was on March 2nd at the sorority's bachelor viewing party. So they like to watch that show. Curry again said nothing seemed wrong. You know, with Sydney, she was her normal, bubbly self. And Curry did not notice anything about any blackouts. So you know how Sydney's defense testified that there was like 90 minutes of time that Sydney couldn't remember things and had all these blackouts where I guess Lauren didn't see them. But on cross-examination, Lauren did agree that Sydney experienced anxiety during her high school years and that she had told a detective that Sydney did not deal well with stress and that her anxiety got worse after she started college. So of course the defense is going to point to any time Sydney was anxious, but will that equal insanity? Also under cross-examination, Lauren agreed that Sydney did study hard. She didn't party. She didn't get drunk while they were at Mount Union. She agreed Sydney was spending more time alone though. And on March 2nd, she was pretending that things were normal. So I don't know if that's something Lauren had noticed on March 2nd itself. Maybe that was only hindsight when she looked back and saw, oh, she was pretending. I don't know. We can't see it to see her inflections. But anyway, there was no court today, thank God. But on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, they should be very full days. That's what the judge told the jury. And court isn't in session until around noon or later on those days, which is great because it gives me a break and it gave me a chance to download all these videos and upload them and all the things. According to Chanley Painter on Court TV, who is in Akron, the state plans to rest on Wednesday. So we did hear prosecutors plan to rest. And next up comes Sydney's defense. They are hoping this not guilty by reason of insanity is what the jury goes with. I saw many comments of many people who do not like the fact that Sydney has been allowed to leave the courtroom during difficult testimony, like when the forensic pathologist testified or during these body cam videos.
Just for the record, the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to excuse Ms. Powell for this testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the defense is saying, oh no, it would be too triggering for her. And I found it interesting. A Court TV expert said maybe they should leave her in the courtroom and then the jury would see her flip out and maybe they go with the insanity defense. I don't know. But the defense team does have some heavy hitters coming up. Family members are planning to pack the gallery in support of Sydney. You know, they've been going to court with her, as well as her mother's parents, her uncle, her brother, and other family members are all there to support Sydney. And they all agree that Sydney had some kind of undiagnosed mental health issue at the time of the tragedy, which I could be leaning towards. I got to hear the mental health experts. I got to hear her grandma. The defense plans to call 3 nationally recognized experts to talk about Sydney's alleged insanity at the time. And according to Sydney's lawyer, the evidence will be overwhelming. Now, he will be in the minority, as am I, when I'm thinking of, oh, will she get off on an insanity defense? And that doesn't mean she'll be set free, but she could be under a mental hospital's care. The first defense witness they'll actually call is Sydney's grandmother taking the stand.
Nikki, yeah, they did let her leave the courtroom. They did. Yep. Which is, I think, is ridiculous. I really do. And that's just you know, trying to push this insanity, mental health, you know, issue, in my opinion, anyways. I do understand that things like this can be definitely, you know, triggering for people. Can be, you know, absolutely put her back in a state of what she was on that day. I can hear all the arguments, but I don't think it's fair that they let defendants leave a courtroom like that. But like I said, maybe she is, you know, has issues, problems, you know what I mean? Like, how do you decide, right? You know, what do they say? Shit in one hand and fucking sugar in the other or something. I don't know what the fuck it is, but you know what I mean?
Stand. Plus, we should expect to see one of Sydney's teachers and her friend testify. So if this is actually Brenda's mom that's taking the stand tomorrow on Wednesday, and she's, you know, talking and telling what she knows with the jury, it should be powerful. But the final witness in the prosecution's case was the lead detective who held up that cast iron skillet in the air and testified that Sydney's mental issues actually may have been the stress of not telling her parents she was kicked out of college. And she even went so far as to stay in shady hotels, as Sydney's lawyer called, you know, the hotels, where Sydney stayed for 1 full week before returning home that March 3rd day.
Well, we looked through, in examining the information from the phone, we noticed that there was some Wi-Fi searches that originated with some hotels, specifically the week of February 25th. And there were specific locations, number one being the Comfort Inn on State Road in Alliance.
That's it, Virgo. That's it. Shit in one hand, or wish in one hand, shit in the other. See which one works for you.
We saw another one where there was, I believe, the Red Roof in the Canton area where you could see she was using the hotel Wi-Fi to access, you know, searches. So based on that, we decided to, you know, follow up by stopping by the hotels, and we found out that she did, in fact, was staying at the hotels after she had left Mount Union on the 24th.
Do you know how Sydney paid for these hotel rooms?
Cash.
So I don't know. The lead detective wasn't so quick to call her, you know, schizophrenic.
What did your investigation reveal in the days, I guess we'll go to that last week, after she's unenrolled from Mount Union, but before she comes home, right before spring break? What did your investigation reveal was Sydney's behavior?
Well, I think she still hadn't told her parents. I mean, she didn't go directly home, you know, since she stayed at those hotels. So I don't think she had told her parents exactly what the situation was, just based on, you know, the stays at the hotel and the phone messages that were going back and forth. It was pretty clear her parents were still unaware of what was going on with her situation.
The 12 jurors, not including the 3 alternates sitting outside the jury box, they include 8 women and 4 men, probably in their 20s all the way up to their 70s. So it sounds like we have a good mix of folks who are going to decide Sydney's fate. And that would be a tough job, but they have all the...
That would be a tough job. And look at her. She is just tuned right out. She doesn't have anything to do with what is being testified about her. I don't know what she's doing, coloring, drawing pictures. I don't know, but she's tuned right out. That's for sure.
all the evidence to watch. These body cam videos are something else, just horrible. Just a horrible, horrible crime. Psalm 110:1. The Lord Father says to my Lord, the Messiah, his son, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet, subjugating them into complete submission. So I don't know, I should put up a poll. If I put up a poll, I bet you 70 to 80 or more % of people would want Sydney to be found guilty. I noticed most commenters say that, how dare Sydney potentially get away with this crime? How dare she, bludgeon her mother and all this stuff? Don't you care about Brenda, what she had to suffer? And of course, I think many people care about what happened to Brenda. No one wanted this to happen to Brenda, but I'm trying to look at it in a clear-headed way and see, as the evidence unfolds, what truly is the legal definition of insanity. Was Sydney really suffering the onset of schizophrenia? Can you still be so feeling? Like another expert said on Court TV today was interesting. He was saying, well, schizophrenics shouldn't be able to have all these feelings and emotions and display all these emotions. I don't know if a mental health expert would say that, but is she able to show all these tears? And she literally is crying in court. I've watched the footage, a lot of it, up close, many hours. Some people think she's acting, maybe she is, but other people think she's truly crying. So if she's medicated now, does that mean she's still schizophrenic, but it's just under control so she can feel more now? I mean, her eyes still look dead in that mugshot, or she looks crazy. I hate to say it, but she does when their cops are pulling her out, and we get glimpses a little bit of her sitting on the curb or in the driveway. Was she just enraged? It makes no sense. Again, was she just enraged? Didn't want her mother to hear all her lies finally spill out, and it makes no sense, but did she just, I'm just gonna fell this woman. I'm going to take her down, and then I'm going to go break the back window and pretend someone broke in and did this to my mom, and that would solve my college problem. I mean, that's insanity. That would be truly evil, actually. That would be the evil part of it. Or was it truly the onset of schizophrenia? Was she really hearing voices? Was she really seeing things? Is this part true? And who's going to testify to that? What will her grandma say? Did her grandma notice anything? Any more friends coming aboard for the defense? Will they have more evidence of Sydney having problems? Or was it really just such a stressful event? A lot of people have commented that, yeah, of course, going to college, it can be very stressful for some people, and it's no excuse to go harm your mother who's worked so hard all her life and to help put you through college, along with, of course, her dad. But her dad didn't lose his life. And some people say maybe her dad would have lost his life if he had stayed. Who knows what this is about? But again, the coverage continues tomorrow. I don't know if things will wrap up by Friday or what. And the
Wow, crazy, crazy, crazy. That was pretty interesting. My goodness. That one was very interesting. So, I don't know what everybody's thoughts are. I do have, excuse me, sorry. I don't know if you guys want to still hang around for just a little while, but I have the grandmother. I have a witness. It just says witness testifies. And I also, I have the grandmother, a witness, a body language expert, and a psychologist. So, are you guys done for the night, or you want to watch a little bit more of this? Or you want to talk about something else? What else did I have up? I have, oh, bullshit. Betty today said a bunch of stuff about the judgment, but maybe, I don't know. What else do I got? Hello. Marion, how are you? It's unusual for schizophrenics to harm others. It does happen, though. Yes, it does happen, eh? There's not a lot with BHB. There's just a, I just have a, what was the judgment with Betty? Well, there wasn't really any judgment today. It was just basically, they just set another trial date, basically another day for them to come in. The evidentiary hearing is next. So they set a date for that, apparently, or something along those lines. It really wasn't much at all. There was no judgment on anything today. They just kind of set up their thing. Betty did complain. Betty did complain that, that the lawyer, Queen Bee's lawyer, hasn't been like communicating with her very well, or refusing to communicate with her or whatever. And it's like, what? What the heck are you talking about? Like, what? Oh, God. Yes, Betty thinks it went well. And I'm sure, I mean, it went, and I mean, nothing bad really happened. But yeah, oh my goodness. She thinks it was on her side. But the judge told her that, like, she tried to apparently interrupt him a bunch of times. And he kind of just like, whoa, 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 excuse me, but, this isn't your court. This is my court. And yes, Betty did. There's frickin' email. She sent an email to Queen Bee's lawyer, telling him, "Do not contact me." Blah 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 blah. Like, what? And then, of course, in court, it was like, "Oh well, I'm having a hard time scheduling because I find him very uncooperative and unprofessional," and along those lines. Don't quote me word for word, but along those lines, it was basically I find him very unprofessional, and he's been difficult to work with, and blah blah blah. And it was just like, what are you talking about? He's been difficult to work with. You're the one who said that you. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Jesus Christ. I just don't even know, man. And then, so because Betty had complained that, it's saying that Queen's lawyer was the reason, or Queen's lawyer was making it difficult for them to communicate. Queen's lawyer, of course, before the hearing was over, he had said that, "I just want to have it on record and make sure that Miss Bullhorn is saying that it is okay for me to contact her. Because if that is so, I will resume doing so." And Betty cut him off a little bit. I think that was one little part there. Was just cut him off just a little bit and said, I'm willing to work with you. Something about being professional and quitting with the insults. What, like, Queen's lawyer has to quit with the insults? Is that what you mean, Miss Betty? Because what the fuck? Are you kidding? What the hell? I was like, what the fuck? So anyways, what's her name? Oh my God, Toast. We can look at that. Give me a second here, you guys, and we're done with Sidney Powell for today. But we can go take a look at because Burnt Toast did a little review today of what went on in court. And I will let you guys know, please, there has been a recording of today's proceedings circulating around. And if you receive it from anybody, do not play it. I have heard it.
Your toast, buddy.
I don't know. I don't know who recorded it. I have no idea. I would swear on the Bible about that. I do not know. I was part of an email chain, I think. after a while. I think there was a choo-choo train going on today earlier with this video being passed around. So apparently it was Nikki recorded illegally, because apparently it is illegal to record Zoom proceedings or something like that. I'm not too sure. But apparently it's a no-no. But of course somebody did it, yes. And I don't even know yet. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I had my thoughts about, like, it could have been Betty herself, you know, because I don't know. She's trying to get somebody in trouble. I have no idea. So anyways, sorry, I just yawned. Oh, took a second. So anyways, yes. Please beware of that. Okay. Watch it for yourself. If somebody sends it to you, you know, watch it yourself. And it's not even the whole proceeding either. Because, like, when I watched it, I was like, damn, that was really fast. Like, you know, it was only like a few minutes or whatever. And I was like, shit, that was real fast, man. What the hell? But then we learned after that it was not the whole thing. So, yeah. So anyways, but yeah, we can take a look at this for a little while. I'm good for about another 45 minutes. If you guys aren't going to hang out with me, then that's good. That's good. The judge did say we can watch it directly from the court. It will be public. Yes. But I can't. I don't know. Do you know the link for that, Petty? You can send it to me or something, because I don't know where the hell to look for any of that kind of stuff. I have the link to be able to get, like, the filings from all of this. And believe me, I didn't even find that myself. Somebody had to give that to me too, because I didn't know. I don't know where to find all that shit. So, you know what I mean? I don't know where the hell to find that, especially because I'm in Canada, and like, things are different here, right? So it's like, I don't know where the hell to find it. But anyways, please, you guys, if anybody sends it to you, please just don't throw it. Don't play it on a live. Don't make a video out of it. Don't, anything like that. And I say that not because I care so much about this twat that's on your TV, but because I care about Queen. And we all care about Queen. And there's absolutely nothing in the world that we would ever want to do to hinder any of this for her. So, yeah. Good night, Jasmina. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. We'll do a little bit more on this pal chick. We'll do a little bit more on her. Maybe, I'm not too sure. And I was actually going to say next week. And next week, you guys, some of you might remember that I told you that I was going to be watching my grandkids Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And I actually figured it out that, like, honestly, like, they're back in school now. So, like, I can do some daytime lives, Yeah. Because I'll be up nice and early to get them up to go to school, bring them to school, then I can come home. And then I have, like, the whole time till I have to go get them at school. Actually, I have the whole time till I have to get them after daycare, because they go to school after daycare. I mean, they go to daycare after school. Oh my goodness. Because their mom works, so they go to daycare after school. So I have, like, till, like, after school time, almost dinner time. So I'll be able to do some daytime lives. That'll be exciting. All right, Erie. Good night, sweetheart. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Yay, tomorrow's Friday. Or it's already Friday for you. I don't know where you are. Well, it's Friday for everybody, really. Friday or Saturday. So. Okay, let's watch a little bit of this disaster up here on the hurricane Bullhorn.
You want to know? If you have a defense attorney, it is not legal. Please don't. That has been circulating. I didn't even know about it until after I'd already scheduled my stream.
Okay, this is where I heard this. Now that I'm thinking about it. Bernd is the one that actually told us about this stream, not playing it, and just being careful with it. Like if you have it sent to you, don't play it at anybody. I think you can share it. I don't know if sharing it is bad or not. I don't know. But just don't play it. Don't make a video out of it. So, yeah.
Somebody else completely different had taken notes for me and had sent those to me. And so the notes are what I'm going to be going through because they're way more detailed. And also after watching the recording, which I mean, I'm just saying that was illegal to do. Okay. So I'm not going to be playing it, but the recording only showed a small portion of the entire proceeding today. So there's a lot more to what happened than what you saw in the recording. No shade. I'm just saying like, I won't be part of recording that or playing it. Just my personal opinion on that. Thank you, Mo. P.S. Burnt toast is gluten-free. Don't trust her. No. What's up, Rach? Yeah, so don't know who did it. Don't care. It's not, I mean, it's not my circus, right? Who cares? But I'm just saying that I won't be like, that's not something that I've told anyone to do. I would not recommend it. There are lots of people that asked me in my chats over the last week, and I've told them it is not legal. Please don't do that. Because quite frankly, it's a public link. I was waiting to find out, and this judge is saying that it's public, that anybody can click the link. So if you want to watch it, click the link and watch it. That's what the judge said. Okay, and so you don't have to break the law and record it. You can just click on it and watch it for yourself. Thank you, KB Investigates Mode, for 1 month. I appreciate that. Folks, don't record these hearings. It will only hurt Queen in the long run and ruin the ability to watch down the road. Whoever did that needs to be force-fed BHB's cooking. I mean, people are going to do what they want to do. So I just wanted to like be clear because I think that there was a certain fried head upsetty Betty that was hoping that I was going to play that day. Nice try, but no, I won't be doing that. Okay, so I'm going to
see, and that's why I think maybe it was Betty that released it herself. Because like she would love nothing more than Toast to like, you know, do something that she can bitch about. Like that's I thought it was kind of interesting. So. Cheese, you're back for all the drama. You drama lover. You are drama lover. Lover.
I'm gonna get into the notes that the person sent me. It wasn't a very long.
Yeah, I was watching this as well earlier. Yeah. I was watching it too, so. But maybe we have some of our UK friends in here that haven't watched it yet, so. And I like to have it on my, so the people can go, oh yeah, go watch If I Got and Whisper. She had it on. I'm just kidding.
Long hearing.
That's what you were thinking, Virgo? Like that Betty had put it out herself? Because she would love more than nothing else than to say or to point the finger at somebody else, right? Much Endeavors, there was a clip that was recirculating, yes. Or not circulating. It was just a small clip of what happened in court today, though. Yeah. Well, yeah, somebody had to do it, right? Somebody recorded it. But like Toast said, you could just click on the link and just go watch it yourself. Like you could be there live and watch it yourself. But you had to be muted or something like that, or you couldn't have your camera on or something like that. So that only the people that were actually involved in the case showed up on screen or something, I think is what I think Toast probably says it there. So yeah. Yeah, absolutely, Cheese. I agree. Yeah. You never got to see it much Endeavors. Well, you're gonna get the playback here. not the playback, but the, what do they call it? The commentary. Toasty here does a really good job at, I don't know where we can find the link. I have no idea. Honestly, I really don't know. I wish I knew, because I would go watch every time. But I have no idea. I did see the little clip, but I have no idea who put it out. Or I said, you know, it wasn't me. I don't even know where the fucking link is. So, if somebody has it, send it to me, because I don't know. And if I had the link, I would let you guys know, because apparently you can just click on the link and watch it. And I would much rather, you know, that I would do that. Absolutely. I would put that out for sure. Absolutely. I mean, if BHU didn't do it, she had someone else do it. You think so, eh? It's as soon as I didn't even realize that it was illegal to do something like that. I imagine it probably is in Canada too, for certain things, I imagine. So I didn't even realize it was legal. I literally had to ask if I could play it. And, you know, they were like, I don't know. I don't think so. You know, so I was like, okay, I won't. So I'm glad that I played, because I don't care. I'll play. You know what I mean? Not if I know it's not if I know it's illegal, or I can't do it, or would be smart to do it, then I wouldn't. But I wouldn't know that. I would have no idea. But good to know now for future. To try and jeopardize the case, right? I wouldn't doubt that Betty would do that. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, cheese. Sorry. There wasn't really much to miss today, because not a lot actually happened in court. But some of the points are pretty funny. Betty trying to push her way, elbow her way through the, you know, beside the judge. Excuse me, judge, move up, sir, but this, you know, so I don't know.
And it wasn't as juicy as the one on the 27th is going to be, but there's still a lot here. And in light of the fact, especially since she just went live right before this, probably to get ahead of what she thought I was going to do. Yeah, she was wrong, and she just lied. It was like half lie and half just straight up delusional. Hey, what's up, my girl? Does BHP have a defense attorney? No, she's the one who started the lawsuit. So she doesn't, but either way, she's doing this pro se. She is refusing.
Yes, much endeavors. We were actually just talking about that the other night. Yeah, when was maybe, I don't know, Cheese or Nikki, you guys might know. Remember we were talking about when Betty was streaming the West trial. Yeah. And then calling Duty Ron a dumbass and a you know, a lowlife and whatever else she's, you know, all that other kind of stuff that they said. Yeah. So yeah. Hey Rachel. I wouldn't be surprised if it was her either behind it. Yeah, I wouldn't either. Nothing really surprises me with Betty. Things shock me, maybe, but like in a like, oh, what the fuck kind of shock kind of way, like what is she doing now kind of way. But nothing ever surprises me with Betty. Not anymore. I mean, we've heard her say that kids should be euthanized like dogs. We have heard her blame parents for their own children's demise. We have heard like anything that she can to make herself feel better, I guess. I don't know what the hell it is, but anyways.
Refusing to get a lawyer. So that's fun, because that's totally a winning strategy. Even lawyers will hire another lawyer to represent them in court. I'm just saying. Thank you, good Ed. It won't hurt Queen. It's just not something I recommend doing because it's illegal. I get the curiosity. Just watch live if you want the info. I agree with that. Yeah, because like ultimately that's not going to hurt Queen or anything like that. But it's just kind of like, just don't do it, right? And I can't control everybody, but I'm never going to recommend that anyone do that. There will be legal to access transcripts available for to access. That I am not sure. I just know that transcripts are usually very expensive, but they do allow note taking. So someone was nice enough to take notes, and that's what we're going to be getting into. Thank you, Mo. BHB is doing this Daryl Brooks style. That she is. Objection, Mo. Objection. Yes, she's totally doing it on her own.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Apparently she objected or something. I can't remember. My God. Holy fuck. Daryl Brooks style. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Love that for her. Any other time she looked straight at the camera while talking about court, she kept looking down. Yes. And you're about to find out why. Because she was a fucking liar today. Liarson. Okay. So getting into the notes. It starts off grounds, right? Oh my God, it's great. Oh, that'd be great if she actually did that in real life. Oh man, that'd be fantastic. Now that transcript, I probably would pay for. Objection, she did not consent. Right? So it starts off with the judge addressing each person who signed into the meet. Now, originally, I was under the impression that there wasn't a whole lot of people that showed up, but apparently there were like 3 or 4 people that showed up in addition to Bullhorn Betty, Queen Bee's lawyer, and the judge. So, right. So apparently there were some people that were quiet. That's fine. The judge says that's fine. Okay. So this is the judge addressed each person who signed into the meet. And right away, Betty interrupted him saying, I don't know any of these people, judge. As if that matters. I love that. So she starts off already interrupting him. It's great. Tony D, member 14 months. Thank you so much. Love you, Toasty. Thank you for this. Thank you guys for being here. Like, please, this would be boring without you guys. Y'all are hilarious, especially tonight. I see your comments. I see you. But so she starts off already interrupting him. And then she says, someone has been disseminating and spreading around private Zoom links. So starting off very Karen-ish. Love that. The judge says, let me stop you right there. It's public, not private. That's why we have chairs here. She forgot to tell y'all that in her stream tonight, huh? So all of that happened before that recording even started, just to let you know. That's how it started. And just apparently the way that he was saying it, because I have seen the recording now. I watched it like an hour ago. But yeah, he just starts shaking his head and he's like, well, hold on, let me stop you right there. It's so funny. And I love the fact that, again, this whole time she thinks that she's winning. And I'm like, this is just the first hearing of probably many. How could you possibly tell if you're winning or not? It's so ridiculous. Oh my gosh, I'm already cry laughing. Oh my God. Okay. The first motion was to drop heels in the air from the lawsuit. Betty said that she wanted to drop heels because I don't need her on the suit. I don't need her on the suit. And then she says, we tried to serve her. Then we found out that there's a jurisdictional issue, so she has to be dropped as a matter of law. Well, no, she didn't. She never served heels. So that was a lie. Okay, sure. Because when you serve someone, it's in the docket. Like, it'll have a whole form that will say you served this person on this day, and it will have the exact down to the minute and second that it was done.
And that's true. That's true. Proof of service. That's what that's called. Oh my God. And there's nothing for heels because I've looked at every document on there.
And that was never done. Heels was never served. So I am under the impression that heels is going to be taken off either like now or at least before the 27th. Apparently, he's not going to be waiting until the 27th. He is going to be taking her off, which I think is the right thing to do because she should have never been on the lawsuit to begin with. So Queen's lawyer obviously had no objection. The second motion that he heard today was about Zoom meetings, and she's wanting to have Zoom meetings for the remainder of the court proceedings. Yes, thank you, Pixel. Its certificate of service is required. That is correct. And if you look on the docket, every time that Queen is served with something or Bullhorn Betty is served with something, there's a certificate. It's all there on the docket. Every time that they're served with stuff, it's all there. There's none for heels at all this entire time. So she's not being honest there. So the second motion that he was hearing was about the Zoom meetings. And like I said, she wanted to do Zoom for the remainder of the proceedings. And what's so funny is that she added this court date, the 14th. She just added that at the last minute. That was not a date that the judge had originally picked, but she did that. Thank you, Laura, Mystery Maven. Requirement to have proof of service. Exactly. Thank you so much. Mystery Maven is a fantastic, just human being in general, but she's a fantastic resource for a lot of law questions. She's fantastic, has a lot of experience.
More than likely, Betty has mental health issues and picking on her is bullying. Yeah, exactly. Cheese, sir, excuse me. Yes, I did watch a lot of the Gerald Brooks case. Oh my God. That was like some of the most insane stuff I ever seen in a courtroom. Oh my God. Absolutely fucking crazy, man. Crazy. Okay, so we will watch a little bit of this. It's like just the first little part here is when she's really talking about what happened in court today. And then we will go and check out Hang on here. We'll go check out. Maybe something by Laura or something. We'll see.
As an attorney, so she's there. If you have questions, I don't want to put you on the spot, Mr. Maven, but she knows a lot, and the stuff that she has on her channel it's fantastic. So I highly recommend her channel. So what Bullhorn Betty didn't understand is that she thought she could just like add an extra court date, which would be today, at the last minute, and somehow force the judge's hand into.
Yes, Cheese, that's very true. Mystery Maven has got integrity and ethics, and yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. She will pop in to chat though every once in a while, and she will answer questions if somebody has a question about something or whatever. But she'll ask questions. The last 20 minutes is the best part of this stream here. All right, we'll take a look. Oh yes. That's all. Is that all the stuff from SF from San Francisco? Yeah. We went to we went over a little bit of that yesterday, the day before, I can't remember. Yeah, all this shit with Steve. Oh my god. San Francisco. And we're gonna watch Big Pimpin'. We are. I got it still up. Jeez, I was waiting for you to come back, so yes, Laura. Oh my god. And like seriously, like Laura, she says she doesn't grift. Okay, wow. I got something to show you guys.
Into making this a Zoom meeting indefinitely, not so much. So what happened was the judge asked her if she needed/wanted all future hearings to be on Zoom. Betty says, kinda. Right? She says, kinda. She says she will come in person for the evidentiary hearings, quote, for the trial, which tells me and everyone else she doesn't understand what an evidentiary hearing is. Again, love that for her. Then she says the issue with the September 27th hearing is that Queen Bee's lawyer did not make any attempt to schedule it with her. And I'm like, so she wanted to.
Okay, what? The Zoom meeting. Queen's lawyer didn't make any attempt to schedule it with Betty. Well, Betty, maybe it's because you sent him an email that said, do not fucking contact me. Yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, what the fuck? This woman is insane.
Wanted to schedule the September 14th today's at the last minute without talking to him first. But she's mad that he's given her now over a month notice about the 27th hearing. Right. Okay. Oh, that's fine. Then she says, he's going to tell you, Judge, that that's because I told him not to contact me, but that's not true. He's very combative and insulting, and I could tell he wasn't going to work with me. So I told him not to contact me because I don't need to be subjected to it. And the judge, once again was like, hold on. He stops her and asks if the 27th would be okay if it was by Zoom. So the judge is constantly having to reel her in because she's an absolute petulant child the entire time, just looking half constipated, half Karen. I don't know, maybe 60-40, math, whatever. But yeah, he's like trying to de-escalate the situation because she's starting to raise her voice a little bit. And he's like, okay, well, would you be okay with the 27th doing Zoom, right? Queen Bee's lawyer says that the protective order requires an evidentiary hearing, which is true. But if the judge wanted to throw out her motion for the protective order because it wasn't a proper way to request a protective order to begin with, then there's no evidentiary hearing would be needed. So what that means is Queen Bee's lawyer was actually trying to be very gracious to Bullhorn Betty in spite of the nastiness that she was throwing at him, right? So he was like, hey, listen.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be. I wouldn't have been at all. I would have tried. I don't know. The little piece that I saw this video, her Queen's lawyer was very, very well behaved. Very well behaved. Way more well behaved than I ever would be. Listening to the shit that Betty said, she lied her fucking face off. And I hope that it can be proved because that's perjury, is it not? I'm pretty sure you're sworn in for a fucking Zoom meeting too. Like, I don't know. Maybe
the
not.
protective order is garbage. It has no merit. It wasn't even done in a proper way anyway. If you throw it out, judge, then we don't have to have an evidentiary hearing, which is, or you have to do that in person. We can just throw that out. We can just do the rest of it via Zoom altogether. This is what the judge says. He says, if she wants a protective order, she has every right to prove that. And Betty chimes in and says, that's right. What she doesn't understand is that she has now locked herself in. She was given an out to do all Zoom, and she has now boxed herself in so that now she's now going to have to show up in person on a future date for this evidentiary hearing. This is why, folks, you don't represent yourself. I'm just saying. You just don't. It's not a good idea. LFMAO, she's so dumb. I mean, right? It's so dumb. It's like, what do? You just laugh. I mean, what else is there to do but just point and laugh, right? And then the judge then says that he doesn't mind having all motions that just include arguments being on Zoom.
Oh, that's just include arguments being on Zoom, which really sucks. God, I hope he likes to tell her to go there every goddamn freaking court date there is. Anyways. He had jobs. I bet he had the best jobs. Toast analogy is incorrect. I don't know. She usually does a pretty good job. Good morning, Tiffany. How are you? How are you? We'll do a little bit more of this and then we'll switch to Laura. I never talk about Laura usually. But I think Toast does a pretty good job at explaining what happened anyways. Because from what I saw, she's kind of accurate.
On Zoom, but any that...
I mean, like, she is accurate. She's being accurate. The jabs are funny, but yeah. She's being accurate from what I saw.
But that he would not allow any evidence over Zoom. He said evidence would be, in other words, he's saying that he will do all motions and filings that do not require evidence, just arguments. Those can be Zoom, but anything that's going to require like a motion or a filing that's going to require an in-person hearing, things like that, evidence, those have to get in person. I mean, obviously. So she fucked herself and she doesn't even realize it because she's so dumb. It reminds me of the Vanity Fair article that came out, and it ripped her to shreds and back. Like, it's like they took her and put her up and down a cheese grater. And then she went live and was like, y'all are just jealous because nobody wrote an article about you. It's so amazing. She straight up thought it was positive. And it wasn't until everybody pointed out how fucked up it was and how it was not the flex that she thought it was. It wasn't a win. It wasn't like good or positive. Then she gets mad and was like, well, she doesn't know how to do her job. And remember how she was saying that she was going to like call the lady and leave a voicemail message and all this shit about how, well, she should have gotten my comment before she posted this article. It was hilarious.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. I remember that.
It's like she had convinced herself that she was like some celebrity and they were writing an article about her and that was a good thing. And she didn't realize how bad it was, how not positive it was, not winning it was until later. Okay, so now we're looking at, not only does she have to deal with all this stuff on the 27th, but now, folks, now there is an extra date on the calendar. And that extra date, she has to go there in person, no exception. So and we're going to get to the dates here in a second, okay? Please don't spam my chat, okay? Please. Thanks. The last part was, so 2 motions have been heard and the judge gets ready to end the hearing, but Betty pipes in and says, now there's just a couple of things to bring up. Or she was like, can I just say something really quick? Just note to the audience, okay? When you're in front of a judge and he's ready to wrap that shit up, the last thing he wants to hear is you be like, Judge, can I just say one more thing, please? They don't like that. It's really fucking annoying because you've had this entire hearing to say something and you didn't. Okay, but he was nice. And she says she wants the judge to order to she says she wants the judge to make an order to force Queen Bee's lawyer to schedule hearings with Betty. Oh my God, that's not how that works. And she starts raising her voice again, getting upset. And the judge literally started shaking her head and he was like, stop. And he says, quote, I am not a babysitter.
Okay, that really happened, and I saw that part, and it was fucking hilarious. Oh my God, it was funny. It was funny. Cheese, I think he does need a Snickers. He needs a spanking or something. Remember the other night he like we were thinking like he had colorful colorful balls, you know? Maybe. Jeez, you're just a grumpy guy today. Oh, do you need a hug? What's going on? Yeah, see, everybody's noticing. You're not the same cheese today. You're a little grumpy. See? Virgo away says, did you put your cranky pants on? Did you zip it up? Huh? Did you get it stuck in the zipper today? That would make me grumpy, probably. Anyways. I love you guys.
Oh my God. This whole time, Queen Bee's lawyer isn't saying a word. Not one word. He doesn't have to. He for real said, I am not a babysitter. And then he says, local rules already require attorneys to make every effort to do that. She was like, Daddy Judge, you need to force the lawyer to see it my way. What? That's how she acted tonight or today. This is what she didn't want anyone to know. This is why she was looking down. This is why she went live to try to get ahead of this, because she didn't think that I had anything other than the recording. Betty. No, nice try though. Then the judge says that it kind of isn't even an issue because obviously that any in the future hearing will be set at the September 27th hearing. So her argument, even if she had said it nicely, didn't make sense because he had already ruled. Because she wasn't listening, she wasn't paying attention. She has a hard time parsing out jack shit of what people are saying, right? And so he has already said, listen, I'm going to hear everything on the 27th. That's already been scheduled. So what is the problem?
That's very true. That's very true.
Checking the website for the court, and it says on there, you are not allowed to record, distribute, share any recordings from the court, or it will be contempt. I think Queen Bee is being set up. Yeah, possibly. And that's why Queen Bee told people not to do it, and nobody from her group did it. I told people not to do it. Nobody from my group did it. And I'm not playing the video. Queen's not playing the video. I would recommend that nobody play the video because it would not be a smart thing to do. I am just saying, yeah, to try to do something illegal and see if YouTube lets you keep it up. I'm just saying, like, I am not going to be playing something, right, when it shouldn't have been recorded to begin with. I don't.
Yes, exactly. Anyways, that is the gist pretty much of the court proceedings today. She does here this is the, let me pause it here. Oh, hang on. These are the next court dates. September 27th is a Zoom, and then from there they are going to schedule another date for in-person, and then December 12th case management conference. So it's moving along slowly but surely. It's getting there. I don't know. I don't know. Recording it, I believe it is maybe somebody that is probably maybe trying to fuck things up. Which would really suck, right? Of course. But that's my thought anyways, that I think it's, in my opinion, I think it's somebody that's just trying to fuck things up. You're not in any mood. You just don't like hypocrisy, in your opinion. Always got to add that in there. In my opinion. Oh, shit. What did I do? Oh, okay. Okay, hang on a second. Let me get this ready. I hate listening to the beginning. Certain people's videos in the beginning drive me crazy. Yeah, it could definitely be anyone, that's for sure. Virgo, allegedly. Ain't trying to get sued. Oh my god, you guys are so funny. Okay, here is Miss Laura. We'll watch for a little while. You can definitely speed her up like 2 times because yeah, you don't need much to listen to her. Welcome, welcome, everybody coming in. Hey, hello, hello. Good morning to those waking up on the East Coast. What is it, 6 o'clock? Yeah, I guess people are starting to get up almost. Okay, so let's watch a little bit of this. And you haven't heard this nutcase in a while? Yeah, I watch her every once in a while, just depending on what her title is on her video. And this one's called New Bike Test, Battery versus Queen Bee Court. And where can I find the tape? She's looking for the tape. I hope somebody sends it to her, and I hope she plays it. And then I hope she gets in trouble. Here on the East Coast. You just been up all night with us. God, girl. Oh, I love you so much. Thank you for hanging out with us all night. Oh my god. Okay, let's listen to this.
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. How do we sound? What up? What up? How do we sound?
Yeah, it sounds like you're giving head to your microphone, so back up there a little bit, girl. Back up to spit.
Do we sound good? Do we sound awesome on our new microphone? Anyone? Good. Does it sound better? Sounds like a pro. It looks like a pro too, and it costs what a pro microphone costs. So what I did was, everyone kept telling me like my microphone was bad, but I.
Okay, this right here is one of the main parts that I wanted to play because seriously, yeah. Hello, grifter. Like, what the fuck? And also, I'd like to point out that I think I was watching her yesterday. I think I was watching her yesterday or the day before. I don't know. I'm not even going to say anything. Anyways, whatever. Okay, let's listen. Because here comes Grifting 101. Presented by Laura. The one that tells everybody to sit the fuck down and listen. Oh, Laura, really? Okay.
But I went to do
This is a Betty move right here. If I ever saw one.
A reaction video today for Patreon, and I couldn't do it. I was like, fuck it, I need a microphone. So everyone that donated for me going to the trip, I asked everybody, do you want your money back? And everyone told me, keep it, buy something for yourself, buy something for the studio. So that's what I did. I went out and bought.
Really? You asked everybody that donated to you for a trip. You asked everybody that donated to you, and everybody said, no, go buy something for yourself. Every single person. I don't know how many people donated, but still, I don't believe that for one word at all. I do not. I don't believe that at all.
And bought this like very expensive microphone, and I'm like, I hope it's all that in a bag of chips. So I know a lot of people were saying, people who had headphones were saying that like I was only coming through on one side. So now I want to know, are you hearing anyone with headphones? Are you hearing it on both ears? Hey, Angela. Because that was like the big complaint I got, that people could only hear me through one side, and that's not something I could fix. But
so what she did was she was going to go down to Tennessee because she was going to go hunt for the prison escapee down there. I think. Not Tennessee. Philadelphia. I'm pretty sure that's what she was going to do. she was going to go down there and cover it, whatever, wherever she was going to fucking go, whatever. Okay, she was coming to Pennsylvania. Okay. So one of her followers nearly gifted her $100. Okay, there you go. So she was asking her followers for money to help out for her trip to go down and catch Prison Boy there. All right, Ninja Prison Boy. Okay. That was like just 2 days ago. And now all of a sudden, you know, Prison Boy was caught. Like, I doubt that she went and asked everybody that gave her money just to say, just keep it. Go ahead. You keep it. Go ahead. Every single one of them. I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't happen. Things can happen. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't believe her. I really don't.
But since I had the extra money, I'm like, all right, let me go buy this super duper microphone. So I did. It's a Shure MV7.
You had the extra money. No, you really didn't have extra money. You just decided to use the money that you raised for something else to buy what you wanted. That's, in my opinion, anyways. Forgotten forever here. That's who's talking. Forgotten forever. Remember when you called me Forgotten Forever? You don't even know my name, girl. You don't even know my name.
Evan, I think it's called. Money well spent. All right, so you are in a headphone. So you hear me through both sides? Like it's not one or the other? Perfect. Perfect. So maybe now things will get better. I have my AirPods. Okay, because that was one of the biggest complaints. So people were saying they can only hear me through one side, and I don't know how to fix that. So I did some research today, and I found this microphone that they said is almost as good as the other one, like the more expensive one, but the SMV or whatever, which is what Joe Rogan uses. And I only know that from my research. But you also need like an equalizer. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. I just want to plug and play. So I got this one. But I agree. As long as, I like recorded myself before to see how it sounded. And I think I sounded really well. So I'll be doing a reaction video after this because, oh my God, did it make me mad. So I'm glad to know it's working. All right. So for those of you that donated, money well spent. Now you know what it went to. My new Shure microphone. So, okay.
And you hear her, she's acting so nice and so everybody that donated, that's what it went to. So thank you for my new microphone. Like they had a choice, Laura. Like, come on. Oh my God.
A lot of things that I want to get into tonight. A couple things I want to talk about. Some things you guys are not going to know what I'm talking about. Other things you will. My first question is to Randy and Wendy. And I mean this honestly, and I'm not saying this to be an asshole. But I really want to know, have you guys ever thought to yourself that maybe your judgment on people is way wrong? And the people that you think are your friends and your lovies turn out to be scammers and losers. So did it ever possibly occur to you that your judgment is wrong? And maybe the people that you think are such scum and everything else really aren't? So it's just a question I wanted to pose out there because it seems like their closest besties turn out to be scammers, liars, weirdos, as Wendy would say, total weirdos. So that was just my question. My second thing I want to say is voices. Why are you coming after me or Granny's watching? Because I said we're going to do stuff together. I don't understand that. And like, I didn't watch it, but I heard you were going off about like Cagney and Lacey. What are you talking about? We're not cops. I'll tell you what it comes down to. And some of you guys may disagree, and I know Granny's watching agrees with me on this, but I really feel like that, and I said this to Crystal earlier, I honestly feel like that true crime nowadays has gotten where, and I could be wrong, but it's.
Did anybody see what Voices was saying? I did not see that. She was in chat earlier, and she didn't say anything. Okay. What did I print? Hang on a second. Okay, Voices for the Voiceless. Let's go look at her page and see what she's doing. Okay, so she was live 17 hours ago and then 15 hours ago. So did anybody see what she was talking about? Oh, it's because Voices and GW dislike each other. Yeah. Oh yeah, well, let's listen to her for just a little bit here.
It's like they want girls in drama and the boys club is taking over true crime. all starting back to like Chris McDonough. No, I'm sorry. You're not taking over true crime. You're not sticking the women in drama while all the boys club cover true crime with tens of thousands of subs. That's a hard no, and I'm not going to let it happen. So me and Brandy's Watching are two powerhouses that are not going to allow that to happen. And she feels the same way I do. So I know a lot of people are sick and tired of the boys club, but it's really showing precedence lately. And sorry guys, but we're not going to allow it.
What do you mean boys club? I do true crime. What the fuck are you talking about? I do drama as well, but like, you know, I'm sorry, you show me some true crime that doesn't have drama included in it. That's why it's true crime. Because there was some shit and there was some drama, and then a true crime happened. So what are you talking about, Laura? There's lots of people that do true crime. Headstones does true crime really well. Who's the other one? I can't think right now. But yeah, there's a few of us, Laura. So I don't know what you're talking about.
We're just not. Like live streaming. I know there's big, you know, YouTubers that are females in true crime, but I'm talking about live streaming. It seems like all the females in live streaming are stuck in drama while the guys are taking over true crime. So that's not happening. Nope. No. Hey, Debbie. Wear apron while you're baking. Apron, exactly. That's really what I feel like. And I don't know if you guys feel like that as consumers. I don't know if you guys feel like that as subscribers, but that really is what it feels like. And I don't like feeling like that. So
yeah, Trisha and Websley's. Yes. Hey, K-Mash. Hello. Welcome back.
We're taking our power back. That's all. All right.
We're taking our
power
power
I wanted to address
back.
that. Lastly, my room is almost done. I turned on my camera for a minute and just to see like what's behind me. Thank you, Sly Angel.
Blah, 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 blah.
And she got pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. But yeah, I guess that girl though. But nobody around here has successfully left drama because we always get pulled back into it. And I'm guilty of that. Absolutely guilty of it. Amazon list for bedroom. No, I don't need an Amazon list for bedroom. I need an Amazon list for a million other things, but not for bedroom. My bedroom's pretty much done. Done. Where are you getting money to travel? That's none of your business, is it? Are you paying me? Do you know what? I don't think you asked JLR where he's getting money for travel. Did you ask Nick where he got money for travel? Do you ask the guys where they get money for travel? No, you probably don't. So you're asking me why? Are you my accountant? Hey, Thunder. I wake up. Are you one of those, Alexis? Never. I'm so not that.
Okay, but Laura, I think the thing is that like JLR doesn't ask for money for travel. He has his you know ways to donate to him as well. And I watched quite a few hours of Nick footage, and I didn't hear him ask for money either. You asked for money for travel, and then you went and bought a microphone. So that is exactly the things that you complain about other people with. I think I remember you crapping on Queen for raising money for a lawyer when you basically just raised money for a fucking microphone. So
exactly. None of your business. You'll never keep up with them. You're right, Susan, because I'm not a con artist. So you're right. I can't keep up with a con man or with two con men. You are 100% correct about that. But you know what? I don't want to. I will never choose to keep up with con men. So have a good day, though.
Have a good day.
Exactly, Crystal. I totally agree.
Blocked. Right. Have a good day, though. I think that means blocked when you're talking to Laura.
Yeah, bye, Susie. Don't let door hit you in the ass on the way out. But it's that kind of attitude that I just can't handle. It really is. Like, okay, I'm sorry. I'll never be a con man. And I have children and I have stuff to lose. JLR has nothing to lose. Nothing. As scary as that sounds, he's got nothing to lose. So can I keep up with that? Absolutely not. But I'm not going to sit there and tell you guys that a cop has a walkie-talkie. I'm sorry, but I told myself to higher standards. Even for a mighty dollar, I hold myself to higher standards.
Okay, higher standards. And what the hell is the thing that you thought you were going to do down there in Pennsylvania? You think you were going to interview the prisoner? You know, like, what do you, like, you know, like, she's just, like, throwing digs at JLR for, what'd you say, something about, like, sitting there looking at a bridge or something or whatever? Well, he was out there throwing, I mean, you never know when something's going to happen. So, I don't know. She's just, oh, my God.
Heather, it's not rude. It's typical moron. That's a typical JLR drunk turkeys Lana mentality. That's what that is. Like, I never saw that name before in my life, but yet here they are trying to sound important. Absolutely ridiculous. So anywho, so JLR and Betty had court today, and there's a video. I want to know where the video is. Who has the video? What channel?
She's just itching. She's just itching. I wonder if she got it. Probably not, because she didn't go live and talk about it. So, but yeah, she's itching. Stomping her feet. Why do they have the video and I don't? Yeah, exactly. I'm going to ask Jessica if all this stuff she's saying about her granny is true. Dear Chase, report back to us.
Let's play the video. I want to know. I want to see the video. And Burns Host said there is a video. And there's also Zoom links. Like, if you want to watch the trial on the 27th, so you don't even have to go there, you can actually click on the Zoom link. You just can't stream it or record it. Welcome, Tony. I didn't say JLR. Oh my God.
You said
Hey,
JLR.
No, did I say JLR? I didn't say JLR to court today. I said BHB and Queen B at court today. Did I say JLR? I apologize if I said JLR. I didn't mean JLR.
Oh my God.
I see, honestly, though, I didn't follow the unit. Like, I don't even know what JLR is suing them for. That's how little I followed that. I don't fuck with JLR. I really don't. Hey, Jeanette, I did miss you. Hey, Grandma Sherry.
Oh yeah, they got.
I mean, in my opinion, forget like the whole tragedy pimp bullshit. JLR is a con artist, plain and simple. Oh, I said JLR and Betty had court. I'm sorry, I did misspeak. I meant JLR and Queen B. I'm sorry, Betty and Queen B had court today. But yeah, to me, JLR is a con man. Nick is a con man. I don't fuck with either one of them. They're both con artists. I don't care how many subs he has, he's a con man. The only difference now is instead of conning police, he's conning YouTubers, and people fall for it. Whatever.
You're good.
Take those people, including typos, and you'll have JLR. That's true too. That's very true. Do you know where to find the video, Benanya? I heard there's a video. I would love to see that video. Someone's got to have it. Because I know Burns Host was like, nobody should play it and blah, blah, blah. Why? What are they going to do? Come arrest me? But I haven't seen anyone have it. That's what I'm saying. How could Burns Host put that out there and not say something? You know what I mean? How could you put it out there? You can't put something like that out and not say where to see it or where to find it. So Burns Host did a whole live on, I guess someone was taking notes for her. So she wanted to know, she was like reading all the notes. The one thing that she said that I kind of disagree with, she was talking about the judge and the jury, the judge and Queen Bee's lawyer, like being nice, kind of not guiding Betty, but not being an asshole to Betty. That's their job though. They have to act like that. They have to be nice. They have to, this is somebody who doesn't have a law degree. So the lawyer and the judge, and not so much the judge doesn't have to do shit, but code of ethics say the judge kind of does have to be nice. I'm sure someone's dumb enough to do it, but in my opinion, they're stupid to say it since it's illegal to record, even though allowed to be there for public. Yeah, do you even know where we get a link?
Right, I thought that too. Someone save Grandma Sherry and Nanya. But they're there willingly, which is fine.
The one part I did hear though that Betty said, the judge said to Betty, "I'm not a babysitter." But I heard Queen Bee now has another legal fund. I'm sorry, but something's not right. She's already raised over 20 grand.
I don't think that's true. I do not think that that's true. 20 grand? No. Where do you get your facts, Laura? Show your proof. Because I only know a couple of people who have seen what's been raised and what's been spent. And I'm pretty sure you're not one of them. So where's your proof that Queen Bee has raised over $20,000? I don't think so. So I don't know. Maybe. But I don't think so. I don't think she's at that mark yet. By the time this is done, I absolutely believe that she probably will maybe raise over $20,000. And we're going to be willing and happy to do it, Laura.
No, Burns Host said there was a video.
I think that the countersuit has been, I think all the legal fees have been paid up until, like, I can't remember what Queen said. Quite recently, anyways. I think that has been paid up until quite recently. But it's still going on. And there's the countersuit, and there's the just everything that still is going to be coming, right? So she needs to raise a little bit more, because she did shut down the link for the lawyer fund when she reached as much as she needed at the time. But now it's still going, you know. Yes, it is out-of-pocket expense, Nikki. Absolutely. I think that she did put out the amount that was raised. I'm pretty sure. And yeah, out-of-pocket. Queen wants a lawyer. She's going to have to pay for it, right? So, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
The judge would know if anyone, no, judge wouldn't know if anyone recorded it. Jeanette, the judge would have no idea if someone recorded it. Yeah, third legal fund running. There's no way this lawsuit is over $20,000 already. It's just not. I am not buying that at all.
You know, I'm pretty sure this is not the third one. I don't know who said that, but I'm pretty sure that this is only this. It's only the second one. The first one she closed down when she had reached the goal that she was looking for, and then she opened up the second one like a week or two after, I think, the first one, something like that. So, yeah. I believe there's only been 2.
And that's not including super chats or anything else. So say she raised an extra $2,000. There's no way this lawsuit is already at $22,000. No way, no how. No, they were both at $10,000. The first one was at 10. The second one was at 10. And then she had super chats and everything else on top of it. Oh no, he is Denise. It's what he's done his whole life. But I mean, I'm not going to bash him. I didn't bash him as a tragedy pimp. I'm not going to bash him now. It is what it is. You know, I wasn't one of these people sitting up there screaming about JLR as a tragedy pimp and blah, blah, blah. That wasn't me. But I never liked him. I didn't like him when Molly met him. Okay, so 16,000. See, I don't know the lawsuit though, Granny. Super chats part of monthly income. I agree with that. But I'm not counting her money as far as her super chats go, so I don't know what she actually made in super chats. I'm just saying that there's no way this lawsuit is over $15,000 that she needs another fund. If it is, she's getting raped. She's getting totally robbed. I mean, they went to court once. All right, so I'm dropping a link.
Okay, it did go to court only once, but she's only spent like, I don't think that the other 10,000 is still being raised, Laura. It's not spent yet, I don't think. Maybe a portion of it or something like that, but it's the 6,000 has been spent and paid for, whatever. And you know what? I don't know if Laura's ever been to court, but it's fucking expensive. It is damn expensive. So I don't know. It has already cost. Queen Bee said the other day it's already cost her $12,000. So, and yes, Betty keeps running up the bill with filing frivolous filings, having to have Queen Bee's lawyer reply. That all costs money. Every paper that is typed out, mailed, licked, stamped, fucking hole punched, whatever it all costs money. Stapled, you know, it all costs money. It all adds up, and it adds up very fast.
Let me pin it. Hold on. All right. Right, you guys suck with thumbs up if I don't remind you. All right. Oh. Have you hit the thumb?
Okay, get to her, Laura.
It's an itemized list. She'll definitely have an itemized list from the attorney. but there's no way this lawsuit costs more than like $5,000 already. There's just no way. Probably a $5,000 retainer. Betty ran some bullshit, but he hasn't even had to really do anything. That's why I'm sketchy on. I know how lawyers work. He hasn't had to do much. Write a couple motions, a couple hundred. I don't know. I'm just, something's fishy about it.
A couple motions. Oh God, she hasn't even paid attention. A couple motions. I think it's been more than a couple.
Exactly, Joy. It doesn't cost that much. Not for like frivolous bullshit. For items needed, right? Like you got docs over there for the suit. No, it's all part of the same. If it was a different lawyer, I would say it was different. But no, it would all be, as far as billing goes, it's all considered to be one. As far as the judge goes, it's a little different. Hey, Lily. But as far as the lawyer goes, no, everything is just billed together. I hear you, good Nanya. She's the one that's gonna have to deal with it. Like if she's not being legit, so it's not for me to call out or anyone else to call out. It'll be hers in the end. She'll either show that she spent $30,000, or she will show that she scammed people, and that'll be that. And then she'll kill her channel, and she'll be done. And I don't know her lawyer, so I can't say definitely what it is. I'm just going on what I see and what I know about legal cases. There's no way she's at 15 grand already. See, and I agree with that too, good Nanya. And I thought about that as well. I really did. I thought to myself, like, all right, I'll tell you what I was thinking. I'll tell you straight up. Hold on. Let me take a hit of my vape first, because this is a big one. All right. So when I was listening, I was cleaning the kitchen before, and I was listening to Burnt Toast, and I'm sitting there thinking, like, for a split second, I'm like, why is everybody so, like, basking in the joy of Betty being a complete fuck up? Because to me personally, hear the whole thing out. To me personally, I don't feel like someone else's misery is a positive thing. I don't feel like someone else's downfall should be something that I gloat on. You know what I mean? So that's what I was thinking. And
then okay. Is this Laura talking? You don't think somebody else's downfall should be gloated on or something? What? What is in that vape you're smoking, Laura? Because, girl, you just shocked me. You really did. You just shocked me.
And then I thought to myself, you know what? Fuck this. Betty deserves this. Betty is a piece of shit who lies constantly, has no idea what she's talking about, destroys friendships, destroys people, copies everybody, and thinks she's, the most arrogant motherfucker. Like, she's just such a narc, and she's just disgusting. So you know what? You kind of deserve what's coming to you, Betty. Maybe now you'll finally shut the fuck up and stop thinking that you're so much better. But then again, I think, no, she won't, because she's a true narcissist. So she won't. But QB has an attorney. So QB's arrogance and narcissism doesn't mean anything. She's got an attorney. So QB, you got to take QB out of the equation, because she has an attorney to speak for her. She has an attorney to represent her. So, and she doesn't have to flip the bill. Hey, Aussie, people got to remember that. This is nothing out of QB's pocket, which is why Betty is such an asshole.
Allegedly. Virgo, you forgot allegedly at the end of that. Allegedly.
Because if Betty has to end up paying for lawyer fees, which I don't think the judge is going to make her do it, to be honest with you, because she is her own attorney, I really don't think the judge is going to make her do it. But I could be wrong. She could piss off the judge, and the judge does. But in normal circumstances, a lawyer against a pro se defendant, odds are they're not going to make you pay, because you don't know how it all works. However, in this situation, Betty could piss the judge off. That's true too, Nanya. I'll agree with that.
Yes, and the lawyer is also, the judge is also going to actually see Betty's arrogance and the fact that she thinks she knows everything about the law and the way that things work. Okay. I think we already heard of today where the judge kind of shut her down once and said, no. Like, yeah, it's just going to keep on happening. Absolutely. God.
True. But take her, she won't, because she has a lawyer. And Betty doesn't understand the law enough. She doesn't understand basic words. Like, for someone in here that doesn't know the law, if you had to take a random guess about what an evidentiary hearing is, what would you think it is? Just a random guess. Don't look it up. Just think of root words and think of a lawsuit. If you hear...
Okay, well, that's where you bring the evidence. What you do there.
An evidentiary hearing. What do you think of that? What do you think it is? Common sense. If you just think about it. Oh, that would be an evidence hearing. I gotcha. Exactly. It's evidence. Betty had no clue what it was. Betty, how do you not know? Just use your brain for a minute. It's evidence. You need evidence. That's what an evidentiary hearing is, to produce evidence. So when she's saying that there's no, it's showing evidence, Jeanette. Present your evidence. So no, not according to Queen Bee, because the judge had asked, not Queen Bee, Burnt Toast, because the judge had asked her, hey, you know, we could do this all by Zoom unless you want the evidentiary hearing about the restraining order or protection order, whatever. And she was like, maybe. Like, she didn't know what an evidentiary hearing was. And this is what I got from Burnt Toast Live. And because she didn't know what an evidentiary hearing was, she was like, well, maybe. Exactly. She has no clue, full stop. I totally agree. Like, Betty, here was your, and I agree with Burnt Toast. I thought the same thing. Here is your opportunity to do it by Zoom. But because, whoops, I just knocked my mic down. But because you don't know what an evidentiary hearing is and why you would have an evidentiary hearing and why you don't need one.
Be careful with that mic, Laura. God, it was expensive. These people paid for it. Jeez. It's as expensive as a trip to Pennsylvania. Okay, 10 more minutes, you guys. And then I'm going to call it a night. Oh, actually, maybe we will stop right now. Yeah, there goes the new mic, right? I think she did, Virgo. Last week, I'm pretty sure that was her take on it all. Cheese, that's not right. It was the shower. Don't forget the details. It was a shower. Right? Oh my gosh, you guys are so funny. Okay, so we will I'll leave this up on my computer and we'll watch the rest of it tomorrow. Or something. I don't know what we're gonna do for tomorrow. Cheese wants a pillow fight. I think we came up with like watching some funny videos or something, just some Friday night fuckery, something or whatever. But you guys know, I mean, seriously, you guys, come back. We always end up talking shit. Because we can't stay away from it. We're shit talkers. Okay, so I have one more thing that we can take a look at before we head out the door. Okay. Let's take a look at this. Oh my god. The fuck. Oh god, dude. Oh, what are you doing to me? Oh my god, jeez, what are you doing to me, jeez? Look at this, you guys. Oh my god, I have not watched this. Okay.
You're safe now.
Oh, I have not watched this. Am I still gonna love you after this? Jeez. Like, Stargazer liked it. Alrighty then. Okay, is everybody ready? Are you all sitting down? We're ready for Cheese's presentation today. Oh my god, I'm actually excited for this. Oh my god. What do we got? 43 people in here. Oh my god, Forgotten Whispers, a big pimpin' selling cheese. It's alrighty, you guys. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
You're safe now.
Oh my god, you are such a weirdo. There you go, Liz. That's my hoe, you guys. That's my hoe. The runaway truth. Anybody know what county or judge? I know what you mean. BHB versus Queen is for. They are in Illinois. Oh my goodness, you are so funny, Cheese. Thank you. That was really cute. So, oh my gosh, you guys. Okay, let's bring up. They Bullhorn Betty. Hang on. I'm just trying to multitask you guys. Trying to multitask. You're my bottom bitch. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying I'm bottom bitch? No, no, no. You're the bottom bitch. You're the catcher. Yes, Knox County. Knox County. You're welcome. If you're looking for any like paperwork or anything like that, I have some stuff on my channel. And there's also a bunch of other people that oh, the bottomish is the pimp's favorite hoe. Okay. Okay, you're my bottom bitch then. Yeah, that's right. Bottom bitch. No, you're my bottom bitch. Yeah, runaway truth. Another one that's good is Burnt Toast does a really good job at showing all the paperwork. And also, if you go over and have a look at Tiger Talks, she does an excellent job of just reading the paperwork, putting it out there, and that's about it. She does leave her little opinion at the end of it, but there's not a lot of in between. It's just basically straight reading the documents, and that's about it. So Tiger Talks. She does a really. You saw Toasty last night. Tiger Talks is new to you. Nikki, can you grab Tiger Talks link real fast and put it in the chat for Runaway Truth here? Because Tiger Talks does a really good job. You will love all of her videos. If you could check, if you have a moment or time to check out any of her videos, she does a really good job. She does. Well, you guys. Yeah, Tiger Talks does a really good job. And she's so funny. I mean, we honestly had so much fun with her on panel. Oh my God, it was so much fun. She's a pretty cool person, so. And her hubby too. Her hubby's definitely a cool dude, so. Here we go, you guys. Bam, bam, bam. A fire for you guys. And there we go, everybody. Check under our beds, Nina. Yeah, cheese loves burnt toast. Yeah. Oh my God. Rachel, I'm falling asleep too, so then I'm gonna go to bed myself. Yes, yes, yeah. Some of y'all must be hearing the birds already. Yeah, absolutely. Tweet, tweet, tweet. Good morning. I'm not sure I like the noise on this campfire. It's kind of, I don't know. It's like, it goes up and down, up and down, up and down. Oh, and anybody here, actually, I'm not sure if she knows or not, but, and I'm going to email her or actually just mention it to her. But Kathy P, when you listen to Kathy P, her sound cuts in and out every couple seconds. And I asked my daughter today, and she said that it's because of a faulty microphone. It might not be plugged in all the way, or there might be like a loose wire or a loose something or whatever. So if she has a live tomorrow in the morning, I don't know if she usually goes live in the morning. If any of you are in there before I get to her or something like that, can you guys mention that to her? I know she had said something about a microphone before, but okay, this campfire is much better. I'm gonna email her, but I thought if there was like more than one of us that would mention it to her, you know, so maybe it was like as it's hard to listen to her live because the sound keeps cutting in and out. So, anyways, I hope that she's able to figure it out or get it fixed or something. I don't know why I thought about that because I have no idea. It just popped into my head. Sun's coming up. Yeah, it's going to be here. Well, maybe not yet. What time is it? 3:30. Well, soon, I guess, probably. I don't know. It'll still pick back out. It'll start getting a little bit later here soon anyways. I'm not sure we see too much of the sun. Oh, yes, cheese. We'll do that next time. I actually did watch the brownie video. I watched it. That was awesome. Oh, Runaway, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you don't have to wait for the appropriate time. Just jump in and ask, girl. Or guy. I shouldn't assume you're a girl. I'm sorry. I do that all the time. You leave a comment on her video. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna email her tomorrow too and just be like, ask her. Maybe we can pull together and get her a microphone. I've noticed before her sound is pretty bad. Yeah, it's like it's like a record skipping almost, like not on repeat, but just how like there's like a small little pause in between, and like it just, and my daughter says it's most likely her microphone. And my daughter's a gamer and stuff like that. So she's online, uses microphones, all that kind of crap, right? So I thought she would know. She's like, yeah, it's probably her microphone. So I was like, yeah. Oh, runaway, it's a girl. Yay, congratulations. Pink, 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 pink balloons, pink flyers, pink ribbons. Or blue. I don't know. Maybe you don't like pink. Who knows? Sorry. Whispers is my second favorite content creator from Canada. Second creator. Second favorite. Wow, jeez. Fine then. Fine then. I'm just kidding. So yeah, next time Runaway Tree, just jump in. Jump in. You can ask any questions here at all. You said you've been watching for a while, so you know we're not judgy. We'll pause to answer a question. Absolutely. Alrighty, guys, it's 3:37. I am gonna go crawl into bed. I'm gonna throw something on to watch on TV, and I'll be asleep in about 5 minutes, probably. Once I hit the pillow. I always go to sleep with the TV on because I have one of those brains that just never stops thinking about whatever. And I have a hard time going to sleep if I just try and lay there like with everything quiet and whatever, no noise, just lay there. I can't do it. Because then I start thinking and I'm like, what about this? And what about that? And all that kind of stuff. So I just can't do it. So I put something on TV. Often it is a black and white movie because I love watching them. I really do. Or like the old black and white, like detective shows, Calling all cars, stuff like that. I like watching stuff like that. And I usually always put my TV on for an hour. And I literally even barely remembering even the first 2 minutes of a TV show. So, yes. So, yeah. Tomorrow, well, in an hour. What time is it? In an hour. 3:30. In 2 hours, I will have a 30-year-old daughter, you guys. My very first baby was born at 5:30 a.m. on September 15th, 1993. So tomorrow I have a 30-year-old daughter. 30. I can't believe it. So yeah. Big day for both of us tomorrow. I have a 30-year-old daughter and she's turning 30. No more 20s. So, anyways. Maybe a hamburger. Don't start talking about food now. I gotta go to bed. I can't eat nothing now. Gosh. Alrighty, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. As always. Thank you to my mods. You are amazing. You're the most amazing mods ever. And Cheese, how come you're not green? You were green before, weren't you? I thought you were green. But you are blue, though. So, green, blue, I guess I like them both. Like in StreamYard, you don't see who modded, but you see who members are. So, Cheese just looks like a regular old dude in StreamYard. Your girlfriend isn't even 30? Wow. How old are you? I don't even want to know. Sorry. Never mind. I don't want to know. I know you're not that old, though, are you? You're like 30. Well, I don't even know how old you are. I don't want to know. I don't know. Yes, all the mods are blue. But in like in StreamYard, it doesn't show blue. Like Nikki, you just said you said think all the mods are blue. But in StreamYard, you show up as green. It doesn't show blue. It shows green. What's been green? Well, hopefully not your peen. I think we were having that conversation not that long ago. Me and Gina, maybe. We're talking about green things in the pants. Not good. Not good. Anyway. All right, I'm out of here. Thank you guys. I appreciate you so much. I love you guys all. I think it's just you, me, and Cheese left, Nikki. That's it. All right. Go to bed, you guys. Go to bed, Cheese. I know you're on the same timeline as I am, so I know what time it is for you. Nikki probably still has a little while to go before she's. Yes, that's ridiculous. 1969 you were born. Oh, really? So you're 1969. Okay, so I know exactly how old you are then. I know exactly how old. Huh? You dirty dog. You dirty dog. Okay, bye, guys. I love you. As always, be careful. Okay, Mash. Hey, good night, sweetheart. Thank you for saying good night. Love, love, love. As I always say, don't walk on these streets alone. Nikki, oh my goodness, girl, you're going to be out there for like a few hours just on your own while all us West Coast people are like sleeping. Well, you be careful out there, girl. Watch your back. Stay alert of your surroundings at all times, right? Yeah. Everyone's name is black. Branches are blue and members have cupcakes. Now, well, some members have cupcakes, some members have daisies, some members have hearts, but all members should be green. Maybe you're just not seeing the difference between green and black. I don't know. I don't know what your problem is. Yeah, I know how old you are, Cheese. You're almost going to be 54. You have to be. My hubby was born in 1970. And he's 53. So, okay, I'm out of here. I love you guys. Be good. Be careful. Be kind. All right, I love you guys. Talk to you later. Talk to you tomorrow. Bye.